Okay, so we are back, you guys. We are live and welcome everybody to the Citizen Science Podcast. I am one of your hosts, Rebecca Benningfield, and I'm here right now with Samuel Hofman. And we've been chatting and we're waiting for Jesus to arrive. So, hey, Sam, how are you doing?
I'm fine up here in oddly too warm. It was 50 degrees today. It's currently 47. It's not even going to freeze tonight. It did snow the other day. We got a
Yeah,
couple of inches, and now it's mostly melted off, which is really weird. I've been watching there's going to be a really big gnarly storm that's going to actually go past you in the next 2 days. You're going to be on a jet
yeah,
stream drop down through the center of the country, and they are forecasting extreme weather for Oklahoma, Panhandle of Texas, uh, northern Louisiana, most of Arkansas, and if Lana's out there listening, this one is going to be right over the top of you on the streamline, on the edge, the temperature variant edge, and then it's going to run up all the way up to the East Coast, like just like it's been doing, and they've got flood warnings going for Florida and a few other states, probably Arkansas, Mississippi, Georgia, etc. Um, so we're looking at some really extreme weather, and here we go again, and then
right.
there's been some, of course, lake effect snow off of Erie was really heavy, and a very strong snowstorm went through that region and New England and Pennsylvania, etc. So, and then we're surprisingly warm on the West Coast, which is, of course, the forecast for this super El Nino this year. So we'll see. And
Yeah,
then, of
it
course,
was
we're gonna have a cold snap and rain and snow and
both. It just like sounds like it's extremes, too hot, too cold, you know, too much snow, not enough snow. Let me see, it might be Jesus
and I got to
popping
get
in.
this in early.
I,
Definitely got to
I'm gonna
got it.
bring
Well,
Jesus
okay,
on
all
real
right.
quick.
Thank you, Carol
I do.
Ann.
I just now while you were talking saw Carol Ann. That is just amazing. Seriously. So, I mean, she's
Yeah,
starting the
Oh,
show off.
wow.
She's setting
Wow.
the bar high. So,
yeah. Well, it's very
The
possible.
Christmas spirit is strong today.
Yeah, I got to
yeah.
get
Hey,
myself
Carol,
some of those jingle bells going here, so next to the podcast, so we can have the sound of Santa in the background,
I
and the
know. Thank you,
clatter on the
Carol
roof
Ann.
and all of that.
Seriously. I mean, I,
Thank you, thank you. It it
really.
it it makes it possible. I was getting a little worried here that maybe we weren't going to make the goal, and maybe we
Yeah,
will now. So let's hope.
right. I know.
Okay, you
We,
got
I
some
will be
bright
adding
light
to that
going.
next week, Sam, as well.
Do you know that you've got a halo?
Really?
Yeah, you've got the light of God upon thee.
yes. You do.
No. Oh wow. Well, I don't know. A lot of crazy
Oh,
shit seems to happen in this room. I want to think it's all benevolent, though. And I think a halo is benevolent. So
Yeah,
yeah,
well, we know that God is watching over you, sir.
yeah,
We know that
absolutely.
already.
Yes, of course.
yeah.
Thou
I
art
was just going to say,
chosen.
Carol Ann, she just really wants for your girls to be able to have a good Christmas. Her and I have been
Thank you,
visiting
thank you,
a
thank
lot the
you,
last
thank you.
couple of days, and she's been very, very, very supportive, not only monetarily, but just supportive, supportive for me and giving me somebody to visit with. And, because sometimes I get discouraged with things, and,
Yeah, yeah.
so it helps to have people like her keep you motivated and not,
And I
you
got
know,
2 Christmas cards this week. Thank you out there. I have
yeah,
I have mailed back Christmas cards to you nice people, and so you should expect them in the mail. And hopefully they won't be opened, even though there's nothing in them for them to. It's like unless they want to, check out the glitter and the snowmen. And
yeah,
I have
yeah,
2 batches of Christmas cards this year, so I'm already gone through half of the early ones. So I mailed them off to the people locally here that I are still on my Christmas mailing list, even though they never send me any, which is okay. I don't really. That's not why I send them. I just do. Um, so thank you, 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 thank you. I mean, wow.
seriously,
Anyway, I'll quit.
really,
I'm just
helps.
sitting here
That's a big
smiling.
help. Right. And I want to share. what Jesus sent me a couple of days ago. Okay, he sent me a little clip, and I feel like everybody would like to see this. So let me pull that up here real quick. It's good news. Okay.
Check it out, Rebecca. I am ready for Tuesday.
Yes.
Got a mouse.
He got a laptop, you guys.
Yeah. Got a little,
Yeah,
got a
HP.
little bag for it.
Wow.
So cool.
I know. It's just I got goosebumps from all of this. I'm serious.
Yeah, things are happening, guys. You know.
Yeah. Falling into place. Perfect.
I got it for at a steal of a price at Costco, and I had to get it. Actually, my brother tells me I didn't have the money, honestly, but he put it on his credit card. He said this would be kind of like my early Christmas gift to you. So thank you to my brother for
awesome. Thank you,
for
brother.
That's nice. You know. Yeah, very
awesome,
nice.
Awesome. Congratulations.
You know, so and $200 for it. You know, comes with the mouse. I love the mouse. I'm like Sam. I can't really the little finger thing.
Yeah, I hate that scroll thing.
Yeah,
you know, just like you know, and I still click my pillow at night when I'm talking to all. Okay, I am stretching this when I'm talking to all of those like-minded souls around the world. Subconsciously, I'm clicking my mouse pillow.
Yeah, so no clicky sound anymore, guys. No more clicky sound.
Yay.
No clicky sounds. Yeah.
Earlier, I just was talking to Rebecca earlier pre-show, and she kept patching out. And I'll say the same thing. Just regularly remove your browsing data, your browsing history. Keep clearing
Sam
that
gave me
all
a
the
lesson.
time.
Yeah, because I am. You know what? Everything that I've made, all my videos have always been done in my phone. So I haven't owned a laptop or a computer in so long. So yeah, I think the last time I had one, it was running Windows 98, I think. So
wow. Yeah.
It's changed
and
a little since then.
What are we on now? What, Windows 10, Windows 11, 10?
I think 11.
11. Yeah,
I think so.
I'm running. Well, I don't get the choice, you know. I'm always being forced to upgrade whether I want to or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, it didn't even cross when I was sitting there. We were talking about how you're illuminated and God is with you, and I was saying this, and it was like, and then it didn't even cross-reference my brain. Well, of course, you're named Jesus or Jesus. You know, wow, of course he's watched by God. Look at his name, you know. And your name is your inner self too, in many ways.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, your mother knew what she was doing. She knew.
Yeah.
Blessed
actually,
child.
It was my grandma who named me. Actually.
Well, there you go. Sometimes grandmas know more.
Yeah.
I've heard. I don't know. I guess if it's metaphysical beliefs, but they say that we chose our own names. That we chose our names.
Really?
I don't know.
Well, it's always, you know, we chose to be here for these parents, as they say.
No, you know, speaking of all this stuff, I really enjoyed last, you know, with Michelle Mountain. I really enjoyed the last show. I love the metaphysical part of it because I do feel there's a lot of that we don't really discuss. And as much as we love discussing planets, that is kind of a part of all this that I'm still kind of finding my place in. You know, my spirituality kind of place. It's still something I'm working on. So I really enjoyed listening to her. She had
I'm thinking we're going off topic, and I shouldn't, but you know, there is a lot of that we do need to share, and I did a lot of that early.
It's not completely off topic, you know. I feel there's a big part that, you know, that really is, you know, correlates to all this stuff as well. So I have yet to tell Michelle Mountain, if you're watching right now, I really enjoyed listening to you and everything you had to say.
She left a comment on Montana Skywatcher 2, and it's about 10 or 15 posts down the page, and she posted it immediately the next day. I just went through and it's a good comment, so maybe you can go there and read it. But I just spent 2 days in Facebook jail. And
is that why you haven't seen you?
Yeah,
I got taking a break. I thought you were just
I got blocked for 2 days because of our last show. I don't know why. They told me that the content was not acceptable to their community standards. And then they wouldn't even show me they wouldn't give me an example of what I posted wrong. And I couldn't contest it because I had no idea. But then I wasn't even able to contest it until 2 days later. But they gave me a 48-hour from the show Facebook block. So I wasn't able to, I could read everybody's stuff, but I couldn't post anything, even on my page, which in past Facebook jails, I couldn't post on Skywatcher 1 or Skywatcher 2, but I could post on my page. And then I could comment on another time I was blocked. I could comment on all of my sites, but not post. So there's varying degrees of Facebook jail, I guess. They aren't making up their minds, or what they're doing is they're constantly changing the rules.
I've noticed there are times when you can post on your personal page, but you cannot comment or post in groups.
Yeah.
So that's I don't know what that
was time before last. Yeah. But this time I couldn't, I couldn't comment on my page or Skywatcher 1, Skywatcher 2, Nibiru Followers Anonymous, Montana Skywatcher Anonymous, or any of the other pages I could. So I spent 2 days reading, but not being able to say anything.
Wow.
Right.
Wow.
Well, you got put in
I
time
noticed
now.
I hadn't seen you. I thought maybe you were just kind of taking a few days off in anticipation of our usual 4 or 5 hour runs we do here. So
yeah, they kind of way, you know.
Yeah.
And you know, I get off after at the end of the show, and I'm just like so wound up, and you know, I'm tired, and yet the brain doesn't want to shut off. And I was like, now what do I do? Go play Star Wars. Okay, you know.
Backup plan.
Yeah, backup plan. Just go join the Star Wars world, and then your brain is up there in that endorphin zone that says Star Wars, and then I'm totally functional, happy. You know, run, Luke, run. You know, all of that.
Yeah. Yep. Let's see. I got everything pulled back up. I had to shut it down, so we're getting everything pulled back up again. We got a lot of interesting pictures. Like here lately, there's been a lot going on. And
I agree with Carol Ann just real quick.
I just want to say
her response to Patricia.
I was just reading that.
You know, you just being here is appreciated. You know, I know it's a difficult time for economically, it's a difficult time for everybody. So if you can't, we understand, but it's appreciated.
It is the season to have good wishes, love, and kindness, and we really do need to further that. And if you folks have got these negative things that are eating at you, and we just quite a few of us just spent yesterday dealing with somebody who has apparently turned into the Grinch. And if you have those negative feelings, remind yourself that it is the good feelings time. It is the time to have that kindness and the love for everybody. And if you don't have that, I have a show that I could recommend for you that I watch every year. Besides, It's a Good Life, or It's a Wonderful Life. Yeah, with what's his face. Anyway, my favorite Scrooge movie is the one with Albert Finney, and it's the musical. And it came out in the 1970s, and I watch it at least once to twice every Christmas. And you go watch that thing, and you get that Christmas spirit going, and before you know it, you're going to be hopefully a happy camper. And if you're suffering economic issues, I'm terribly sorry for you. All of us are, especially.
And most of us have been there. Like us, really. I think we can all relate. Like all of us have had a time.
The way I look at it is those negative, dark times are important lessons for all of us. And we talked about it last week on the show about clearing the shelf. We've got to have some negatives on that shelf so that we can also experience the variation between the good and the bad. And then once you discover the good, it's like, oh, I got there. Yay. And this too shall pass. And hey, I didn't think I was going to make it through, but I did. And that's a life lesson that we all have to go through these negative times in order to appreciate more of what we really have. And I hate to say it, but there's the very large possibility that all of us are going to have a grand opportunity for that very soon. And I hate to say it, but I think we're in for some scary, spooky, dark times. You have to hold that level of, I'm going to beat this in your heart, and this too shall pass, and we're going to get through this, and everything's going to be okay.
Right. You wouldn't know what good was if you didn't experience the not so good. You know, if it was just good all the time, you wouldn't even know good or bad at that
Yeah,
point.
you
You have
wouldn't know
to.
light if you've never seen darkness.
I just got the official word from my oldest. It's time to cut pizza. I'll be back in about a minute.
Okay, Sam, you go do that. Okay. I'm going to pull up some pictures. I'll wait for him to get back though so he can enjoy with us. But this one has been really all over the place this week. Did you see this, Jesus?
Give me just a second.
Okay.
I'm trying to add files, but I kind of okay. Yes, I saw who posted this. Was it
Good
JD who posted
question.
this? I saw this. That is a particularly odd odd cloud. You know, I know
Like,
they call it lenticular clouds, but
right.
I really don't buy that. It just seems a little bit more.
Well, where were these clouds 20 years ago, right? Because they
No,
sure weren't
no,
around when I was a
not at
kid or a
all.
young person. So this
Not at
is
all.
new and
And
different.
they're always just in the vicinity of the sun as well.
Right. And you notice this is on the left of our sun where all the
Mhm.
asteroids are.
Yeah.
Hi,
And,
Amy. Hey
and
there.
if you look at the back, you know, there's some in the back as well. I wish you could see my
Yes.
cursor, but you know, there's another one just a little further out to it, which is similar.
It
You
might
know,
be the red asteroid.
which
It
leads
might
me to
be.
believe it's an asteroid. You know.
Uh-huh. Right. These oval swirls that are small like this, you
Yeah.
know. I know it right away. A lot of people tend to assume it's a craft, you know, which I could understand that. I mean, it
Yeah,
does look like
yeah.
a UFO in
It's
hiding.
it's the first thing everybody would attribute this to, but
Yeah.
the darkness in the cloud around it is usually what gets me to think that it's an asteroid. You know, because
Yeah.
we're seeing the darker side. I think a ship would be a little bit more reflective. You know,
Right.
even if it's on this side or on the top side, it would be a little bit more reflective. But I kind of see an asteroid here. That's kind of what I would go with.
Hi, Carrie. I just now realized it's Carrie when it says Facebook user. If you wanted to show who you are, you have to go to streamyard.com/Facebook and give the okay to share your information with StreamYard. But either way, I know who you are. Hi. So anytime I hear hi, hun, you know, I know right away it's Carrie. So I'm happy you're here. And here's Lana. Looks like a portal with a cube coming through. Wow. I
Hi,
do see a
Lana.
cube. I do see
I'm
that
back.
cube shape in front.
Yeah, well,
What's going on, Sam?
I looked at that. We talked about this last week. Yeah, it looks like literally looks like the cube popping down in the middle of a punch cloud from something above it. And you know,
Yeah.
it could be Nepacity. We saw a bunch of pictures today that are very much open core of Nepacity, but the oval is even higher around and it was above the sun. I have a couple of those pictures. I think I sent you a couple of them. But then there's also the red asteroid also. But this looks very cubey. And then if you look below it, that's probably the red asteroid below it.
Okay. The red behind it,
Yeah,
below
you
and
know,
behind.
well, no, not really behind it because we know that it's low off the horizontal deck and very close to Earth. So it would be closer than whatever else is
Oh,
above it.
so closer and smaller.
Yeah, right.
See, okay.
Ooh.
I have a video of this, so we'll watch that for a second, and then we'll come
Okay.
back to the pictures. But here it is. Oh, well, I thought I had longer than that. Sorry. Anyway, there it was on video.
And there's sightings all around the world of all. Well, that's awesome too. That's literally
Yes.
asteroids underneath that too, and that's why it's purple.
Don't you love that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I knew you would. There's
Wow.
a lot of lightning ones in here.
We've seen this how many years now? I'm still sorry. I'm going to be definitely affected by our rather unfortunate loss of a friend who decided to go Darth Vader on us. I talked to Matthew Wee briefly today.
Did
And
you?
he, of course,
Okay.
well, yeah, because he sent me messages from that person. When I finally got back on Facebook today, that's all I was doing was reading everybody. Oh, this person said this about you, and it's like 20 different people sent it to me, and
I figured that.
and that person even complained. Yeah, your army stepped in right away to protect you, and then she's spinning it, like that's a bad thing,
Yeah, right.
and then he whips out the old cult leader crap, slam and all this, It's like,
Like I said,
gee.
it was happening at 3 o'clock in the morning, my time. I know Carol was up at that time because her and I were visiting about it. So it was 4
I
a.m.
think
her
I
time.
saw what you guys are talking about. Wasn't it on one of your posts, Rebecca, about
Over on
fundraising?
Sam's. Yeah,
Yeah. And then
yeah.
I
Yeah,
noticed, I
and,
noticed she had been a member for some time. So I
and
was like,
yeah, and she was a moderator.
yeah. That's
She just
exact. I was
got,
like,
but
is that a typo or what's going on? Is she really a moderator? Like,
she
I
got
did.
raised up because she was like just totally like promoting, the work and everything, and just really accurate on stuff. And then she was complaining that something was going on, and then and she was also talking about Lucinda and how we were all going to miss her, blah blah blah. And then I said, well, would you like to take her place? Because she'd been a very kind, nice person for many many years, and then all of a sudden, out of the blue, we
Like
went
I said, it had to have been
we went rogue.
brewing for a while.
Yeah,
Brewing
yeah.
for,
Well,
I
and
don't know.
we don't or rather I can't
It's
speak for
unfortunate,
everyone.
really. I
Yeah,
don't
it is
like that
unfortunate.
at all.
I'm not mad about it. I'm slightly disappointed. I'm more in questioning what brought this on.
this happened to me. And I don't want to mention names, but this happened. Somebody pulled a complete 180 a few months back, and it wasn't directed to me, but it was about you, Sam.
Okay.
And I'm gonna refer to her as she, but honestly, I wasn't even sure she's a she because I never saw a picture. She never even shared her real name. But
Right.
I enjoyed really talking to her. She seemed like a great person, and we exchanged pictures, exchanged pleasantries for about a little over a year. And then out of the blue, she just starts flipping out and saying that you are some kind of it was a picture of a NASA picture with somebody that looked similar to you, and she was on
Oh,
this
that
whole
one
thing
again.
that you were with the opposition,
Yeah,
and
Dr. Hoffman at NASA, who happens to be younger than me, and they were all,
yes,
and that's
yes,
back to that one site that we won't need to promote on Facebook that has somehow spun and manipulated all of this. That I'm the child of this Dr. Hoffman. It's not even the same last name spelling, for one.
yeah,
He,
yeah.
he has two F's, and Hoffman with
But
two F's is the German version,
yeah,
and it means an entirely that has to do with the innkeeper, owner of an inn. That's what the Hofman means. And in Dutch, Hofman is a vineyard owner or a tender of the vines. And that's the difference between my spelling. And I only have one F in my name, not two,
Yeah,
And yeah,
yeah,
and that's gone and spun these people into these directions of crazy that I've
yeah,
never
and the
understood.
thing is that it happened just overnight, Sam. Like one night we were talking and everything was fine, and then the next night she just pulled a complete 180, and I'm like, whoa, slow down there. And I tried talking to her before I took drastic measures, and I was like, okay, you know what? I tried talking to her. I tried, getting her to understand that this information wouldn't, if you were the opposition, why would you be sharing this information? That doesn't even make any sense. We know this information because of you. It would be pretty stupid if you were the opposition. Like there was no basis in reality at all.
Yeah, no one
And I
else has
tried
handed
to
out this
explain this
information.
to her. I tried to explain this to her, and I said, where are you getting these ideas from? It's probably, at the time I was under the impression it was Photoshop because there's a lot of that now. But she wasn't having it, and I was like, you know what? I'm sorry, but I can no longer be your friend, and I ended up blocking her because I just couldn't have that. You know, I think once you see the planets, when you actually see them, because this is another thing I wanted to just to bring up, and I hope I don't ruffle any feathers here or offend anybody, but there's a lot of I don't think everybody, out of the thousands of people who say they see this, I really think only a very small percentage are actually seeing it. And that's fine. It's a learning process. But I think if she has really seen it, she wouldn't be questioning it, because once you see it, and you know that it doesn't matter what anybody's going to say because you're seeing it. You're seeing the freaking.
And also careful what you read. I mean,
Yes,
and
absolutely.
if you
That's
read
exactly what I
something,
told her. I said you have to be very careful these days what you accept as real and what you accept as not.
yeah,
Look,
if you
it
jump
took
into
us,
the negative
and
and
she
you
told me
live
the
in the
same thing.
negative,
She says, "Well, how do you know that Samuel Hofman?" I said, because I have 6 years investigating and taking the time to research this and proving it myself. Like, it's not something that I decided overnight was true.
yeah.
Rebecca,
And if I was full of it, you
know
would
that
have
way. It
seen it
took us years to really come to terms with this,
because
to
you went through
really
all the rabbit
actually
holes.
see it. It takes time to sink in. It takes time to sink in. And I think if you're really seeing it, you're not going to question it. Once you see it, you're not going to question it anymore.
Keep that picture there.
Okay. Yeah, I was just going to add one other thing. I mean, there's been, I don't know how many, but several, as in more than a handful, of people that have done this, that have just kind of like done a 180 out of nowhere, no notice, no, you don't see it coming or anything. And, it's just kind of interesting
Oh, and we
how,
went through that early in Montana Skywatcher 1, even before we even had 2 running. And there was a handful of really good, wonderful people that were really on board and sharing pictures. And then all of a sudden and there was a handful of cliquish religious folks. And I'm trying to think of the one lady's first name, and I can't even pull it out of my head. Lana probably knows who I'm talking about. And she did her own site and was talking about the crazy train. So I'm sure Lana knows who I'm talking about. But they just this whole batch of women all of a sudden just decided to spin against me, and it was just like, what?
I
And
think
it had to do with
I
a
think I know
religious
what you're
group.
talking about.
Yeah, and I I mean, I've done all of this only with the greatest of intention. I've done all of this only to share the information, only especially since I was told I was not allowed to for 30 years. And so when my NDA, non-disclosure agreement, ended in 2010, well, that's when I went, you told me I couldn't say shit for 30 years. Well, I'm talking now. And this is where it's coming from. This is information that I've known for 40 some years. And I'm watching all these shows on YouTube and stuff where they're talking about is there life out there? Are there other races and other beings? And meanwhile, my brain, I'm sitting here talking back to the TV going, well, shit, dude, I met 3 of them face to face, and I can absolutely tell you that they're freaking real. And I don't think I emphasize that enough publicly. I got to tell you people that without a doubt, absolutely 150%, I actually know that aliens are real. Jesus, what I mean, there's a almost slipped. Fa, how many decades is it going to take until you start listening to me?
And also, if you're still
Frustrating.
questioning aliens, then you've got bigger problems. That's the least of your problems.
So
I
true,
think
so true.
if you really think that it's just us and that's it, then I don't know. You have a lot of work to do, because that's not only arrogant, but that's just, I don't know, bizarre.
It's foolish. I mean, how the hell could we be the only thing in the only existence on this tiny little rock compared to everything else out there? I mean, planetary size, we are a microbe, and we're in the middle of the far left edge currently of our galaxy, and there are 280 billion stars, and it could be way more than that or way less. But there's billions of stars in our galaxy alone. And each one of those stars is a sun. And each one of those suns has a planetary solar system around it, period. And the Goldilocks zone in each one of those solar systems can grow a form of life. Absolutely. And there's no question. And it's just like, God, I mean, hello. I mean, are we living, pardon the expression, but are we living out of the Bible and only 9,000 years old? Or even though we know Earth is anywhere, depending on which scientist you talk to, 6.5 to 8.2 billion with a B, billion years old. Billion. And our galaxy is not as old as other galaxies.
We're kind of the younger ones.
Yeah, we're a young galaxy compared to a lot of I mean, my God, like people, all you have to do is study some of the stars that we know about. Go into, learn some extra science. Granted, NASA is not necessarily absolutely accurate. And remember that. They're guessing too. When I was with the government and they were trying to find a place to put me because I didn't want to work with them all the way they wanted me to. And they unfortunately had a tendency to discount me as well. And yet they invited me there because of my test scores and my IQ and my abilities of psychic abilities, which was directly expressed to me. And yet then because of my age, they had no place to put me. And I actually asked to go to NASA, and I was refused because I already knew too much.
Like, how?
Rebecca, speaking of other beings, I'm trying to play a file, but I still don't know how to do it.
Okay.
I still don't know how to do it, so I'm gonna send it to you, and then maybe
okay.
later on after the show or whenever you have time, maybe you could screen record yourself doing it, and then send me the video that way, because it is telling me that I could do it down here at the present thing.
I was gonna say we can, I can do that, or you and I can practice. Looking like off camera. Off when we're not on live. Just you and I can get together and practice where you can,
Get for
better
now, I'm just gonna send it to you on
Mhm.
Gmail on Messenger, because it's an old video that I've always been perplexed by, and I really wanted to discuss it with Sam. I think Sam would love it. I think you would love to. I think you would like this video.
Cool.
Speaking of, aliens and crafts and all that, I think I was under the impression for the longest time this was asteroid, but I've been really dissecting it recently. I switched it onto a few filters, and I see a lot of straight lines and stuff that straight lines, and I see a lot of signs that it's probably a craft, and it's a really good video.
If you notice on tonight's background scene behind us, there are multiple craft flying. In the it's the thumbnail for the show this week. Yeah, well, yeah, we can see a lot more of it. And guys, that is what is up above us. That is real. I mean, it's of course it's a computer graphic depiction, but this is actually what is going on directly above our heads for God ever since April of 2019. And they came out of hiding because earlier they were hiding in front of the sun. And of course, over on the left-hand side, way farther away from us. So the sightings were a lot smaller. But then as of April, middle of April 2019, they came out of hiding. And then we watched them offloading the big galactic battle cruisers, star destroyers, whatever you want to call them. And they look exactly like in the movie Star Wars. I am not kidding you. And we have thousands of sightings of them in the last decade. And the sightings have just become nonstop every day. And most of them are really credible. Now, there's still a few out. Yeah, I saw that today. And that makes me, the number one thing that you start with when you find a cloud like this is you look for the conning tower. And if you can see the conning tower, then most likely what you're looking at is a little bit more. Now, this could be a cumulus nimbus. It could be,
Uh-huh.
but it's hesitantly doubtful. I mean, it's entire. And you guys, these freaking ships are here, and they are that close, and they're dropping down. They're looking at us. They're doing all kinds of shit that you don't even know, and yet God, they've been getting away with it. And why isn't this going viral? You know what?
I
You can't
know. No,
believe
I
this.
know. I mean, it doesn't
I
look
mean,
like a cloud. You
how many
know, what kind
examples?
of cloud has that? And it looks a lot like this one. You know, has how similar. Let's see.
Right. And a
Go
lot,
back
yeah,
a
or that,
little.
yeah,
There's
like
that.
that. And they're all, the whole newsfeed page was filled with it today. So when everybody around the world is seeing the same thing, that means it's real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And clouds don't replicate over and over, guys.
And clouds don't look like this. These
And they
aren't
certainly don't
clouds.
look,
That's
don't look
space.
like
That's not
that.
even within our. That picture was taken
Okay.
outside of our atmosphere, and we watched them offload. There are hundreds of battles, star destroyers above Earth, and sometimes really close to Earth, and they're flying around. We got some. I sent Rebecca two live videos today, and you can play those if you'd like to at this point.
Sure. Let's see. Let's go to this one. This was pretty crazy looking. Well,
Yeah, if it
there.
works.
There it goes. I saw this on TikTok, and I meant to ask you about this. So I'm glad you found it and sent it to me. I couldn't believe it. I saved it. And I slowed it down and watched it, and I could not tell what was happening.
Well, that isn't anything that we know of that can even. There isn't a craft that we own that can fly like that. That's definitely not an asteroid, and the light that it's emitting is in refractive line bars. So, wow, now people. You got to remember that some of these orbs are drones, just like we use drone technology. But there's a light thing going on here that's far more than just a drone and back squaring, and I don't know what the hell this is. We have never seen anything like this. Now there's also an example, the earlier one. Did you find that earlier one, the NASA one with from the airplane in the mountains that I posted to you on PM?
Oh, let me look and see. I'll check.
And it has similar movement, which is why I'm bringing it up, where it's moving in ways that no normal craft could move.
The lighting, everything is really matches the
it's
movement.
Sort of illuminating something behind it. There's a shape behind it, and I've seen square and round in the background, and it's just like, what am I looking at? And that's, excuse me, that's not spotlights on the ground trying to show you that the grand opening of a new shopping center or anything like that. This is a major UAE UFO or UAE. I don't even know what they call it. UAP. What is that? What are they calling them?
UAP is what they're calling
them.
Unidentified. Oh.
Aerial phenomena, I think.
That's it. I think so.
UAP, and they just put chocolate coating on a gumdrop already. So yeah, that's not normal in any way, shape, or form out of any human existence that we've ever seen. So and I could say to you, this is a warning, people. They're trying to frickin' warn you. We're here. Horton Hears a Who and all of that. We're here. And if you don't take this into account, and I truly hope that people actually embark upon that, and yeah, it may scare the shit out of you, but I mean, God, people, they're freaking here, and they've been here for so long. It's been over a decade, and mass sightings going on for so long. And don't worry about the fast movers, the little shit. I mean, you need to start looking at the big stuff. And this is an example of something I've never seen the like of it.
Okay, I'm getting this other one. Just about have it.
And we've been doing this for 13 years every day, all of us, and Jesus and Rebecca have been doing it 6-8 years themselves, and been solid members, and we watch every day. And of course, there's a lot of folks out there that barely even broach the subject, maybe once a month, or once every 6 months or whatever. And we work on this every day for hours and hours a day, and so we know what's going on. And
Yes, I was just gonna say, it took us years to kind of really get a grasp in this whole topic, and we were obsessed with it. Like from day one, we were obsessed with it. Like,
were past tense. How about
War.
RM?
Yeah. No,
Every
I
day.
don't know.
Yeah.
I may be more obsessed with it now than I ever was. Because once you really start to see it, and you start to see some crazy shit up there. Like once you really learn how to look at the skies, how things really work. Once you really get a handle on that, you start to see some pretty cool and crazy shit up there. Like it is just absolutely unbelievable once you learn what you can see up there.
And we also develop a level of expectation and understanding over this time that, if there's something in the sky and we see it over and over and over again, we know. And then other times we see something that's completely, absolutely not normal, then we also know that. And then when we see something that's completely photoshopped or wrong or stupid or a lie, we also know that, because we've been doing it every day for a decade. And if it's not up to par or snuff, even if somebody was to Photoshop a whole reel and then they say, well, I took this picture today, and then we know the planetary positions aren't anywhere compared to the site drawing, then we absolutely, within an instantaneous, almost within seconds, we know it's bullshit. So
yeah, and also guys, you'll be able to notice the difference of the pixels. If it's Photoshop, the pixels won't match. You'll
right,
be
you'll
able
have
to
squares.
tell because the pixels will be a little off with whatever was showed on Photoshop. Whatever was added later will mismatch on the pixels. So you have something clear and something not so clear in the background.
I have to apologize for blowing my nose without muting. I just caught myself. I went, oh, I didn't do it. I was like,
Oh dear.
The cat walked by.
I
The cat.
just
Yeah.
completed sending you those videos. I had to shorten them up a little bit.
Okay.
I had
Okay.
slowed them down just to read so we could see a little bit more detail, but it wouldn't because it's just not it was too big of a file to send to you. So I kind of cut it in, not cut it in half, but I kind of slowed it. I sped it up a little bit.
Okay. Here's this one. I'll check that right now. And here's this other one, Sam. And I can slow this other one, first one, down for Carol Ann. We can watch it slow down here in a second. So, but what kind of craft is this?
Wow.
This is titled as a NASA release. I don't know how factual that is, but we just got this earlier today, so
you could see almost a heat signature there,
and then gone.
Wow.
So is it Photoshopped? I don't know.
That heat signature tells me that's not Photoshopped. That would have been really hard to do.
Let's play it again. Let's go
back. But it was. I mean, I got this in because when I turned it on today, I had to deal with all kinds of Facebook issues. But and I got this like an hour before the show, so I immediately sent it over to Rebecca because I wasn't able to do any work for the last 2 days. I couldn't send anything on Facebook. And I'm not seeing a glass doubling either, which is weird out of an airplane window, because usually most shots from airplane windows have a doubling.
Wait, hold on. Did I just see a shadow down there? Hang on, let
me.
Yeah, if there's a shadow on the rocks, does the sun? Yeah, there is a shadow.
Yes, I just saw that. Yes.
Yeah, it goes through the ravine and then over the secondary face to the left.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Yeah, as it's closer to that peak there,
Right, and it goes.
it's going
The
to be
shadow
hard
actually
to
dives through the
pause that.
ravine.
Yeah, when it's a little closer to the peak, you can see the shadow of it. Yeah.
I'm inclined to believe it's real.
Yeah, me too.
I'd like to see that one slowed down too. I'm slowing down that first one so we can watch it a little bit.
Your background picture just went black.
Yeah, it's the second
Okay.
time it does that.
That's different. Okay. What? Huh.
It's Mystery Woman.
I
We got to mention again, the reason that you guys cannot see me talking is because my Montana upload feed is so slow that if I try to operate my camera and my microphone at the same time, I patch out and then I get booted off of this the site here. I was trying to come up with the name of this. What is it, StreamYard? Is that what the name of this is?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I get booted off when I plug in I'll be up for about 3 seconds. It jams, locks, and then kicks me out of the room. So we've got the camera turned off, and then I can actually carry on without any glitches. Although I have noticed.
I remember you at one point were able to Skype, and I barely knew you at that time. So
Yeah, I
somebody had
worked for
asked
about
me.
2 years, and then it quit.
Gillian had asked me, because I think Gillian was got to do that with you and James, and she had asked me that we should do it, but shortly after that, I think your Skype just kind of went out of. Just kind of
Yeah, it worked for 2 years, and then all of a sudden it wouldn't open anymore, and it was like, okay. And this is what happens, and and even my daughters can use Skype. I don't know why I can't. It's really weird, and I'm going to try, and I've tried to talk them into letting me, borrow their stuff, but then they go, "Oh, Dad, come on, we need it." And it's like, okay.
They're hogging all the bandwidth.
I don't know. Maybe they've got an independent bot watching me only. I hate to go there, but we have had plenty of examples that a large portion of our information is being shadow banned. So, I hate to go there.
And it is, Sam. Like it really is.
Well, we can't argue with it anymore. I mean, we can't.
There's no question that it is. I've seen a lot of Sky. I see a lot of Sky members, a lot of Sky groups, practically go viral. But the information they're sharing is less than accurate, to say the least. And
they're left alone.
And they run in the same circles as we do. To say, I'm not going to say, they're more we're more deserving of them, but I do know that you said this before, if you're accurate, they'll bury you, and if you're inaccurate, they leave you those guys alone, and that's we've seen that over and over, because this topic in itself isn't shadow banned, but I do feel that the accurate ones are.
Well, there is a disclaimer beside Nibiru Followers Anonymous on YouTube now, and they changed it. And it discusses Nibiru the Destroyer, and then they mentioned that is a conspiracy theory. And then they said, if you need to know more, click here and ask why. And I actually should click on that and see what they're actually saying. But then on the same science topic, when I go into on my smart TV in my living room, if I go on to that topic, there's many other videos by YouTube talking about Nibiru and the Anunnaki and Enki and Allele and all of this. And there's some really great videos out there, but they're all sectioned down along this, same genre. But none of them, of course, are accurate. And the ones that are even remotely close to accurate and scientific have a tendency to get deeply lost in the family bloodlines. And they spend most of their show discussing the bloodlines, which, of course, were looked up from the Sumerian tablets. and they archaeologists use all of that so they can get an idea of succession of bloodline and kingship and everything, but they're highly focusing more on that rather than the fact of the 7 planets, the second star, and all of that information. And it's amazingly devoid from most of those videos. Now every once in a while you get a little tiny tidbit crumb of a broken cookie. Here you go, little mouse,
Yeah,
have
yeah.
something to eat.
There's tidbits of truth here and there, and the reason why, Sam, what we do, what you started at Montana Skywatch works, is because instead of, because you get those tidbits and you compare them to a bunch of other tidbits, and then you get a broader picture of it. That's why Montana Skywatchers is what it is,
Yeah,
and
we had to
that's
do
why it has
comparatives.
worked so well, because we compare uh, hundreds, if not thousands, of tidbits, and then when you do that, you can see a much bigger picture, and therefore you could understand a lot more what you're really looking at, as
Yeah,
opposed
and
to
those
just seeing
tidbits grew
one.
into full-size donuts later, where we were going, okay, we've seen this, and it got bigger, and then we saw that, and then we saw this, and this is where all of our major summations have come from, after studying regularly on a daily basis from around the world, which proves a cloud above me that matches a cloud above somebody in Germany is if it matches, then excuse me, it can't be just a cloud. And we argued with all of the naysayers for over 5 years after that. And then around year 8, we finally just said, the hell with you guys. These are facts. And then at the 10-year, that's a doctorate study of science. And this is why we've stuck to the rules, and why I've always been such a huge stickler for the rules. The guy with the ruler walking around in the classroom going, no, you can't say that. And you can't act like this in our site, because we wanted to maintain a very strict scientific discovery base and not get lost in the crap.
Hey, just look at other sky groups and see the level of off-topic things that people post. I mean, you can't even, people, some of these groups can't even stick to the topic.
Well, and then
Some of
you
the
get
things
you get a
being
really
posted are
superb
just,
person.
you know,
You
just
get some
crazy,
awesome.
crazy stuff. Rules are there for a reason. We have, we need some rules. We need some kind of structure, or things will just lose its appeal. It will lose its informative, its
Right.
science base. So
Yeah, you're
yeah,
a frog and you have no lily pads to stand on, and we got to
yeah.
have lily pads to jump from one to the next, and that's why we stuck. And earlier when I first formed Montana Skywatcher, we started up before anybody else out there, way before everyone. And if you know an older site that's actually accurate, I'd love to hear about it. But we started before anybody, and the whole thing was getting current information, because everything I was getting off of YouTube was 2 weeks to 2 years old. And you'd have to catalog dates and all of this, and then you have to go back and look them up and compare. And that was such a, it's like putting little red pins in a map, and then hanging strings off of them before you could actually connect the dots. And when we started with Montana Skywatcher 1 and then 2, and then Nibiru Followers Anonymous and Cloud Cloaks and all these other people out there, um, uh, once we started doing all these regular local current comparisons, is when all of a sudden the information started making cumulative sense. And it's not like we started, and I've said this 100 times, it's not like we fell off the turnip wagon yesterday.
Yeah, and again, I dare anybody to spend time um, investigating Montana Skywatchers, but I will say this: leave your biases at the door, come in with an open mind, and actually spend the time. To learn this stuff, and I'm
And
not talking about a week. I
if you
mean,
do get into
actually
Montana
soak in the
Skywatcher,
information, soak it in, and leave your opinions aside and just learn the information. I dare you to do that,
it's
and
frankly very
not
much easier to
and
to
not
get into Nibiru
understand this,
followers.
because everybody can see this, guys. Everybody can see this. This
Yeah,
is
if
learnable, but it takes the time to learn.
and if you're serious about joining Montana Skywatchers 2, I reckon I usually don't bring a lot of people into one. Usually older members into one from 2. It's really hard to get into Montana Skywatcher 2. You know how many people I booted out today? Wow. Um, I got water rafting posts and some post about some snake eating some sort of
Water
creature,
rafting
and these
posts.
are of course people from Asia and a couple
Yeah,
from
I
Australia.
got a new troll from Montana Skywatchers. I noticed that he was booted already. He didn't last very long, but he
Yeah.
was trolling a lot of people's posts, including one of mine.
Was that
Very rude guy. I mean, he was just
well, we
talking.
get them, and and I did add members the other day, and of course I was Facebook blocked for 2 days, so I haven't added any members. But I'll usually add 10 people at a time, because at least 4 of them are going to get immediately booted, because they inappropriately post, and I have absolutely no tolerance for that. We are a sky watching site, and if you're not posting your submissions, I mean, I do make a little leeway for you grabbing a YouTube video from somebody else if it's a really good video, but then I'll reach back and I'll warn them this. I'll say, great video, thank you. I'll make my comments, but in the future, would you please post your posts? That way, the background, the direction they were taken, when they were taken, and then we're actually being, a place to submit your stuff, and we stick to topic. And if you're not on topic, you're not part of the show. And because I don't have time for that, and I'm not gonna warn them 20 times, which I used to do. And that's why our member, we used to have 89,000 members plus, and then after we went public we had even more, and then after we went back to private because public was insane, because those were all those people I couldn't regulate, and then I spent all day dumping 20-30 people a day out for bad posts.
It got really stupid when it went public.
Yeah, and then that's
I
when
was like, if this continues, they're gonna ruin Montana Skywatchers.
right, and that's why we went back to private again.
It got so bad when it went public, and it's unfortunate because it would be nice to be able to do that, to have members, have more members come join. But what I've noticed is when new members join some, is like clearly they don't read the rules, or if they did, they completely ignore them. They don't read what we do at Montana Skywatchers. It just seems like they just joined and either completely ignored the rules or completely ignored the basis of topics that we discuss, because there's just nothing. They're just going there, run. They're like wild pit bull dogs just running.
Yeah,
wild.
there's people that show up and they think, oh, I learned all this on the internet over the last 5 years about Nibiru, and I'm going to post it all on your page, and then they don't even listen to you. Yeah, I saw that thing about Audrey. I was just about to say so. Thank you, Audrey. Yeah, you're one of the new members, and please spend a little time learning how we do things prior to. If you send it your personal pictures and stuff, great, good to know. The thing with it is we have to have a level of science, and if you're posting side shit that you saw, oh look what I found, and it's kittens playing on with a ball of string. Well, I'm sorry, but then you're really obviously not aware of what we're doing here. And why did you ask? And then I get a lot of people that will invite 40 of their friends. Well, excuse me, I'm going to maybe add 3 of them. So, and because I am not going to allow a whole group of people to take over the site. And I have to be careful and protective of what we've spent the last almost 14 years doing. And I'm not going to let people infiltrate. And we get regular spies in, and you're welcome to listen, and I hope to God maybe you learn something, but if you start trouble, you're not going to be there long.
Welcome, Audrey, and I promise you, if you stick around long enough, you're in for a wild ride. Just hang in there and learn the topics that we discuss, and I promise you will not regret it. It is a hell of a ride. It is a hell of a show that you are missing, but you are at the right place.
A lot of people have gotten to the point where they say all of this information fits. Michelle Mountain last week. She goes, all of this stuff just made sense. And I would tell you that 98% of people understand that once they open up and start to see the planets, and then it just makes sense. So it's a thing you got to work your way to, and a lot of it is unlearning. Like Yoda says, you must unlearn what you have
Absolutely.
learned.
Absolutely. And
Because
I'm conscious. At 6 years later, I'm still doing that. There's still sometimes that I catch myself
I'm still learning.
going on the dinner plate model, and I gotta remember that it's much more complicated and
Yeah.
real than the dinner plate model. But it's been so hammered into our mind that sometimes you gotta catch yourself.
No wonder science hasn't changed since 1880. Everybody's thinking about that damn dinner plate model. Well, in my brain, it says this. That's not how it works. Our star travels through virgin space every day, moving. And it's not in one place sitting and we're spinning around on this dinner plate around it. It is going through the galaxy. Currently, it's headed upward into the upper. Right now we're in the strong wave magnetosphere of the middle of our galaxy, and we're about to, in the next year or two, we're going to come to the top of our galaxy, and that will be a whole new event, astrologically and through astrology, for all of us, and we'll have a new level of consciousness. I promise you. The journey we are traveling now through that journey. I have decided that I'm going to start sharing a little, like you talked about earlier. I am going to start sharing a little more of the metaphysical with people that I know and have learned. And the problem is that I'm trying not to brag. I'm trying not to announce my level of understanding at too high of a level and stand here and say, well, I'm this really cool person that knows all of this, because there's got to be a level of humility even to my gift. And I am gifted. Somebody talked about that in the thread here earlier. As a matter of fact, I drastically believe that seriously, people underestimate me. And
I think you earned your right to brag, Sam. But I get what you're trying to say. I get what you're trying to say.
yeah, I don't say anything, but then once in a while I have to say something. And I think that people aren't listening, and it bothers me. I mean, who else brought you this information? The object cluster group, the asteroids, wormwood, whatever the hell you want to call it, the dragon, whatever you want to, whatever you studied and found that they are, and they're here, and they're dangerous as hell. And I can't understate that. And then on top of it, we've got the ET factions and everything that's also going on right above our heads.
This is the original. All right, the one that you were
Okay.
just playing, Sam. Rebecca, I
Is
ran
enhanced.
it through a filter just to see a little bit more detail.
I see now. Okay, sure.
This one, Sam, is a few years old, but it's always perplexed me. And honestly, I had a camera with 30 times zoom, really fancy camera. It's the only reason why I was able to get so up close to this. I recorded it.
Rebecca, yeah, can you pause it at a point where we can see it at a
yes.
as wide a shot as possible? Let's look at this wide.
But I see straight lines
there,
here.
right? Just go back 2 frames right there. Just hold it. There you go.
There.
Okay.
Yes.
Now let's examine the lower left corner. There's an object that's long and straight and coming through whatever the middle object is.
Yes, that's exactly what really gets me, and it seems like too symmetrical to just be an asteroid.
That looks like some sort of a lengthy barge ship. It looks triangle by the end plate on the far left. It could be passing. Now, we have cited numerous other star destroyers and support craft right next to the long box cube, which is what this is. You have in the square, you have the long box cube and several other craft. Now, the lower illumination in the middle right is the faceplate of the Saturn's yellow moon.
Ah.
Okay.
Wow.
Do you see it now?
Okay, you're talking about the bottom. I would say about
The
5 o'clock is what
middle bottom cloud, the rounded one with the white dot in the center, middle just right.
Yeah, about 5 o'clock, almost 6 o'clock is what you're saying.
Right. Okay. Yeah, 5 o'clock. Yeah, that is the illuminated faceplate of Saturn's yellow moon. And if
Really?
you look to the right and you look to the upper left, then you've got Saturn behind that end. But notice the light angle is, of course, coming from the lower left, which shows illumination and placement. And if you go to the middle of the square, to the right of the bottom right hand side of the little square area below that jutting out thing, is where the side orb is, and there's a little circular ion trail going around the side orb.
Wow.
Jeez, this must be wow.
Now I can even blow it up even more because I'm looking at it. Remember, on a 43-inch screen. Now I've got it really big. Let's see what else is there. There's a ship to the upper middle of it, behind it, and that is probably a Star Destroyer. But yeah, there's that's the long box cube and a couple of ships, one flying in front of it and one behind it, one below it. And it's Saturn's yellow moon faceplate on the far right middle.
Wow.
To me, there's like a round object to the, the left-hand side of the screen. I wish you could see my cursor, but
I see where I see what you're
there's
saying.
like
You're talking about 9 o'clock.
round.
Right around 9 o'clock is what you're talking.
Yeah, exactly. Like it takes up the whole third of the left-hand corner, lower corner, I
Well,
guess.
that would, of course, be lead asteroid.
Yeah.
Because we know that lead asteroid crosses over from the left to the right, and is sometimes sighted in front of and just next to Saturn's yellow moon on the crossing. So we know that's within the area generally. And then, of course, there's smaller stuff there. There's there's smaller support craft, and we've seen, and now one drawing, unfortunately, I didn't add the side orb with the Empire orb. We have seen the Empire orb parked next to the long box before. We've seen other objects. There's a dark thing on the upper middle back area of it. So that could be a punch hole for whatever just went through, or more ships going through over the top of and in front of our view of the long box cube. And we've had many sightings where we've seen numerous Star Destroyers and odd-shaped, lengthy support craft ships parked right next to the long box cube over and over again. We've seen it 100 times, easy.
But I wanna point out too is how, and this is something that will really help new members understand the lighting issues. You have to really see how half of this really is much more in darkness than the left. The left part of it. Obviously, the sun is to the left of this.
Yeah, lower left, shining underneath the planet.
And it's a lot of you get a lot more light on the left, but as you go to the right, as you can see more of it, it falls more into darkness. And that's the reason why why sometimes you could have a planet right in front of you and you won't see it, because space is pitch black, guys. We see movies and they depict space and it looks black. Black and dark is not really the same thing,
Experimental elemental.
Go out in the middle of nowhere where there's no pollution. Get as far away as you can from the city or the town, wherever you live in, and see how dark it really is.
Please highlight the last comment.
Okay.
It's even darker out in space. Just
the Skull asteroid is on the other side of the sun, over to the left. The Skull asteroid is not on the right-hand side. The Longbox cube is on the right-hand side of the sun, in front of Saturn's yellow moon, Saturn and Nibiru. The Texas cube is on the left-hand side, but no, the Skull asteroid is way far to the left, between Uri and Atu. Just had to answer that. I'm sorry.
Speaking of the Skull asteroid, Anna, I think it was Anna, asked a few minutes ago if this was the skull right here.
I also, Rebecca, on PM, I looked at that and I was kind of going, and I wondered about it, and I didn't want to jump to it, pareidolia. It actually, let's see what we're looking at here. What's the base cloud? The skull wouldn't necessarily be there. It would be farther to the left. Now, it's very possible that this is, but it's less likely than not. or it's
It
less
looks
likely
more like
than
it's
is.
around Isatum, isn't that? Would that be
No, the
Isatum?
lighting here is coming from its sunset, of course, and this is upper illumination, and we're probably seeing the base of one of the planets. From how white it is, it could very easily be Yatu's moon. I
Okay.
believe this is an illumination of the incoming red asteroid and all of that, and perhaps maybe some Texas cube. That white illumination
Okay.
could actually be the Texas cube. That would give it the square, and we're seeing some other facial pareidolia from it. Um,
Right.
I also
Hmm.
sent you a couple
I
of
do
pictures
see that.
on PM, Rebecca. The
Okay.
first, I think, like the first 3 or 4 pictures on our comments in between when you were telling me the show times and all of that. So go all the way to
Yeah.
the top of what I posted, and there should be 3 or 4 today's pictures from
I
Justin and
had
other
this
people.
one. Here's a
Um,
couple, but there were more. I didn't get all of
I think
them.
I
But
posted a Zane picture as well.
I got that. Yep. Let's see the
Zane had a
Zane
really
one.
cool picture. He posted,
Yeah,
I
look at
think
this one.
today. Jesus, and the edit is a perfect example of everything that our eyes miss.
And the
You
other
know,
one was the side of Uri on the other side, because Zane has learned to take both sides of the sun, which I've asked for years, and he learned it. Thank you.
Let me look.
He sends 2 pictures. He'll send the right side of the sun, and then he'll send a picture of the left hand of the
Yeah.
sun, including the sun, so we can see what's what, and the lighting, and that we have an automatic ability to tell where the sun is. And of course, we've over the years we've learned how to do this even without knowing where the sun is, because you learn the light angles on the bases of the clouds. And so that's, of course, we are very good at this, and we've done this for over a decade, and we know what we're doing. So, and when it's not real, we know it. And when it is real and it's nothing, we know it. And when it is real and it's something, we definitely know it. And if you look behind this white illumination or the cloud thing, which is, by the way, the long box cube again, and then behind it you see a Saturn's yellow moon in that downward angle that we talk about week after week, month after month, year after year, that matches time and time again, which tells you it is not just clouds.
Right. Right. It wouldn't replicate like it does
Over and over
all the
again.
time.
Yeah, and then get bigger and bigger and bigger, and we can watch it over again. And the ion tail. And there's times I think that, the long box cube is intentionally parked right there just to include itself with the ion tail of a Saturn's yellow moon. The facial, quandary of anomaly that's going on, and they're just including themselves in that. Whereas the Texas cube is actually hiding behind a couple of the major asteroids, so it's moreover even more hidden.
I almost have those pictures ready to share, so we're getting
Yeah,
there.
no worries. I'm not in any hurry.
Yeah.
I've learned we do long shows.
That's what I was telling Alan. I was like, well, I'll be back around 1 o'clock in the morning or something. I don't know what,
Yeah.
but you know
Send
how
up
we
flares.
get.
Yeah.
I said, if you miss me, I said, you can go to YouTube and watch me. He's in the next room, like if you can, we can hang
Well,
out
it's pretty scary when you're
online.
texting each other from one room to the next.
He said, no, he said, that's boring. That's what he's told me. So it's like, okay, well, show business.
Yeah.
I bring
Welcome to podcast.
water and I bring water and even a snack when we get on these things.
Yeah, I've got a piece of pizza sitting here going cold, and a cup of coffee that's definitely cold by now, and I'm already on my second pop, and I got a glass of ice water in the refrigerator waiting on deck.
That sounds like
you're welcome, experimental. I hope.
Also, while I'm working on this, one of the people there asked about Tiamat. It was Gray Guy, I think, or Gray
here we
something.
go again.
Everybody's curious about Tiamat.
Well, Tiamat is an old story from the old science world, where at one point in time it was believed that Earth was a large water-type planet, just like Nibiru and Saru. Very large, massive water-type planet, and something in unknown history, theoretical history, broke it up, and that is what formed the asteroid belt, the Kuiper belt beyond Mars. that from the breakup of that planet. And some people also attribute that same occasion as to what burned off the upper atmosphere of Mars. But that's Tiamat, and they believe that that body was called Tiamat, and that's it's lore. It's not provable. No one has a fact to go back in history long enough to even acquire that information. So it's highly supposition. It's highly theoretical, and of course, Tiamat, it's in lore, was a dragon that was multi-headed. If you want to go into lore and stuff like that, and that's where that's the best answer I give you. There's no way to
So it's
prove.
more like a story without
It's
much
a
proof.
theoretical story, correct?
Yeah, just something that's been handed down over time.
Whereas Nibiru is far less theoretical, because there is so much more fact. I mean, we have clay tablets that mention it. We have numerous religions that mention it. We have there. It's in the Colburn Bible. It's on the green tablet of Thoth and all of that. That's we have references to Nibiru, whereas Tiamat is just a lore.
Okay.
And I think it might even come from the Norse legends. I'm not sure of the origin of Tiamat in the lore. I'd actually, that might be worth looking up. You Google it, see what's the origin of the term planet Tiamat. Yeah, yeah, and Audrey, I can tell you, if you read about it, just forget about it, because it's we're dealing in a level of current science rather than past supposition from unfortunately other scientists. Now, I'm not trying to discount them, but I have learned that even when I was standing in front of top scientists in a secret lab in Washington, D.C. area, that they aren't necessarily the sharpest tacks in the box, shall we say, or the sharpest pencil in the box, because they argued with me and immediately insulted me and made it absolutely impossible for me to want to work with these idiots in the first place. And they too suffered from a huge level of I ripped out their science underneath their feet, and they got absolutely angry with me. We're talking split a blood vein in your forehead, angry at me, screaming in my face, and that's why I've never forgotten it.
But this is the biggest problem, I think, with world science, Sam, is that we have a bunch of really stubborn scientists that will not go outside of what they've been trying to figure out. Like,
yeah, my piece of paper on the wall,
running off of old science is because
1880.
is because people are so stubborn. I think that's the biggest problem. Is science is stubborn.
Well, there's been like 5 majorly intelligent scientists that have disproven Einstein, and you don't hear about them. I mean, Einstein is so passe old wrong, and he was like the Neil deGrasse Tyson guy, and anybody that follows him has watched him turn into a negative naysaying Nelly, and the crap that comes out of his mouth.
I can't stand him. I can't
yeah,
stand him.
the man rubs me the wrong way all across the board.
I just can't. I just can't stand the guy.
And he gets a paycheck, so he gets to be arrogant as hell, and people call me arrogant.
Well,
Okay.
it's frustrating because he's like smirking when he's lying.
Yeah. It's like, okay, I'm smearing on the peanut butter on these crackers for these people to eat, and I've got you all busy with my right hand while I'm doing something with my left. And that's where the smirk comes from, because he knows he's not telling the truth, or maybe he's not even that smart. And I apologize. I'm not trying to say I'm smarter than he is, but by the way, I am most likely, because I have a very high government-rated IQ, and I'm not going to try and brag about that, but because I blew it off right away. I just thought everybody knew this shit. I thought everybody did. Anyway, and yet at the same time, I'm going to stand up in my big boy boots with my big boy pants. I no longer wear lederhosen, thank you. And I believe truly what my science is accurate and correct, and we've taken 14 years and all of these people around. And this other person that was down to me said, my army, my Skywatcher army is very protective, and they're good people, they're wonderful people, and we are accurate. We've worked for this. We're not going to let go of this for 1 second, because it's proven. I mean, here you're looking at a picture of it. It's time after. How many times have we seen this pattern in the sky above us in the last decade?
Yeah.
And I can look at it. I automatically know what it is. It's Attu and Attu's moon, with the asteroid cluster group coming in at a 43 degree angle from the left-hand side. Over and over again, we see lead asteroid, we see red asteroid, we see spiral asteroid.
And if you sat there and watched this, and maybe even time lapsed it, you will see that it moves as one. It's not,
and
it's
rotate.
not, it's not even in our atmosphere. All these clouds that you're seeing, this white stuff, all that's way out there, guys. It's not anywhere near our atmosphere. It's one of the reasons why I think people are getting confused. Our clouds would be probably right at the horizon, maybe a little bit
Correct.
high. Everything
Right.
above that is way out in the distance. And again, if you were to see this in time lapse, you would realize that it all would move as one.
It's amazing how far we can see and how far we can't see.
Yeah.
And
It always
I've
looks
struggled with
way
that.
closer.
I've struggled with it the whole time. It's like they look so damn close, even on the discharges when they're close above, and we see these massive storms and all the crazy inset, and it's matching the same pattern over and over again, and we know what they are, watching it, and then the storm on at the same time. And I keep thinking, oh my God, how far through space are those lightning bolts reaching?
Yeah.
And it really argues with my brain, and that's my cognizant dissonance going off, because I too suffer from everything we were taught in school, and I got to constantly shove it out of the way.
Yeah. Well, not everybody can do that, Sam. A lot of people have a really hard time doing that.
My eyes don't lie. 10 years, 13 years.
Sam, but I gotta say, man, like I've taken, and again, I don't want to, like you say, I don't want to brag, but I've taken some pictures that I feel are undeniable.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I've shown them, and I've shown them to people, where you could literally see the stripes of it,
Yep.
And I've shown them to people, and they just refuse to accept it, and they will just tell me it's just clouds, and I'm like, do you understand? There's stripes.
Yeah. Speaking of stripes, this is Yuri.
Circle. Like, how do you think it's clouds? And I don't think it's. I get to
because you've grown. You've grown to learn the patterns that they just go, okay, it's clouds, because they don't, and they that 0.35 seconds that they actually looked at what you were talking about, and because they.
I just want to mention one thing on Zane's picture. I love his commitment, because clearly he got onto a roof to take that picture.
Let me go back.
Just to get up above the tree line. If you look at that picture, he got up above the tree line. I don't know if he was working up there or whatever, but this picture was clearly taken on a roof where he got above that tree line, or just above.
Yeah, he's pretty high up compared to the buildings.
View. That's a great picture, Zane. Just put it.
Oh,
out.
and I look at
love the edit. I love how you brought out.
The colorization depth is fantastic, because it shows you all of the textures that that are there, and the asteroids, and we see it over and over and over again, year after year. And there it is again, people.
Well, once you understand the skies, something like this, even though your eyes can't necessarily see it this well, you will know to take a picture. You will know what it is, because you have learned to see the sky.
Yeah,
Zane, as far as I've known him, he's always had a very good eye for this stuff.
And you can see the stripes. This came from Petty. Thank you, Petty, in Hungary. And you can see the stripes of Yuri.
I wish there wasn't an English barrier with Petty, because
I was meaning to mention that. That's probably why he's been a guest or wanted to be a guest.
Yeah, as I invited him, and he told me that his English is very limited, so.
Right, sometimes I thought about that.
I often forget about that. That a lot of the people that we talk to are on other sides of the world, with completely different lives and even completely different languages. You know, it's the power of technology has brought us and connected us all, but as
Yeah, I
far
think
as
we're
doing
going to
these
have
kind of
to.
things, a little bit more difficult.
I think we're going to have to post a copy of the monthly site drawing at the beginnings of our show, because it's like Sabrina. Um, there are people that are not members of Skywatchers or Nibiru Followers Anonymous who may not have the opportunity to see the monthly site drawing, but then we run in a risk of getting flagged from Facebook and other sites because we're posting my drawings. And so I'm torn, but I figured I ought to mention it that Sabrina, have your youngest look at the monthly site drawings and then start cross-referencing, and maybe they can teach you what they see, because they're free of some of those sunken in misnomers that we all have to fight.
Now is the time for her to learn. Now is the best time for her to learn while they're still young and they haven't been pounded in their mind all that garbage that they teach us.
Yeah, and Hollywood has a huge role to play with that too. Every time, from the
Absolutely.
origin of Star Wars, the TIE fighter, X-wing fighters coming in, he's going to land on the planet, and here we see all of that big, beautiful, round planet with all the land masses and like 5 or 6 clouds, surrounding the whole planet. And that's not how it is. All of these planets have an atmosphere around them each, and people don't think about that. They think, oh, it should be this big, huge red planet or big, huge striped planet that stands there and we can see it as a planet. Well, that's not how it works. They all have their own cloud patterns that we've watched from the early years, 2012, 2013, 2014, 15, where they were getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And we had a chance to study their base clouds. Their base clouds is when they come in, they have their own atmosphere, but when they come in close to us, they develop an even more pronounced base cloud atmosphere and how it reacts to our exterior, which we get to watch. And of course, there's always, there's an example of that.
Jeez.
That tidal flow underneath. This is probably the underneath of Nepacity.
Jesus.
And you see there's liquid wake in the core where that atmosphere above and our atmosphere are arguing with each other. That's the underneath of Nepacity. I strongly believe. And if you look up to the higher part, it's slightly green.
Yeah. And that green is very consistent. It's a very,
and notice how it's a rounded core. And when it pans from side to side, on the far side, it's rounded on the right, rounded on the left.
Speaking of rounded, I'm curious what's happening with this picture.
Yeah, I think that's the also open base core of the bottom of planet Nepacity, with an asteroid in the center coming in from the left.
So that illuminated round area is
that's the open base core.
Open base core.
It always illuminates electrically. We see it, and sometimes we see it in the space at night where it's illuminated rainbow. Now remember, the axis changes as it goes from right to left. The axis out view, not the fact that the planet actually tips, but our out view of the base axis changes. Now this is dead center over the top of the sun, and then we know that Nepacity is higher up and rising and getting smaller currently. And this is a perfect example of what has been transpiring. And it tells us, yes, this is either. And at first I thought, okay, is this Attu's moon and doing a base cloud open core? But we've never seen Attu's moon do that. So I automatically went, no. It's got to be Nepacity open core. Has to be.
I'm wondering if Attu's moon, though, is like in front, higher up.
It would be above us over the top to the left. Because if you look in the upper left-hand corner, you're looking at lead asteroid coming in, that bluish thing with one stripe. That's lead asteroid.
To the right, there's a cube, looks like.
Oh, probably. Well, we know
that box cube.
We know that currently Nepacity is behind Attu in view, but when Attu goes over and behind us, then we see Nepacity, although she is smaller in the last 2 months. So this is a perfect example of open base core of Nepacity. The bottom of that planet has a cloud pattern because of its polar magnetosphere, and that ring is from the magnetosphere of the planet electrically. It's the south pole of the planet. Or if we actually look at it in physics terms, that could be the north pole of the planet and their south pole be on the top, which is why we don't steal planets or trade planets from their system. And we repel each other because I believe that we have opposite polarity on our planet versus their planetary system, which is why we don't steal planets from each other.
Ah, okay. So they stay to themselves.
Same reason that the asteroids don't hit us. They electrically discharge because their polarity attachment is set on A versus ours B, or back, or vice versa, or whatever, however you wish to view it. Here's a really reddish. I would bet money that this is Attu and Attu's moon. Attu's moon being over on the right-hand side in the upper right corner, and the rest is Attu.
That is really amazing.
And of course, it's past sunrise or sunset.
Oops, sorry.
Now,
What's going on?
That one, of course, is drop core snorkel.
Snorkel.
Even though it's purple. That's most likely an opacity, but it's illuminated purple, probably because of proximity of Attu being overhead.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Well, we've seen the base
These
class.
colors are just
This to me is a focal where the sun is behind us, so that we're looking probably after sunset to the east, and so this is a light focaling. You know, we always talk about the central flare that shines off the back of planets, and we've seen this, and we've also seen lightning occurrences around it, and everybody was wondering, and I think that focaling does actually increase the electrical occurrence within the clouds that rainbow edge is facing, which is why we would get an electrical occurrence, because everybody was always saying, or maybe it is a planet right behind us, and I could never reach across the street on that one fully because it doesn't fit where it would look on the horizon versus a planet. But then who am I to, I don't know everything, but I believe this is a lighting focal.
There's a question from a member from TikTok, Michelle, and she is asking about the pole shift. Is it true or not? Is there going to be a pole shift?
We've already tipped. We could tip more when they leave. I don't know. And we could stay tipped, or we could just plop back to normal. We don't know yet. I don't believe in a full pole shift. We know through geological stone records, formation of lava, and how when it cools, it sets up a polarity, which actually will speak about its locations versus the direction of the sun and the magnetic properties of planet Earth. So no, and we know that it's only happened 14 to 15 times in 6.5 billion years with a B. So I don't see that as happening in this cycle. We are tipped now. That's why all of our temperatures are weird and off, and part of why our weather is weird and off, and why we've got this weird El Nino southern jet stream coming across the lower area of Mexico over the Mexican Rockies, which never ever used to happen all the way up until 2010. We know that the Gulf Stream changed, the flow, the temperature of the Gulf has changed. I believe that we have rolled semi-forward and are getting more sunlight close to the tropical areas, like a tip down. We know that Australia's weather has drastically changed because the jet stream has increased from a normal single cycle circular jet on the southern pole to now being 3 major jet streams, which is enveloping Australia and the southern tip of South Africa and probably South America as well. So we know that we're tipped now, and I don't foresee us full pole shifting, but we may even up and roll once they let go of us and walk away. We don't know.
How do we know there's only been like 14 pole shifts?
That's recorded in geological history. There's a lot of study in geology, massive amounts of study in geology. And when a rock forms, it has a polarity to it where there's a north pole and a south pole. There's a magnetic field to every rock, although some rock with more higher iron content or metallic content. If it's a magnetic rock, well, then all of the fibers, the carbon molecules all align in a certain way upon formation. And so they know that if they find it here on this continent and the rock comes from here, and then they test the magnetic polarity. It shows when the rock was formed in comparison to other previous examples recorded through geology surveys. So they've worked that out, and there's been a lot of people that have spent many, 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 many years coming up with this very accurate science. Although there's margin for error, but
not many. I like not dozens of times or hundreds.
They can tell you that this rock was formed 8.5 million years ago here. And just by pretty much they've also recorded what rock is where all over the planet, and if it's limestone here, or if it's metamorphic, or if this is volcanic glass, or or this is all these other rocks with mineral sulfides and all the development. They fully understand fracturings in tectonic plates, even in mountain ranges, and all. I mean, the science is phenomenal. I mean, I could eat geology for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, no problem.
That's your thing.
Oh,
I did. I haven't watched Dune. I didn't watch it, but I have been researching it.
Get to work.
I know. I've been listening to people talk about it and explain what it's about, so I'll have a better understanding. What.
Well, after you watch it, I'll give you more hints.
I wasn't able to find the old one, the 80s one, but I watched about half of the new one. I think there's 3 different parts.
Yeah, there's like 3 different ones, but the old one, theatrically, story-wise, accuracy, close enough to the book series, it is, and it also
carries significantly different then.
It carries a genre of magic and wonderment that the New Age ones don't. They're going more for the sci-fi effect and the other races from other planets, and they're not embarking on the ability of the Kwisatz Haderach, and they're not focusing on the magic of Paul and what he acquires through his bloodline. And it's just and the story. If you go back to the book series, you'll learn that there's this huge manipulated bloodline through all of the races in that region, and how one house marries into another house to quell any war between the 2 planets, blah blah blah. And that, of course, is covered in the book series far more than the movies, but than any of the movies even come close to. And they're in the book series. There's much more magical lore, and I mean, it's almost so bombarding of information that it can be kind of confusing, and that's why I don't necessarily recommend the book series unless you really want to have a really good long read for months and months. Go into the book series of Dune, and I don't even know who wrote it originally. I should. I had them. I don't have them anymore. I traded in most of my paperbacks because I had way too many, and so I got a lot of credit at the bookstore. I tell you.
I'm guessing it's pretty accurate to real. I mean, like what the movie is.
There's a level of story. I can't say accuracy, but the premise behind it is really freaking cool. And I've identified with it in a sort of a manner because I can do things that I didn't know I could do. And I've had friends around to watch it. And then that's part of why my friends have asked me not to do Magic in the Forest anymore. And some things occurred that have led me to believe. And this is, of course, where one of my recent naysayer came from, and going, how do you think you can do all this, and then they totally spin it into gibberish. And of course, like Jesus just said there, hi Lana, Jesus did say that I do have a small room to be able to brag a little bit.
You do, only because of all the drawings and how they match.
Frank Herbert wrote it.
That's a big deal.
Thank you, Lana. She said Frank Herbert wrote Dune. Thank you very much.
That helps. Yeah, I did see it was a series of 6 books. So, and the person that reviewed the books said the first and the last one were the best. So,
yeah.
If you're a reader, right.
Yeah, and then of course I also recommend the Dragonlance Chronicles as well. But that's just one of my favorite series.
Carol Ann is asking, was that an assignment? So
Well, it's
yeah,
suggested reading or viewing.
yeah,
I say, find the movie series, start there, and then if you really want to know even more, then go into the book series. If you're an avid reader and you want, some series to sit down with on a cold January night, then I recommend it. Um, Lana says she read all the books. Book K with a K, a typo. I'm teasing you.
yeah.
Um, Books. I'm sure she meant books. Yes,
Right,
there. And
right.
here's another picture of an asteroid, probably the lead, the red, and the spiral, all going down vertically, literally, but then coming in from the right at that angle, which and then behind it is, of course, Atu's moon, and then over on the bottom right hand would be where Nepenthe is, and you see a circular base core.
It's always got that weird illumination too.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
super
And it's
white
a little,
illumination.
looks like this little rounded eye thing, sort of. Depending on the
Yeah.
angle that you're looking at the bottom from, when it's over the top of us, it's massive, even though it's a very small planet compared to Atu or Uri, for instance.
And this one was similar. I don't know if it's the same thing, but reminded me of
Well,
it.
But
that
I
kind of
wanted to discuss that too. I was just about to send you a video also, Rebecca.
Okay.
How they're asteroids, and you pointed this out before, Sam. How the asteroids rotate underneath them.
right.
And that is just I find that to be one of the craziest things because I've taken video. This one I'm just sending it now. It's a short video, so it shouldn't take too long. I sent you a
Okay.
picture of the long box cube and then a video of where you could, if you really look at the video, you could really see the asteroids underneath it, and you could see how they're in rotation around it. And I just find that to be, that's another one. When I saw that, I was like, holy crap, like this man is just not wrong. Like, you could just see it over and over how these things that Sam draws, that Sam talks about, it's just so absolutely provable, and it's just blows my mind every time.
And all I'm doing is sharing what I see.
Yeah, yeah, and also, guys, they are magnetically attached to their planet. So they could be really close and not necessarily fall onto us. I'm not saying that's impossible, but
And they discharge off of us when they get too
discharge
close.
off of us, yes. But that picture, you could see the three lines, the one that we were just seeing, and you could tell just how close they are, but they still remain stuck to their planet's atmosphere because of
Which
that.
is why we see them every day, because they're
Because
not orbiting in Earth orbit. They're orbiting
yes,
in their own orbit.
yes, but because of the science that we've been taught, if somebody, I think there's that level of disbelief that if something was that close, it would hit us, and
I fight that all the time.
and that's I think that I think is one of the reasons why people refuse this information, because that thought is pretty scary thought, unless you understand that, there is this magnetic hold, and because we've been seeing that, we've been seeing them pass really close to us, yet remain attached to their mother planet, so it's a whole different thing.
And it's a repeated pattern over and over and over again, and we see it nonstop over and over again.
Let's pause it right here.
Yeah.
Rebecca,
Okay.
you look at the bottom. You can see how there's literally, you can see the swirl, how they're swirling under, and you can see the very big one in the middle, on the bottom middle of it, and then you could just see
Look where the sun is.
How
The sun
they're
is in the bottom
they're
left.
basically uniformly just in rotation in that bottom of this.
And that is the faceplate shield of his Saturn's yellow moon.
Is that okay? That's the craziest thing.
And if you look at that blue blob right in front of us, that's the Saturn's yellow moon.
Yeah.
That's how big that thing is. And it's
Yeah.
coming towards us, and the sunshine is off to the left lower. So we know this is on the right-hand side, and that the only big thing that we know of for, the last year is Saturn's yellow moon, and there it is, very large. And if you look over to the right-hand side, the illumination behind it, there's a central focal flare coming off the back side of it. And then you can see the illuminated planet is Saturn behind it as well, which is why it's a big, large, circular, dark thing. And then the object behind it is less dark.
And you can see the plane right there flying, guys. You can see because I live about 10 miles away from the Salt Lake City airport, so we get a lot of air traffic directly in my area. And if you really, really look at this, I would say about 5 o'clock, you could see, there it goes, there it goes.
Notice the faceplate, the core, the
and you can see, guys, how much higher this is above our atmosphere, because that's a 747 passenger plane.
In the drawings, I made those 3 flat lines in the faceplate cloud because we always see them. And if you look, the faceplate does have these sort of flame-like clouds as well. They're patchier. They're completely different than any of the cloud system around any of it. And that's that push flat plate. We call it like a shield. And then it's not there until it starts coming close to Earth. And there's that push cloud, and it has the straight lines, and it has a round shape to it, and a little weird jog in the middle sometimes.
Yeah. But look at the plane, guys. Okay, that is about 30. That is about as high.
Hi, Cindy Greenhill.
They're positive right in the right place. But that is about almost the top, about 30,000 feet up, guys. That plane is flying pretty much as high as these airplanes fly. So everything above that is way up higher. Even though this is very close pass, there's still a lot of distance away from it and us, So, however, this is a very, very close pass.
And that's been going on.
There was a sky filler just before this that I could not fit into one frame, which my guess would be Nibiru, because we always know the Nibiru and Saturn are behind its yellow moon.
Right, and then they're now moving. I think they're probably moving over the top of us as sunset and nighttime now, and so we're literally underneath Nibiru at night now. And we've been watching this for 8 months, almost a year, where Saturn's yellow moon got bigger and bigger, and like 2020 and 2021. It wasn't that big, and then we can go back to the Dr. Phil captures, and that was like late 2019, early 2019. Just stay there, and we saw it was much, much smaller. And of course, all these comparatives have come over the last couple of years to lead us to what we're seeing, and what all of us on Rebecca's site, or what Jesus sees, or what Andy sees in the UK, and what Mark sees, and all these other people, and Matthew Wee, and hi Matthew, I hope you're listening. What we've all seen to transpire and develop, so we understand what we're looking at automatically when the first thing is, you go, what side of the sun is it on? And this is, of course, why we use the monthly sight drawing, so that we get a base reference and we know where. That really doesn't drastically change very quickly at all. And we've, of course, documented that over a decade.
This was the weirdest. I mean, okay, so I thought this was the sunrise, but just watching it play again, it looks like the sunset was just happening, which means this is in the east at sunrise. Well,
sunset's in the west.
Confused. Yeah, right. And just a minute ago, it looked like
that's
the sun
why
was
it's important
setting.
to know. This is why we want sightings from people, so we know if this is sunrise or sunset or whatever. And that makes our job so much easier if we have a baseline. You're seeing a refraction, and then at a couple of more frames away, we'll see this big object appear to the right-hand side, and that is probably most likely the side of Nibiru.
Okay.
That is a enormous planet being reflected on, is what I see.
Yeah. What we're looking at right here is most likely Atu's moon, with Uri on the far left, because we're seeing this envelopment, because the sun is just completely awash in this complete flat flare all along the horizon. So everything above is probably planet, and of course it matches the sight drawing.
So this looks more like the sunset.
Yeah,
here.
See that hole right there? That's that flare illumination is showing we're probably staring right at Nibiru.
Wow.
And
Yeah,
of
this was like
course
a day or two
it
ago.
depends on where this picture. If this is at sea
This is
level,
Texas. This is
okay. If it's at
Texas.
sea
Mhm.
level, it makes it really much harder to see the planets. And if you took the same shot in Montana, I guarantee you'd see farther more side planet definition. And Jesus has experienced that as well from his
Hmm.
time spent from one altitude and then moving to another.
Absolutely.
Rotation. Anyway, I will be right back. 2 seconds.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, this
Okay,
one is
I've
also
been I have
Texas.
been looking for weeks. Okay, that's so cool. Oh wow, that is so
Yeah,
cool.
look at that.
Jesus, that is so cool. Oh
I
jeez.
I never get tired of watching. I don't know how many time lapse
Time
channels.
lapses are just hands down my favorite. Although I do
Me
agree
too.
with Sam, sometimes it's easier in a single frame to kind of
Yeah,
look at smaller stuff because it's all happening so fast sometimes. But to really understand what's happening, to understand the lighting, to understand the rotation, to understand everything that's happening, I
this is
think
a planet
I
moving
think time
by.
lapses are just an essential tool to really get it. God, that
Yeah,
is so cool.
I mean, this looks like a planet just going by.
Absolutely.
That's what
That
I
is
see.
sky filler. Sky filler happening right there. Jesus Christ.
Hmm.
And you can always tell, like, look at the skyline. You could always there's always that line, that little line. It's always even as huge as this one is, it still has a little bit of because the closer it is, the less curvy, but there's always going to be that curve. The less curved, the closer it is because there's been times where I see that line where, geez, that is a cool.
And
That is
look,
cool.
there's no horizontal
Yes,
clouds.
yes, everything is up
Everything you're
above
seeing here is
our.
planet, rotating planet, and
Yes,
the atmosphere
that's
around it, not
exactly where I was
ours.
going. That's exactly where I was going with that. Is that whole entire line there is is above our atmosphere, way above our
And you
atmosphere.
can see the little tiny miniature scooping clouds at the bottom where it's rotating and sort of scooping into our atmosphere. Now, this is transitionary change. All of a sudden, that planet has moved on, and this is probably the one next to it, and probably the underneath of Nepacity. And it rotates past. See the ring?
Yes.
There's that
There that is
reflection.
again.
There's that
Yeah.
That's a
reflection.
flaring.
That is exactly what I'm talking about. That's what happens when we see that, and we always usually see that in these webcams. Because they usually use a wide angle, right? So you could always see a lot more of the sky, but you could always see how as the sun goes down, it starts shining up under the planet, and we get that extreme shine, and it kind of you have the kind of almost like the flashes kind of going on there because it's rotating.
Yeah, transition in light.
Yes, exactly.
And I think a great deal of seeing the planets all the way down to the base level has to do with a humanistic understanding of art and light. If you're a painter or an artist and you have that left brain attitude of doing art and understanding the angles of light, where it comes from, where it goes to. There's a lot of people that, like that 0.35 seconds that it looks like clouds to me, and then they make a summation in their mind and then they quit
Exactly.
thinking.
Exactly.
If you understand that you've got to look in, you got to kind of you got to diagnose it. You've got to break it down, because if you don't understand the light and you're just looking at the picture, well, you're not trying. Because if you're missing
Mhm.
this, you're missing the greatest show that ever was. And we've all been screaming at the top of our lungs for a decade to
Yes.
anyone that would actually spend the time to learn this shit.
Hmm.
And we're not barking up a tree. We're not talking out our noses. And this is all proven, gathered documentation. And I've been very strict about it. And we
Yes.
can, we can uh, say it 1,000 times that I'm not the guy that's going to jump across to a conspiracy theory and believe in this and believe in that. We collect our information, we store our information. It doesn't become topic until we've had at least 5 or 6 major examples of it, so that we can actually attribute. And if we can't attribute, we don't go, oh, hypothetically I think it's this. And only, of course, on the podcast, when we're doing this live, and rather than in our own, in my computer room here with my 43-inch screen, where I spend, if I see something that is really like arguing with my eye, and it's a reputable member that I know pretty well, or even most, if they're one of my members, then I'll spend time to answer them. And there's other people on other sites where I don't do that, and once in a while I'll answer.
This picture right there.
Yeah, those. We know
there's
those.
Perry's picture. We were just seeing a picture of this.
Yeah, we've been
of this right here. I'm not sure if it was
this.
Petty's. I'm pretty sure it was Petty's.
Yeah, and this is the onset. This is Uri onset of the asteroids underneath Uri.
Look at, yes, there we go. Same.
There it is again.
That's exactly what's happening. But you're seeing this in a time lapse, guy. That's why it's important, people, to actually pay attention for more than just a few minutes, because.
And we also learned about Uri way back in 2013. We got that one, or actually we got a series of original pictures back before. That was right about, believe it or not, that was right about the time where everybody went nuts and independent and off on their own little websites, and then half of them started trolling us or stealing our information and then going off half-cocked and going, it's this, and Hofman's full of shit and all of that. And speaking
of that, Carol, to your question, I believe what you're talking about is Jamie Klingler. He used to do some really cool time lapses, but they had Sam and him had a falling out, so he has since disappeared and just kind of. Hopefully he's okay. I don't.
Who again?
Who? Him, but
who? James.
James Cleveland.
James. Yeah, James got mad at us after almost 3 years worth of work and regular communication.
Very good work too. She was asking about who was it that used to do those time lapses every day, and I was saying.
Oh yeah, well we were doing the Understanding the Sky series, and I would put my video together because at that time I still had Showmore working. And I would put my videos together, and then I would send them to him, and then he would go in and add extra on top of the show. He was my editor, so to speak, and he added other stuff and comparatives and other things, and then would do some overlay drawing.
I feel he was a very intelligent guy.
He was very well.
I hate that he is so stubborn, and he was set in his ways, because. He was a very smart guy, and he really understood this kind of stuff.
He got mad at me over 2 screen captures.
Yeah, it all happened over 2 pictures that I'm like, really? Is it really worth all this?
Yeah, and it was the captures,
because I did learn a lot from him. I learned a lot from him.
It was the captures of those early captures.
I have to give him credit for that, because he taught me a lot of what I know now.
Yeah, he got mad over the big 3 asteroid group.
Yeah,
and what they were, it was somebody took a picture.
He showed me the picture, and then he made a video about your guys' conversation after that, and I can't understand how it got to where it went.
Yeah, he immediately got angry.
It was a nothing argument. It really was a nothing argument that could have been hashed out as an okay.
Oh, and I tried
to disagree or whatever, and they could have just moved on. But
I talked to him for about a month afterward, begging him to bring that channel back, because he yanked 2.5 years worth of video, and we were doing them weekly, if not bi-weekly. And he made a whole bunch of the Understanding the Sky series, and we were like up to 40 or 50 editions.
I still watch some of his time lapses on his channel, because I just think some of them were just. He had a good eye for it, and I still.
Is it all old material? We don't know what happened to James.
Yeah, it's old material.
James was very ill.
He has not posted anything for at least 4 years.
He was highly medicated by the doctors, and James was. He was a little bit spoiled by his mom.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. He was kind of a dick. He was. He
Yeah,
was.
because he had a lot of money every month, and
He
he got to
was.
be. He really
And
when he,
and I think that's why you got
he did great art.
hell of a lot of complaints about him, and
Yeah, that's true.
because I grew up with a very strict father who his favorite word was no. I kind of I didn't I was a little desensitized to his ways, because
Yeah, he would notably, when we talked on the phone, and we talked on the phone just about every 2 days, he would notably decline in behavior time after time. And I learned when he was starting to go into the negative zone that it was time for me to get off the phone.
yeah, no,
And
because he
then,
had his moments. I know that he dealt with a lot of pain in his
yeah,
foot,
yeah, on both feet,
so
all
he
the
had
way
his
up.
moments, and there was sometimes where I would, we would FaceTime a lot, and there was a time where I would just like, okay, I gotta go because he
Yeah, well,
was,
that kind of bone pain all the way up to the mid
yeah,
calf of your lower leg, because he showed me pictures, and it was scary what he was suffering
yeah,
from,
yeah.
and
He
it was
showed me too.
hereditary,
It was
and
really,
his father had died of that same affliction.
yeah,
So
What
anyway,
was it? What was it? I'm just curious.
and he had a history of working in oil. He was working oil rigs for a while, and he walked around in a lot of oil on his feet, in his socks, everything. He had a genetic condition where your feet rot off you. They just go to sleep and
Gosh,
die and turn black.
yeah.
that's
He is
I don't know
dealing
terrible.
what
with a
that
lot of
is.
pain.
He told me the name of it, but it was genetic.
Yeah.
Goodness sakes.
Yeah.
Those two videos you just played were absolutely
Going
phenomenal.
back to
I
Yuri,
know.
going back to Yuri in the 2013 picture, we learned in 2013 the facial
That is not
display.
our sun, guys. That
Oh,
is
that's a
probably
flare. That's a light pinch flare between two
that
planets.
is
That's why it's
Jesus
that big, and
Christ.
it's gonna thin down once they
This is
stop
what we
cutting off.
mean. There is something so wrong with the light. How are people not seeing this?
Okay, when the pinch happens, that flare widens out and focals. We're seeing a light pinch, so it's breaking out from between those two planets because the angle has changed because it's going around them from an atmospheric direction change. Because each of these planets on the right and on the left have atmospheres. The light hits that, kind of goes through them, and that's why sometimes we see a flashing and a flaring of the sun where it hops light and it does these cyclic things, and it flares out once it breaks free of the side cutoff of these planets. You have to remember there's objects between us and our star, and they're huge. And these flarings are done when the light is pinched, and then it gets bigger.
Yeah, we were seeing that in that video with the Saturn's yellow moon. How
And
as soon as the sun moves behind its atmosphere, it enlarges.
you'll notice there are no clouds that could account for said earlier flaring. There's no major cumulus nimbus clouds in which to
Mhm.
create this flare. There's nothing at the horizon again in this shot.
Yep.
And
Yep.
then we also see a minor red blob lower at the horizon to the left,
Yep. And you
the
can
red
see how it's
asteroid.
misshapen. You can see
Yeah,
how
the
it's
shape is
misshapen.
changing.
And yeah, that
And
is the red asteroid working its way in a straight line across the horizon. And we have reports of that nonstop.
Jesus Christ! Wow.
And they're there, and you guys, the closer to sea level you are, the less you see. And I'm up here in Montana, and this is also part of why I've learned what I've learned, because this all started off because I'm out in my yard one day and I see a freaking entire smaller planet pass by, and you couldn't deny that it was a planet. I mean, I saw 3/4 illumination of this big circle. I was standing a few years later when Tattoo first came in. This is a really hilarious story, and it was so crossing the sky, so visibly purple and actually circular with minute cloud, etc., that I actually went over to a couple of my neighbors and I pointed it out to them, and they too sat there with me for a good, oh God, almost 12, 15 minutes, and we watched it go over the top of us. And then the moment it faded into the darkness, they immediately looked at each other and started talking about beer. And I went, that's not important to you, that what you just saw? And they went, yeah, that was really cool. And that was the end of it.
Jeez.
I mean, it was an absolute frickin' sighting with that view.
I don't get that, Sam. I don't get. I understand why people don't see this because it requires a level of learning, but why they're not interested
Well,
is
they
what
sat there and went,
really
ooh,
gets
ah, ooh, ah, ooh,
is what
ah, ooh,
re- is
for
what really
15
gets
minutes.
me because I would shut everything off like I would be fixed on this thing and I would forget everybody else anybody else was there. I would be zoned into this sighting.
Yeah, and
If I was there, like nothing else you could tell me would get my attention away
and these
from
guys actually described it, and they understood what they were seeing, and they were completely on board with it. And then the moment it faded into darkness, they didn't give a shit.
I don't
And
get
it was the most amazing thing I've ever seen. And I just went, "What?
yeah.
You mean you don't want to talk about this?" And I started trying to describe it to them, and they were talking more, and they just were intent on having this conversation about the beer. And I went, okay, we're done here.
Yeah, it drives me nuts. It
So
absolutely drives me nuts.
I'm just wondering if this is anything significant. I mean, it's
This
not
is
usually there, and it's there on this particular
I
video.
first thought this was probably just something with the lens.
Yeah.
But as the video plays, I don't know because
It might be.
if you
What
see
if?
look
What
right
if?
there,
What if?
that flare coincides with what's there.
It's not moving,
What
it's
if? What
uh-huh.
if that is a very close blue asteroid?
Well, that's what I was wondering because it has a
See the
dot in the
central dot?
middle.
I mean, that's the only thing we know of that could be that has that view. But then there's a focal. That could be lens flare focal, but it could be a very close pass of the maybe. When was this taken?
A couple of days ago, let's see,
Well,
December
it's
4th.
entirely possible we're going to get,
Number
a new
4.
cameo asteroid because the red asteroid, and we don't know exactly how big the blue asteroid is because she's been up above the sun and off to the left usually for the last year and a half, 2 years. And we know that the green asteroid on occasion has been very large, and now it's, of course, still way out to the far right of the blue asteroid because they used to be together in view, out view, and then of course they're much closer to us because they're going over the top of us. They are showing the distance between each other now more dramatically than they did prior because it all has to do with out view and how far they are away, and they appear close to each other when they're not because that's how we see them in line of our out view. So it's entirely possible we're going to see a major cameo of the blue asteroid. Who knows what it will do on a cross path over Earth, close pass. We know that the green asteroid has done some close passes. We know that Nepesity does close passes. We know that the lead asteroid does some really freaky, huge close passes. We know that the red asteroid's been doing that for months. Spiral asteroid has done close passes, and we've had numerous sightings of that rolling spiral cloud just off the deck all over Europe all the time, a few times over the U.S. That depends on. I think there's a lot of folks that are being shadowed in certain ways on some of their posts as well when they're sending them to us as well because there's a lot of information that's not getting to us, and some of it's been stuck in spam columns where I have to go through and I get posts from people that are completely normal within our sky scene realm that we would post automatically, and then I have to they're marked as spam, and then so I have to yes publish them or no not publish them, and I found a lot of that lately in Skywatcher 2. So
Did you see that? Can you rewind that just a little bit,
Yeah.
Rebecca?
I'm just sitting there thinking, I'm wondering why more people aren't, expecting answers when
that
they
could
see
be
something like
illuminated core.
this.
You see right here how probably a little bit more. You see where the sun goes down below the horizon,
Back it
and
up.
then this
Okay.
starts.
Right.
I would bet money that's the bottom of Nepesity.
This is what I mean, guys. Is that it's not always going to be as obvious as other times, and people expect a planet to look like, okay, look here, sun's down.
Right there.
Okay,
Yeah.
look
Now
at that
that
reflection.
illumination is the
Look at
bottom
the
of something.
illumination right there. Look at that. Something is there. Something has to be there
And
for
it's
it to
illuminating
reflect
off
that
the
way,
bottom.
you know. It's because it's shining up at an angle, you know, at the bottom of whatever planet is there that is so far out in the distance that we can't see
Yeah,
it, but it's
that could
there.
actually also. Oh wow, that could be Saru.
Jesus Christ. And
That
that's a
could be
big
That's
one.
Saru.
It
massive.
has to be a
We are,
big
and
one.
if we look at the size of this oval, that could be easily Saru.
Wow.
Jesus Christ. That is so cool.
It's been so long since we saw her that I don't always take her into the equation, and only when I get, prime strong examples of Saru. Saru should be slightly to the left of the sun, just slightly. And if it's close, it can go even over the top of the out view of our sun. And that has a lot to do with the orangeness on the left-hand side of the sun at the horizon.
Rebecca,
And you know that from watching it.
Yeah. That's, I was
I,
going to say it's similar right there, too. What
yeah.
was that, Jesus? Sorry.
I sent you a picture. It's one of Petty's, and I really
Okay.
want to discuss it because I feel it's such a great example of why people are missing this.
Let me look and see.
It's just a picture. It's probably my hands down my favorite picture.
Okay. Oh,
Of
yeah.
Petty's.
Wow.
I love it. It is such a
We can
perfect
do that.
example of why it's so easy to miss midday.
That's a good one. Okay.
It is an absolutely great picture.
It really is. I can't
I
wait to
have
share
been
it.
looking for it for a week, among thousands of my pictures, and I finally found it, and I really want to discuss it because it's just such a perfect example. You know, how people miss it, and how people often say, "Well, planets don't just disappear." I don't know, but they blend in very well. They blend in very, very well.
Right, but it's the curves. Usually, it's the
But there's
variation
always a
of
tell. There's
blues
always a tell.
and the perfect curves that just like man,
Yeah,
that cannot be
And we
any
exactly.
other
learned all of
way.
this over the years to learn to see it. And that's what, I
Yeah.
almost wish, that we'd gotten out a little faster off the, starting gate in 2015 if this would have gone farther, with more people to listen to it. And I'm sure there's a great deal of people that don't want to believe it because this does not match any science that we know, and you got to be full of shit.
Well,
You know,
Sam, I think about a lot what you say, how they told you in 30 years it won't matter because nobody will believe you. Um, Obviously, they had a plan. Obviously they had a plan because I hate to say this.
I'm sure they did.
I don't want to be pessimistic, but they kind of were right. They kind of were right because a lot
Yeah.
of people just don't just refuse to get on board with this stuff, and I think it has a lot to do with what we've been
Because they
taught.
trust whatever the TV
And
tells them to
all the way up
see.
to
Yeah,
personal
yeah,
ET encounters face to face rather than
yeah,
me in
yeah.
supposition that they exist out there. I'm telling you, they are real, and of course, nobody's going to believe me. I mean, yeah, people talk to me all the time. They write me messages going, yeah, I was abducted and such. And I just like, I myself am guilty of not necessarily automatically believing them.
Yeah,
And,
you said one time that you suffer from I don't believe you, and I
Mhm.
well,
find that I kind of chuckled and laughed at that because it's so true.
when they start describing markers of ET abilities, and then they tell me that they were toned out or they saw the light, and I'm not going to give all the clues away because I don't want to hand cuckoos ammo. But anyway, when they start talking about the descriptive, interesting tidbits in the story, then I am definitely more inclined to believe them. But when somebody says, "Hi, me and my family were Arcturians," I'm going, "Okay, here we go." And I try, I really
Yeah.
do try to give everybody
Mhm.
credit because I'm asking for the same, do unto others and all of that. But yeah, it's completely freaking unbelievable, even to me to this day, 44 years later, that this is real. And you just got to understand that the larger percentage, and here's the base point behind it all, the larger percentage of all solar systems, all stars, are usually born with a twin star or a smaller twin star. In most cases, solar systems are built with two or more stars. And so we're not the exception to the rule.
Yeah.
And the Greeks knew that we had two suns. I didn't know that at the time when I wrote my paper,
Mm. I
but
absolutely love this picture. It is
I've
absolutely,
never seen
yeah.
this one.
no,
That's
it is one of my
Look
favorites.
at that.
Petty posted
wow.
this one, and I'm like, wow,
He
That
gets
is
he
Attu's
finds the best
moon.
ones.
But
Attu's
I
moon
want
in
to
front of Attu.
I really want to emphasize, guys, of how well it blends in with our sky.
Hmm.
You have that blue. I want to point out, guys, that the reason our skies are blue is because of our atmosphere. Anything under that with an atmosphere is going to have that same blue effect. So you have to get on board with that, or else you're going to miss a lot of what's happening.
The light breaks
A
down through
perfect picture. Like
our
I
water.
assure you, most people in town, everybody missed this. I assure you, everybody missed this. But somebody who knows what they're looking at, somebody who understands how to spot these planets
Of course,
will
this is an
catch.
old picture from 2019.
Look at that! Look at that curve, and look at how the sun. Look at those shadow lines curved to the left. Right behind this cloud, you can see that the sun is being clipped off right at the curve line of it. I mean, that curve
And dead
line
center,
is
you have the lead
undeniable.
asteroid, the red asteroid, the spiral asteroid between it, and up to the far left corner is probably the skull asteroid.
Yeah, and behind it is probably Attu because you can see the
Yeah,
darkness
Attu's
behind it
to the left,
of
all the way to
something
the
even
horizon
bigger.
behind and to the left. Yeah.
You can see something even bigger than this behind
And
it.
Attu's moon is cutting off the sunlight. That's the
Yes, yes.
premise. I mean, and we got to go
But
back and ver-
this guys, this is how big this is. This is how big things are. And
and of course,
you're seeing the
behind it
curve
to the
line
left.
on the right, but you're not seeing it on the left. One, maybe because it's being cut off, you can't see it, but you can't see it on the bottom either. It's because you have direct sunlight shining on where you could see the curve line.
And the clock says
One
it's
thing
10:18.
is that
Look
if
at
you
how
don't have
dark it is on the left, and look how dark it is on the right.
exactly, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to say is why you're not seeing the curve lines. You're only seeing it where the light is shining bright on it. Light is everything, guys. The lighting is everything. Hey Sam, am I seeing? Is that the lead object that I'm
Yeah,
seeing?
lead asteroid dead center, just at
Yes,
the bottom,
exactly. That's
just a
exactly
hair to
yeah,
the left, and
yeah.
then red asteroid is slightly behind it to the left, and then spiral asteroid is lower to the middle underneath the red asteroid.
This
And
yes,
then the
yes.
Texas cube is even there. That's square in the middle. It kind of looks like a little box with arms.
Yeah.
And those three
It is.
arms are probably Star Destroyers parked in front of it.
Good Lord. This picture, just every time I look at it, I stared at this picture for weeks. Still do sometimes, and I'm like in complete awe of how big things are and
He
how
gets
incredibly
he gets absolutely
close
incredible
things
shots
are.
every day, and he sends them to me every day. And I've been in awe of this man and his captures for
Yeah,
ever since we met, and that's why we talk.
Petty.
I can
This
never
is
thank
hands
him
down
enough.
my favorite picture of Petty's, and he has a lot of good ones, but this one is just
Every day.
Yeah, I need to
this
make
one
a
to me
file
really helped
of
me
his
understand.
findings.
This really helped me understand. This one was really one of my aha moments where I really, really, really like right around this time I was really getting it, but this one really just really set the foundation for me really getting it, because
We have
this
some really competent sky watchers that do a really wonderful job because they too have learned what that when they capture it, they know what they're looking at.
yes,
And Petty has been phenomenal.
yes.
Always. I it's every day I see his stuff almost right away, and within the first few minutes of me being on, and there's my smile. Thank you, Petty.
This is the kind of picture, guys, that
Robert, New
why
Zealand.
most people would be like, I only see clouds, and I get it. It blends in very well, but that curve line, guys, you cannot deny that curve line. You cannot blame it on clouds. You cannot
It's a
blame it on
cutoff
sun.
of the sun, and it's
You're
10
not
o'clock
blaming
in
it
the
on anything.
morning.
That curve line is there, and you can see the roundness. You can
Yeah.
see the roundness of this
And that's back
This
when
is another
Neptune's moon
reason
was much
why
larger than
I
it
love
currently is.
wide angle because you will never catch something this big on a small frame. You just will not do that. You need a wide angle shot so you can catch the size of this. Is so big that you cannot catch it on a small camera. And anytime somebody tells me, "Oh, why do you use wide angle?" I mean, if you're asking me that, clearly you're not seeing it, because these things are so big that you need something that will capture way more of the sky, so you can really get a grasp of how big these things are. That is just absolutely phenomenal shot. Petty, I wish you could listen to me. I wish you could hear me, but this is a great shot. Absolutely love it. This was
There's
I actually put this as my screensaver on my phone for a while.
I sent him a notice of Rebecca's announcement this evening, so let's hope he's listening. Hi, Petty.
yes, right.
That's-
There's another one I'm getting ready to share because it reminds me of it. It's Atu. So hang on a second. But it
Yeah,
pretty good.
we had the opportunity in 2013, 14, and 15 to watch all of these planets come in when they were much, much, much smaller. And so we have memorized what they look like and their cloud patterns. And this is how we had the opportunity to find out that Atu had a moon. And this is, of course, how we found out that the asteroid groups that were, discharging off all the other planets when they were still smaller, and we could see the discharge patterns, and they were doing what they were doing. And then we also identified, oh my God, look at how many asteroids are in this group. And we have pictures going back all the way 2017, 2018, when you could just see thousands and millions of asteroids going by overhead all the time. And people didn't want to believe it.
I'm looking at this and I'm like, I still am in total shock. Like, every time I've seen this picture thousands of times, I have spent a lot of time just looking at this picture, and I still feel just as shocked every time I see it. It is a lot to take in, and it is like an enormous pill to swallow.
Yeah.
But it's
And we all
really
go through it
happening.
every day. We all say,
really
"Oh, this is
happening.
crazy."
There's another one.
Yeah,
There's
that's
another
the one I was just thinking of. I was just thinking of this exact
okay.
picture.
Yeah, it's very much.
You see
Similar, but
you see purple Atu, and then over to the a little bit farther to the left, you see Atu's moon and the ring around Atu, the face of Atu and Atu's moon. And the base clouds here are our normal atmosphere. And then there's that rounded illuminated object just to the right there that I don't even that is probably an asteroid, or I don't even, that could actually be, let's see, this was 2015. That could be, it actually could be Matim
okay.
at that time.
Yeah. So where's Atu's moon again?
Over, you see the purple face of Atu, right? Move over about 3 inches to the left, and there's its circular Atu's moon enveloped in the ring.
I see.
See the bottom half of it sticking out?
Yeah.
Right. Yes.
It's dark and lumpy.
Yeah.
Wow.
So the little one to the little one to 3 o'clock of it.
This picture was really instrumental, and this actually came from James.
Yeah, it did. I remember.
And it was very instrumental in teaching people the angle of light inside illumination. Because prior to that, we were just mostly seeing the dark sides of them with a minor crescent illumination. And this is where you actually, in this picture, you see the full embodiment of Atu. And if you look over to the far left, there is your Striped Uri behind it.
Yeah, there's a big darkness behind it. So
yeah, that's Striped Uri, and it's not being illuminated because Atu's moon is blocking the light of what we see on the outview.
Clearly something enormous behind it because it's dark, And usually you'll see that the ones that are further in front are more illuminated than the ones in the back. That's a very common occurrence.
And back at that time,
we just saw that with Petty's picture.
At that time, Saturn was on the right-hand side of the sun, so that could even be a Saturn's yellow moon circle illuminated with a Saturn behind it, because they were over there in 2015, and then 16 it started rising up on the horizon, still on the right or left-hand side of the sun, and then it rose in 2018. Saturn's yellow moon rose above the sun, and that's when it did that winged tail illumination that we have countless documentation of. And then it went through the 2019, 20, 21, 22, 23 transition on the right-hand side, and now up over the top of us and in our face. So all of this has changed, and this was a really prominent picture of Attu and Attu's moon from the first time it started getting close enough to us where we saw full-bodied illumination of the entire rotational planet. And we got to see them come in, and so we've also learned what they look like, what their base clouds do, the orientation of where they are versus. That's why we know that Uri and Attu are always most of the time connected with a weird base cloud that runs between the two of them, and
And
it's
you could
just
also see
documented.
the shadowing on the water, guys. So
Uh-huh.
for anybody
Yeah,
who wants to
always if you have
say,
water, always use it.
for all you naysayers, the reflections on the water, the shadow lines on the water, those things don't lie. Even the lighting is exactly the way you're seeing above. It's darker to the left and a little more brighter to the right. You could see it
And when he
exactly.
posted this is right about the time where I think that maybe he had a crash, a spiritual is this real crash.
Hmm.
This is right about the time he went ballistic over those the big three asteroid pictures, and there was only two of them that he was arguing over, and it was just like, dude, what's two pictures? If we're wrong with two pictures out of the hundreds we post, okay, a little, shotgun fodder or whatever. And he flipped out over it. But anyway, I don't go back into James. But James
Right.
actually provided this picture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just going to say it's similar to what happened yesterday in
Yeah,
that,
true.
somebody kind of blows up, but you can tell it had to been brewing for a while because people don't just,
Also, what I feel, Rebecca, too, is that I think maybe somebody that she allowed into her circle. You
yeah.
know,
Uh-huh.
somebody
Oh, I hadn't thought about that.
because that's the problem too, and I've seen this a lot throughout the years that I've been at Montana Skywatchers. I see a lot that some people start talking. Some people are fine, right, until they let an outside influence um,
Yeah.
put things
It
in
had
their
to
head,
be.
and apparently some people just don't. Personally, me, I have people almost every day try to talk me down from this, but it doesn't. I've seen it. I have
Okay.
seen
Oh,
it. It does not matter what
okay.
anybody tells me.
Yeah,
It
sure. You
doesn't
betcha.
matter. Like it doesn't matter because I've seen
You
it.
can't.
Nothing. I know what because I've seen it. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's close people to me or if it's somebody that I better talk to. But I get a lot of crap about it. I get a lot of people telling me, but because I've seen it, it doesn't matter to me.
I've often
Right.
thought about what if this
I
doesn't go viral? What if it doesn't get out there? And 20
I
years
think
from
about that
now,
all the
I'm this
time too,
old
Sam.
bearded man standing there going, I still know I'm right.
That's it, right.
Yeah, I think about that all the
Yeah.
time. Somebody told me once, "Are you prepared? Be prepared." Somebody told me this. This could come and go, and nobody will be the wiser. And I'm like, please don't say that because that's gonna drive me nuts. I
Mhm.
don't want to even think about that,
I
but
want to see
I
it
do
get
kind of
big.
know it's a possibility.
Right.
But it will drive me nuts, and I will be that old man saying I was right. I will. I will go to
I'll be
the
the
grave.
guy
I
sitting there
will die
smiling.
on this hill, as they say on TikTok. I will die on this hill.
Yeah,
I
there's no
will
way.
not ever doubt it. There's been a time in those 6 years, from those 6 years on, where I'm like, no, this is really happening. It's nothing.
44 years later, I still say that every day.
I will go
And
to
then I
my
walk
grave.
outside or I turn the computer on and then I go, oh shit, here it is. And it's like, boom, instantly yanked back to it. The reality of it is like, oh shit, this is real. And I mean, there's many, many times where I wished at times that I'd never written that paper all the way back in 1978. And yet, you had to do what you had to do because at the time it didn't connect what I was saying. And I just worked it out chemistry wise and figured we had to have two stars. It was just evident. I couldn't argue with my findings. So, and the mind of a 17-year-old who doesn't see the ramifications or how pragmatic arguing with against all of known physics is at the time. And yet here I am, and I just truthfully said my opinion. And look what it got me. Oh boy, did I get in trouble. And I've said it 1,000 times. You don't get in trouble from the U.S. government for being wrong, because then why would they even bother? And then, then there's the people that are going to naysay that. So, I mean, people are going to cut it up no matter what I tell them. And and we've known this and we've watched it, and I knew it because I saw it happen. And once I saw it happen and start, then I got in here and I started talking about it, and the rest is history. And we've been doing it for coming up on April 2024. It will be 14 years, because as of 2010, I started talking.
Once you see this, guys, you can never go back. Like, you just can't. It's just
and knowing the electrical universe rather than gravitational. Once you figure that out, where your brain tells you what we're looking at, this flagrant discharge is more. I mean, we never had purple lightning until 2010. Never.
Yes. Yeah.
And this is superstorm, and we know this is probably, see the green, see the base cloud. This is a close pass of planet Nepesity. And this illumination is likely an asteroid close pass. When you have this frequent, multicolored, weird ass illumination going on, it's like no storm you've ever seen in your entire life, and people are losing their homes and shit. Look at the color. Look at the color. The normal horizon line is normal sky. Above you is purple Attu, and Attu's back. We can see more of Attu now than we could last year, because Attu's moon was so big for so long and so close to Earth that it was blocking most of our view of Attu. And you go, well, yeah, but I see the stars. No, who says that those are stars? They could be microasteroids floating around the atmosphere of these passing planets.
Yeah, we were seeing a perfect example on that video from Mr. MBB 333.
Right.
That's a perfect example of those asteroids and what they would look like on a close enough pass. And also, you got to remember, guys, that it's a gas planet. It's gas. It's not. There's a lot of gases around it.
Yeah, and this is, we can count the rings, and we could probably call this, base cloud of Nepesity on a close pass by the view of it, because it's got the 1, 2, 3, and the snorkel drops, and we see these intense major storms, and they just call it a supercell. But we've never seen supercells that extend from the far west to the far east. They used to be, okay, there's a supercell, it's a mile wide. Now these things are, as far as the eye can see, wide. And then, the weathermen are going, oh, it's a supercell. No, this is, it's got 150-mile-an-hour winds. Hello. And then they're going to call it bomb cyclone. And, I always say that I have a picture that says bomb cyclone my ass. And, and then I still love JD's picture that he made with what's his face? God, I can never remember the guy's name. Sitting going, don't you love it? What you feel when Nepesity comes to visit.
Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah, Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah.
And of course, he was so iconic on the internet for a while. Everybody was sticking Jeff Goldblum into this picture and that picture and the other, because he had a painting done or somebody did a mock-up of him or something on computer. And then it went around for a while, and then JD used it. I just loved it. It was perfect.
It really was a cool picture.
And, I still post it to this day. Every once in a while, I just grab it when it's a really blatant, obvious base core and open core of Nepesity, and then I'll just slap that picture up as an answer. Yeah, that's that storm that went through Russia at the end of the month.
Guys, I'm going to step away for just a few minutes. I'll be back.
Lucky you. I had to, too. I'd drinking 2 pops, and I had to get rid of them.
That's exactly what
you can't drink too many pops in a row without having to excuse yourself from the podcast.
All right, well, I'll try to hurry, Sam, so you can go do your thing.
Okay, well, you know me, I can keep talking, no problem. And this is in Russia too.
Can you imagine?
I believe off the side of the Black Sea.
There was one, I don't know if it was in this, I can't remember if I shared it or not, actually, but there was some people that were out kind of in a dry bed, a dry area of water, right? Well, water come rushing in like this, and they hung on, about 5 or 6 of them kind of just hung on to each other and they got swept away. I
Oh
don't
yeah.
know what happened from there, but
Now,
it's
water,
terrible.
anything above your middle of your ankle will sweep you off your feet.
Yeah, they all were hanging on to each other, and you just saw them,
If you have a tripod
go.
pole, then you can stand up. But if you just have the two, you're down, and then you're bye bye. Well, and the winds were doing that too. And that storm that hit China, the storm that hit Russia, the storm that hit Croatia and the Ukraine and Saudi Arabia. And I mean, that was a huge storm. Yeah,
Right.
this I chuckled about this. This shot is in Germany.
Uh-huh.
Um, they had a snowstorm. Look what they're looking at. We're talking 2 feet of snow. That's a normal Montana winter, but in
Okay.
Germany,
Right, right,
it's
right. They
shutting
don't know what to
Germany
do.
down. And I watched that
Yeah.
this morning. And now this, of course, is a mudslide, and probably the effects from an over rain precipitation or like a melt off of hail, and that will like
Yes.
sweep down the. And this is kind of the flooding that's going, and we better be prepared for it everywhere because this is happening everywhere. And
Yeah.
people go, "Oh, it's a bad thing that it happened to those poor people," but it's happening to
And
everybody.
somebody tagged me in their personal post, and one of their Facebook friends was in disbelief of all this. And they, of course, the comment was, we would be seeing effects if that were the case.
Right, right.
And
Yeah,
I'm
I
like,
read that earlier again today too.
where do
Yeah,
you start? I mean, where do we
well,
even
you're
start?
looking at it right now.
We are
Yeah,
seeing effects.
and
Yes.
this doesn't happen to these people every day. This is flowing
No.
into their kiosks and their little booths where they sell their orange juice and pineapple and watermelon and whatever. This doesn't happen, and otherwise, because they would know better and they would build farther away. So this is completely abnormal occurrences weather-wise that no one is prepared for. And this is why I keep telling people, if you do live on the coast anywhere, you have to rethink things here. And I'd be pouring intensely strong, tall concrete around my facility where I you, but with buttresses and battlements and additional shit, that'll break waters and all of that, because we are definitely, absolutely seeing oceanic intensity changes, higher waves, tsunamis. They were worried about a tsunami off of that Malaysian earthquake, that 7.6 the other day. And
Right.
surprisingly, it was a very small one. And I did watch it. I spent all day watching it, and it's like, because I couldn't do anything else. But
Right.
anyway, um,
Yeah, I know, but
I spent all day watching it, and it was kind of like, okay, this is a 2 meter wave. Okay, okay,
not
okay,
too bad.
okay. And it
I
didn't
know,
go.
you just never know when it's going to be
Oh,
a
they
big
were
one,
very lucky. That thing could have been a huge. That one could have gone all the way to San Francisco, but it didn't. And so,
Right.
I mean, they saw a minor uptick in Japanese shore on an island off the southern coast of Japan. That they had a small issue from it, but other than that, there was no major reports.
Yeah, it
Anyway,
does feel like you're watching a ticking time bomb,
I
really.
tell you,
Like
my right eye is twitching right now as we speak. So
oh
maybe
boy.
that's having 2 pops in a row.
Uh, oh my
I
god.
have caffeine, yay!
Oh my gosh. Or
Well, I'm
something.
careful with my caffeine and coffee lately because, man, I'm already wound up enough as it is. You may notice I talk fast.
I have noticed.
Yeah,
I noticed that right away when we
I,
first
I
visited. Yeah, I was like, man, he talks really fast and
this is just
a
normal
lot.
me, yeah,
He's a
and that's why I'm
talker.
annoying and all of that, and
But I always remembered thinking right off the bat how I wasn't expecting you to have such a sense of humor. Really, because
homework,
I
damn it,
was so
homework. Yeah,
intimidated. I really was very intimidated to talk to you.
I apologize for
And
that, but of course, my
yeah,
persona in Montana Skywatcher 2 is as an admin, and I do have friends and we do talk, but I mean, there's a level of scientific value that I've always tried to uphold, and so I'm probably a little more frank and a little more cold on Facebook Skywatcher 2 than I would be even on my own personal page. And now that we're talking in a podcast scenario, I figure,
yeah,
yeah, granted, I am sticking a little more meat on the hot dog on the stick out there for those people to either attack or approve of. But I
It's
guess,
actually
you
really
know,
great. I mean, because before you were waiting, weeks or months between, your Radio Wasteland shows.
yeah, and then they vanished on us too. So
Right. Yeah. And then that opportunity has seemed to go away. So now it's just, I'm glad we
yeah, and
made
people
this
can go
happen.
to they can go to Radio Wasteland on YouTube and go to the guest lists, and there are 87 of my interviews on Radio Wasteland, and it's the black and white printing circle
I
on
know. I need
YouTube.
to
You look it up.
take some screenshots and just so everybody understands what it looks like. Because there's
Well, I have
two
that close up of
radio
Nibiru that
wastelands.
they mocked up a Nibiru. I sent them a Nibiru picture close up, and then they put Radio Wasteland and our guest Samuel Hofman on. And I actually watched a couple of those this morning, just briefly.
Did
I didn't
you?
watch them all the way through, but I heard the opening comments from Chauncey and everything, and checked the numbers, and I've got the thousands of views that have been viewed, and certain videos have done better. And of course, like when you tag me on these shows end up in that same file.
I'll
And
see
if
if
I'm
it
not
shows up.
tagged, then they don't end up here or there.
That's what it
Yeah,
looks
Radio
like.
Wasteland. Yeah, and there's
Yeah.
87. There's
And then you go
87
to the
videos
playlist.
running from a series of topics, and I went off topic with Chauncey because he was such a good host that he pressed his guest, and I felt bad about somebody because it's not my absolute level of expertise, but I was of course talking out. Yeah,
That's all your videos.
right, and
All of those are for Sam. So
yeah,
there's a
and so
huge library of videos here.
it's a plethora of information and changes since going back to God. I don't even remember when the first one was. And actually, I do recommend that you go back to the first show, um, I don't know if you could chronologically view them, but it started, and it's a very good tale. I mean, I use the information all the time when people have certain questions. Like there's information about the Texas cube and the Norway spiral, and there's topics about what Earth really is, and there's topics about how I got into this originally, and there's numerous
Really
uh,
good ones.
updates, and he broke down many subjects, and they did a very good job. And of course, I was their number one high most viewed guest they had ever.
That's a compliment.
They
Impressive.
said they wanted to do more shows, but they really didn't because they were busy doing other shows, which is okay.
Right. Well, let's
And
see. What
I believe
else?
I hear Jesus coming back.
I hear something moving around.
Yeah.
I was wondering if this meant
Mystery
anything.
baby.
I thought that was really unusual.
Oh boy,
Yeah,
that's wow. That I
I
think
know.
probably water drops on the camera lens.
Okay. I know. Well,
You
yeah.
know, wow. I don't know any way we could achieve
Not
that.
sure.
Well, that
Is
does go
it?
below the horizon line.
Uh-huh.
Remember, remember what the rule is on
No.
any halo or flaring.
Tell
It's
me
an
again.
atmospheric thing if it doesn't go below the horizon line, and in this case, both of them do.
Okay.
The glare goes all the
So
way down to the ground in
flares
front
or
of them. So therefore, if
flares.
this is a lens flare or a sundog refraction off the lens,
Uh-huh. Okay.
it could be cutting through the trees and refracting it, but the halo or the refractive edge is going below the horizon line. So therefore, it is not a celestial out view of anything. It's coming down to the ground in front of you, and that's a photographer error or
Got
sundog
it.
of a focal error of some sort. It's not
Yeah.
close. It's close. It's not far.
Nothing. Okay. Good to know. I learned something just now. And hey there,
Yeah,
ABCD.
a lot of people, the first thing they learn about
Glad you're
skies
here.
and sky watching is they learn about sundogs. And to me, over the
Yes.
last decade, that has become a swear word because so many people have thrown it out there, and then they say, "Oh, it's a lens flare," or my third favorite is, "Oh, those are clouds," or and that, of course, is an oversaturation of something, which shows you something's there. It's probably some
Yeah.
minute amount of cutoff
Well,
there.
we were just looking at the, the illuminations on those time lapse, so we know it's
Yeah, it's
a planet illumination.
well, it's probably the edge of Uri and the light being cut off by normal clouds, and it's back
Yeah.
there, and it's trying to shine through it. And then it's
That's
an
cool.
oversaturated picture that you really can't use.
Okay.
Okay, now where is the light coming from on this one? I believe our back left shoulder.
This is facing south. I know that much, but I wish I knew what time it was. But this is
It's
Tulsa.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you're looking at Atu's moon, and on
That's cool.
Yeah,
So the light.
ever since that drone guy, was it Damon's dronography?
Yes.
I didn't see
Yes.
a lot of other drone people come out too, but I love
He
his
got
work.
really upset with me.
yeah, I think some of the best shots, even some of the
They
stills
did.
from drones, are outrageous.
Did he? What happened?
Oh, well, in the beginning, I was trying to tell him this real briefly. I didn't go into it heavy at all, but no. He was not interested in any way. He thought that was like he was offended to the point of being offended by it. So I learned from there just to not,
No,
go
I'm
there.
saying it because he recently. Okay, so he sent an invite to one of his what is it called, something about show us your view, or something like that, but I believe
Yeah.
it's his page. I'm pretty sure it's his page. But
Oh, okay.
recently I had one of my last reels. I just went down the line of just sharing in the sky groups that I'm a member of, and I usually don't share in his. I do share, but not when it's planet related. I'll just if there's no heading or something.
Right.
And
Right.
he removed a couple of mine. So I was like,
Okay.
okay, yeah, I mean, whatever. At least, I was like, okay, it's fine.
I
Like I
didn't know
shouldn't
he
have
had a
posted
group.
because I was kind of expecting it. I was kind of like, okay, probably shouldn't have, because there's a couple of groups that I'm in, that I only post my normal pictures, and I don't add a heading, that it's a planet or anything,
Right.
but yeah, he
It's crazy
he
how
removed.
upset people get when you
Ah,
tell them what's happening. Yeah. It's like
yeah,
I
I
don't
I
like
used to
know.
it.
post
I don't
on
know how you and Sam do it, because
I used
personally,
to post on 30 or 40 sites
I can't
regularly.
really approach people with this. I don't. I really don't.
Uh-huh.
And
Well, I've dropped down where I post down to probably about 5 or 6 sites, or 7, or maybe 10 at the most,
no,
that
I'm
have a real
fine
good
with
one.
posting everywhere, and I'm fine doing this. But I mean, in my personal, like personally, like face to face, I just can't do it, because on the internet, I could figure, well, if people don't want to hear this, well, they could just switch the channel. But what if, if I approach them, that can go
You know,
a lot of different ways, and I'm
I've
not really
stepped across
prepared for that.
that bridge to become the crazy Nibiru guy, and have accepted it because the overwhelming work that we put into this is you can't not agree with yourself publicly, just as well as you can't sometimes overly agree with yourself publicly. So I try not to hide what I do.
I don't, but I do. I'm very careful of where and who I talk about it with,
Oh,
Sam,
true. I
because look,
hint.
at the end of the day, we still have to live our normal lives. You know what I mean? Like
What's that? What is
somebody
that?
recently told me, Amy, one of our Facebook friends, very very nice person, and she was telling me that on my post that I said how I have two different Facebook accounts. She was saying, well, I didn't do that, and now my family doesn't talk to me. Like, I'm a firm believer in this. As I tell my brother, I don't think this is happening. I know this is happening,
Right, right.
and I wouldn't deny it. But also, you gotta know when and where. sometimes too.
Oh, true, true. And
Like sometimes, unfortunately, we do live in a world of follow the leader kind of thing,
I plainly have to
and
say,
people
I always go too far, no matter what.
and if people don't fall in line with and people get uncomfortable with that, I'm not uncomfortable with thinking outside of the box, but the
Oh,
rest of
well,
the world unfortunately really is, and
I have to say that I
I
am
hope that
comfortable
maybe
with my
the day will
opinion.
come where I merge my two accounts and I completely go public with this. But as of now, I can't. I just can't. Right now, I just can't. But most of my family does
Oh,
know
you
what I
don't
do.
have
I just
to.
don't want to. I
I'm
just
not
don't
in
shove
you.
it in their faces. That's basically
I
what
don't
it
believe
is.
for a
Is I just
second that you should go and change anything that you're doing. I'm
I,
not
I
trying.
I
I would
think
never
it's
judge
fine the
you
way it
for it.
is. I think it's fine the way it is.
Yeah, I
You know.
agree. Do it. Well, I mean, when it crosses your mind and you actually want to speak about it, I probably always go too far. And I hint at stuff, and I don't, come out and immediately go, well, did you see the two suns? And right over there is Planet Atu, and right over there's Uri, and oh my God, look, you can actually see Nibiru today. No, I don't do that to everyone, but I mean, every once in a while, when somebody's actually semi on board with me and want to learn, then I'll point out, well, hey, come here for a minute, let me show you
No,
this.
no, yeah, yeah, of course. Occasionally you get somebody that's a little open to this. I get those occasionally. I give a few rides occasionally out of the week where people are open and we start talking conspiracies and they start talking about things they've seen in the sky. I recently talked to a group of guys and there was a couple and then there was another guy. It was a couple, and then the two guys were cousins, I believe, and they actually work at that Skinwalker Ranch. I don't know. I'm sure you guys have heard of the Skinwalker Ranch here in
Yes,
Utah.
I know who the Skinwalker Ranch
Um,
is.
so we started talking about that, and then I showed him one of my pictures of the striped planet. The thing was that they didn't go with planet; they went with something man-made, which I was like,
Yeah, I've tried to hint to quite a few YouTubers out there. They don't type back very often, and I mean, we are we are on the fringe of reality here to most people. And had we not had all of the time that we have involved in this, there might be a level of argumentative debate and speculation. But we have actually, I fully believe, we've said this earlier in the show tonight. I believe that we've actually gone beyond the
I
wanting
agree.
to prove, and we now know,
I
and we do
agree.
know. We do.
I
We know.
believe I have accomplished what I set out to do, Sam.
Yeah.
I set out to get videos and pictures that were so undeniable that you couldn't deny them, and I
I, I'm
believe I've done that.
I'm
Um,
very
however,
comfortable with what we've done.
however, I can't change what people think or what
Oh,
people
true. And we're not
or
we're not
or
here
and
to.
I realize that it doesn't matter how many more of these incredible pictures I can take. It's up to people if they accept it or not, and that was a hard pill to swallow for me.
I
And
may
it
have
still
said this to
is.
Rebecca
It
years
still
ago.
drives me nuts. That
We're
people.
here to give examples. We're not here to prove because we've already proven it. Did I tell you
Yeah,
that, Rebecca, a
yeah.
long time ago? You're on mute.
Fair. Yeah, I
Yeah, you're
do
sitting
remember
there.
that. Yes.
Yeah, we're not here to prove it to you because we already proved it to everybody else. And I'm not trying to say, well, you're way late on this information, because I truly believe everybody finds their path at the right time, always at the right time. I don't doubt that for a second in
Yeah, no,
source.
I often tell people what you told me, Sam. Your time is your time. You know,
Yeah, and
I
you're not
always I
late.
always remember that when you told me that a while back, probably when
You're
I was
not
kind of
late. You are
you,
within your time
yeah,
frame.
yeah. You
But you
told me
didn't have to
that
keep going.
you told me that really early on, and it always stuck with me. I was like, wow, that's very insightful.
This is
And
your time to learn. What you put into it is what you're going to get out of it, and
yeah,
it
yeah.
is a leap of faith.
And,
And you
and,
got
uh,
to
and
go ahead.
occasionally, when I come across new members, somebody who's really wants to learn and is enthusiastic and is really putting in the time. We have a few of those, and I occasionally, repeat that to them as well, because it was really uplifting to me to hear that.
Well, I I learned stuff since I was 9 years old, and probably before then. And the path was never explainable until many, 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 many years later. And a lot of people are going to go through that, and you could hold levels of animosity, like this upbringing or that upbringing brought me here, and I'm not happy with that, but I couldn't trade it for the world, because the experiences that I've gone through that are so absolutely undeniable, that I spent many, many years not talking about it on purpose, because it was so unbelievable. And then, like the government told me, no one will ever believe you anyway. And so I have to test the waters on that too, and I have to tell people everything. And I have absolutely no reason to lie to you. There's no reason for me to hype this, and you can actually go back. And I'm of course not speaking to you two here, the co-hosts, and I'm speaking to people out there. I have, if you can go back through the history and see the accuracy of what we've done, and my drawings versus what the cycles that have actually passed over this decades worth of sharing of information between numerous people and many thousands of people around the world, and the work that we've done and the interviews that we've done and the shows and the series and Radio Wasteland and Fight for Our Freedom Radio and Understanding the Sky series and all the wonderful stuff that Rebecca, go to Rebecca's Neighborhood Followers Anonymous YouTube page and check her. God, I bet you got 100 or so up on there, or you maybe
Oh, there's
more.
like over 300
Oh, okay.
YouTube
See,
videos altogether. I was surprised to see that too.
yeah, and you
A
put on
lot.
a lot of it.
Yeah.
I viewed a hand most of it. There are a few things I don't necessarily um,
If you, I mean, there's a lot of things
completely
that
agree
are
with it.
older
Not that I'm
that
going to
I
complain. Yeah,
didn't, I
yeah,
may have
I'm not going to
done and
complain.
said that I didn't because I didn't know.
Well, it was
I mean, I,
interesting to see how you put things together, and I watched those
okay.
with
Yeah.
appreciation for your the value of what you did. I'm not judging it
Thanks.
by any means, but we know your development has gone up and up and up
It's
and up.
gonna be. It's an interesting timeline to see that. That's what I love
Uh-huh.
about our time here. Is how
That's
you can
true.
go back and you can see the beginning of our videos that we used to share,
Which
and
is why we're doing
how
this now.
the evolution of our learning. It's absolutely, it's so cool. So somebody told me recently, and he's a old friend from New Mexico. The guy that stopped and asked me questions when he saw me taking pictures, but he told me something recently that I thought was really nice of him to say. He said, I think that your work in the future is going to be studied. And I feel what we have done here, even though if maybe even in our lifetime it doesn't go viral, I think maybe someday somebody's going to come across and be
And that's a
fascinated.
terrible bell, but ding 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 bingo.
That was a bell.
And I was tapping a plate next to a plate, and like,
Yeah,
okay.
okay, all right, okay.
That's the only thing I had that made
I
noise.
thought you dropped something,
No, I
but
was
Oh,
I
it's
yes,
an
was tapping it.
earthquake.
I was
yeah,
tapping glass to glass.
gotcha,
Yeah, I
yeah.
need a bell.
Yeah,
I need a
he
bingo
was
bell.
telling me I think your work will be studied, in years to come, and I think what we have done here, Sam, Rebecca, myself, Petty, Robert, and
Yes,
Zane, all the good, all the ones who have obsessed about this like we have.
it's
I
history
think
in the
sooner or later
making.
somebody will come across this
Mm.
and be fascinated by it.
And this is okay. I mean, I'm gonna throw the monkey into the poker table. Um, this is, of course, what the Pleiadian said. I looked you up, and that blew me away. Like, how did you look me up?
Right. Right. What kind of computer do they have?
Yeah, and where did they get, some sort of, logistic information from that they
Because
have
this
on
was,
file somehow, you know?
yeah, this is in the 80s before
Yeah,
we had
right, right,
computers.
right.
Hmm.
I think about that a lot too, Sam.
Yeah, and then we go back to where here he's saying that we changed things, and we changed the point of view, and I'm, responsible for this, and this is the point where I'm starting to argue with this guy, going, how could this possibly happen, little old me.
Yeah.
And I mean, who in their right mind argues with an extraterrestrial? I don't know. Who else? Sam. Yeah. And I'm sitting here arguing with this guy, going, no way. And then I said, "Will you tell me what happened?" And then he goes, "Something wonderful," just like in the 2010 Space Odyssey movie. And the alien says to the guy that's left on the ship, "Something wonderful is about to happen." And I just went, "Oh shit! Don't hand me that." And I wanted to know more. And then he was telling me stuff more. And then, oh my God. And then after a short period of time, I was going, "No, I don't want to know anymore. Stop, God." And so, there's a fine line between,
I was going to say that tells me that this information does eventually unfold,
absolutely,
to a bigger, to a whole different level.
absolutely, what we do. And then that's part of why, and I've talked about this before. It's like I feel like I've already done it. So there's a level of ease that allows me to continue doing it, because I feel like I've already done this. It's like it was done. And it's a subconscious thing, because I knew I was told this. And then, I already, for 25 years later, me going, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe, oh shit, they're here. Something I wrote,
Right.
And way back in when I was
Unbelievable.
17 years old, a paper I wrote when I was 17 years old comes back to haunt me, in my 40s and 50s, and now in my 60s. It's like, holy crap. And here we are. And you can make whatever you want out of that story, and you can attribute, credibility or lack of credibility. It's up to you. And then I ask you, just then go into my accuracy ratio. And I mean, this track record of Montana Skywatchers and Nibiru Followers Anonymous speaks for itself. That's got to be the illuminated cap plate of Saturn's yellow moon. Has to be. Because the red asteroid does not go at that angle.
Tell me that again. The illuminated. I've never heard
illuminated circle that we're looking at have to be that faceplate, the shield of Saturn's yellow moon.
Interesting.
Oh wow! I didn't think it would be on. Okay.
It's nighttime illuminated because it's in our atmosphere, not directly connected to Saturn's yellow moon, which you can see in the left, right behind it, inside.
I do see it now. Yeah. Wow.
And we've seen that shield, and we've talked about, we call it a shield, a faceplate, a flat spot, that when it comes close to us, that is the base cloud of Saturn's yellow moon, and it is it's like a shield or a crab shell, and we've documented it for since 2019. I did, of course, and I've been trying to tell everybody that it exists, and I've drawn it, and I've drawn it, and I've drawn it, and a lot of times people don't get it, and then you'll see the 3 flat lines where it actually pushes this little wake pattern, and sometimes I feel like that's even the long box cube right there. But anyway, there's variant conditions.
Yeah, nighttime captures like that kind of throw me, because I'm not sure about the.
I just automatically go to what we know is going where at what angle. And the only thing that we know of that, because the red asteroid, because of its proximity, its size, how far it is on the left-hand picture above the horizon, puts it in a certain area. So then it's there. And then the red asteroid is not facing downward at any time. It's going horizontally across our horizon, or it's orbiting around the bottom of Attu's moon, which would make it go the other direction. So the only thing that can be that circular or faceplate illumination, almost like a core cloud, is Saturn's yellow moon, which we do see in the upper right. And you can kind of see the ion tail on the right-hand picture, or the left. They're both the same. And that's the ion tail. And then there's the larger yellow moon that we know is very large right now. And that pattern is close enough within our atmosphere that it is illuminated by the setting sun. because it is above Earth. And at that angle of light, this is just past sunset. And at that angle of light, the angle of light of the real sun, because the sun doesn't turn off at night, it's still shining. But at the altitude of Saturn's yellow moon pushing into our atmosphere illuminates. That's what we're looking at.
Goodness sakes. That's in-depth explanation. Wow. So, okay, let's see. There's a video I was going to show real quick. There's a follower over on TikTok that had a question about what this was in this video. I believe it's the right one. And also I wanted to say hi to Rick. He just joined us, and he is thinking he might be getting a telescope for Christmas. So he's excited.
Yep, good stuff. The planets are too close to really use it, but
yeah, I was wondering if he knew how close they are.
You know what? This is something that I really have been thinking about doing.
You might see some great asteroids.
My next challenge, I think, is getting maybe imaging an asteroid in daylight with the telescope. That's a project. I'm not sure.
You've got plenty of targets to find 1 or 2 or 3 or 50.
Yeah, but that's I really
good idea.
Want. That's
good
gonna
idea.
be my next mission, and I don't know when or how I'm gonna do it. But
I would recommend trying midday first of all.
Yeah.
You win
the sun. That video I posted the other day of where I said this is not a cloud.
And of course, you know that the dawn and the sunset are also the other 2 times.
I mean,
this is a planet right here.
Right. That is probably, now I was torn between the base clouds like Nepacity, but the color background is, and what's also going on currently is, it believes me, it's possible Atu overhead.
Really? Okay.
Possible. It doesn't have the absolute Nepacity base cloud to it. It has the more purplish.
Are you talking about that stringy looking cloud underneath it?
No, I'm not. I wasn't even mentioning that at all. I'm just saying everything.
I thought that looked weird.
Yellow, orange, from yellow all the way up to the top of the page goes orange and then purple in the background. And that purple leads me to believe it's Atu.
Cool.
Because it doesn't really look like Nepacity base cloud.
It doesn't.
Look how close,
except for the tilt.
Right. Well, that still has to do with axis, depending on which side of the sun it is on. The axis on the out view is one side, and then if it goes over the sun, it's flat line, and if it goes over to the right, then it's the other direction as well.
Could it be like Atu's moon in front of Atu in front of Nepacity?
No. Atu's moon would be over the top of the viewer here, and we're looking at the bottom of Atu.
I see. Interesting.
It is huge, massive, and over the top of us at this particular. I don't have the date of this capture, but
I don't.
If it is more recent, then it's highly more probable that this is Atu.
Wow, that's pretty cool. So that's a planet.
Well, we know that. I mean, just look at the sky, the blue, and then our atmosphere normally have a little white, wispy yellow at the horizon line, and then you go to the blue, and then all of a sudden you got this stark cutoff of yellow and orange going all the way up to purple. Well, that whole yellow, orange, purple area is an overhead passing planet, period. It's not like anything of our normal clouds, because our normal clouds are flattened out in the horizon. You can see the highest level they go. So everything above that is not ours.
So, hey, Jay. Jay is here and asking why they can't donate from Canada. I'm getting the impression they've donated before maybe and now can't. So that I'm not sure. I did not know there was a problem with that.
You can if you're careful. I hate to say this over the... I wonder if that breaks customs laws. I would check your custom laws before mailing cash through the mail, but you can send Canadian notes if you'd like to the P.O. box. I do have a bank, and I would just turn them into my bank, and then I would deposit them, and that way they would accept them. And then they give the change rate. There's other also. Of
Is it
course, you
like that for all over, currency from all over, or just
I have had
Canada?
trouble. I still now. Gillian years ago sent me 20 pounds sterling from Scotland, and I still can't cash it. And then
Oh,
during
really?
COVID, some
Yeah.
people sent me. I have an envelope of foreign money. I've forgotten about until just right now. I might even have $100 worth of foreign money, but I haven't found a
Yeah.
local bank ever since COVID. They decided to stop taking foreign currency. However, they do still take Canadian. Um,
I
yeah,
wonder.
I've had trouble turning in euros,
Wow.
and during
I'm
COVID they
wondering if
wouldn't
the
take.
PayPal link would work. We do have a
I
PayPal
I
link.
personally cannot collect from PayPal.
No, but the link that I have set up for
Oh
you.
yeah, yeah. You can.
You know what I
You
mean?
have that. You have that post. You can post that.
I can. I,
Okay. I thought you were
Let
going to
me
say
go
can't.
ahead
But,
because I it doesn't let me show it up here. So here's that for right now, and I'll get the link for PayPal. But I'm not
and then there's
sure. They may have to
also
just
my
try
PO
it and
box,
see.
and if people have a pen or a phone that they can type it
Because
into quick, my
I
name PO Box 625 Lolo, spelled Lolo, Montana 59847, and if you're out of the country, USA, and it'll get here. I did receive a package from Canada yesterday, but it took a month to get here. I was a little surprised, but it
that's a
did have to
long
go. It went
time
through customs, and
for
they
this
had to, identify
image.
what was in the package, etc. And it's from an old friend, and thank you very much. I hope you know who you are. I say Jerry. Thank you very much. Awesome, awesome.
It was a nice gift. It
Merry
was really
Christmas,
nice.
and yeah, and and I have not been getting any real fan mail or even people asking me questions in a very long time. It's sort of like the world has gotten busy with a bunch of stuff, and I don't get a lot of mail anymore. I don't know why. I used to get a lot of mail. Nice folks out there, even just talking, and we share cards and thank yous, and a lot of nice folks have helped me out along the path. And I can tell you, absolutely, I wouldn't be driving my car right now. I would have no car right now if it was not for Montana Skywatcher and people like you, Rebecca. And so
Thank you.
thank you
Well,
in advance, and thank you especially if you ever donated before. I really absolutely appreciate it. You guys have got me keep going as to how I can still afford the internet. I never could, but we scrape by, and we're going to continue to scrape by to share this with you people because it is that damn important. There, I added a colorful connotation to the. It is that important.
I know. I mean, I'm just happy to be a part of all of this. I really am. I mean, I never imagined us sitting here having shows. That just kind of still blows my mind. It's like almost really surreal. I mean,
Well,
because
none of
for
us
so long
expected to
I was
ever
just,
be here.
yeah, I just listened to your radio wasteland video, or we'd all wait for that recording to be released, and then we
Yeah,
all would listen to it. And um,
that
I
unbarely
remember
known
when you,
celebrity who talks on all these shows. Yeah.
yeah, it was like that. And I remember when you first mentioned my name and my group, and I was just like blown away. I was just like, oh my gosh. I remember telling, oh, I can't remember her name. She's in Florida. What's her name? Irene. Irene, I told her, I was like, he even mentioned my name and my group. She was laughing about it, but it's a compliment. It
Well,
really
Irene
is.
goes back
A long
years and
time.
years and years and
Yeah.
knows me, and she knows when we started out. And, back then I used to do a lot more talking on Montana Skywatcher 1. And then, of course, over the years, I got trolled so bad and I got slapped into Facebook, prison so many times. I mean, shit, upward of 80 times now. And I just went through another two-day
Yeah.
ban for something I didn't even have anything to do with other than just, talking. Um, So yeah, and so I'm sure Irene has a completely different point of view from me. That back when I do him back in the day when he was normal, that kind of thing.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Before and even Radio Wasteland, goes. You have an extremely large following, very loyal group of people, and they're wonderful. My Skywatcher Army, And it reminds me of that person that decided to be upset with me this week. Wow. She actually spun that against me. I'm going, you're a group of army people going to take care of you. And then, of course, they're going to cover up for you. It's like, wow,
Yeah. Yeah.
wow.
Like, she has it figured out.
Yeah, that's right. I am guilty as charged. Thank you, Your Honor.
All
Wow.
of a sudden, nothing that she learned, everything just changed. I don't know.
Well,
In
even the
my,
level that she'd attained as high in the status of membership that she got, which is what made it so surprising. And it was just like, wow. I mean, that's where, that's a complete 180. And it's like,
how were the posts come from her? Did she post stuff
he
of her
posted it down the
own?
main page.
Really?
Yeah, and then she also used her authority level of the site to boot Rebecca out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It got really crazy at 3:00 in the morning. It was happening.
Booting
I mean, she
Rebecca
was
out of
just
my
I
unhinged.
saw it briefly, but when I tried to look at go into there and see what the replies were, it seemed like she was like it was already gone, so I couldn't
Well,
really.
Andy and
But just,
Matthew and Deb, I think Deb.
Okay.
I have to go check the log. I think Deb even saw it. Well, because Deb sees stuff I can't believe. Because I never talked to Deb, but she's always there.
Yeah. She's
Deb goes
surfing.
all the way back. Many. Deb is my main fundraiser PayPal person because I could never get paid from PayPal. It would never give it to me because every time I use my email address, I'm told that my email address does not exist.
Your
And
email
so I
address
can't
doesn't
collect.
exist?
Yeah, does not exist.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I don't get it. And that's why I can't sign into this to put my own name into, or I can't sign into YouTube. That's why I can't sign into any new apps
What would
anymore.
happen if you made a new email?
Well,
I don't
I
know.
don't
I've
know.
made dozens. So
Yeah, I don't know. I
yeah.
hadn't even considered that, but
You remember what happened to my Facebook group back in April?
I'd
Not my
hate to
group,
change
my
the base of how of everything I do, but I'm sure, and then crap, and I'd have to go into
it
this
was
computer to do
terrible.
it.
I've done it.
Yeah, I mean,
I've had to do
I'd
it.
lose probably all my saved tabs and everything else. And
It's ugly.
who
You
knows? Who knows?
basically
And
start
then you worry
completely
about,
over.
my login to Facebook is always questionable, and I've had nothing but trouble with that one.
Right.
So, and everything is. I'm amazed that I'm still on Facebook to this day. I was in awe after the third year, and that
Yeah.
would be like 2013 because I'm amazed they left me because everything else has booted me. Everything, uh, you know, and it just blows me away when I try a new app for a while and all of a sudden it stopped. Even I was running on an encrypted, talking to people in the UK, in London, and all of a sudden I couldn't even. And then there was a whole bunch of upgrades that came through, and I couldn't. It wouldn't take them. I couldn't even get it to upgrade, and I was like, "What's going on here?" So just about everything as I ever get quit, with the exception of Facebook and
Yeah.
YouTube.
that is
So
that is
lucky we're
crazy.
here.
I don't see how somebody spends years doing something and then just like that overnight. I don't know. Outside influence is a big factor here for everybody who joins these groups.
And it can
But
affect you. We've seen some
it,
people go to Facebook
it,
jail over it.
I've never, I've always, and I know everybody says they have a mind of their own, but outside influence seems to, and because I see that a lot, how outside influence has changes the way a lot of people behave, and I think that's the reason why for some of us who spent enough time here, the naysayers really doesn't affect our thinking, or and never really did because
We've had so many examples of NASA lies that we've caught them in. Hey, just take
yeah,
NASA
but
alone, or
I don't know. I can't get that through my mind how overnight, you just change your mind like that. I don't think it was overnight.
are you
It
talking
was
about this
probably
person that got
brewing,
mad?
but I do feel that
Yeah.
maybe she did allow somebody in her circle that
Right. Well, I
kind
was
of put a lot of things in her head. That's really what I sense.
It really
I
made
was
me wonder if she
yeah.
was in the Imaginary Planets group. I really wonder, really,
Uh,
because I don't know.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
where that
it
stuff
could have
comes
been,
from usually.
maybe she's a spy that finally couldn't take it anymore. I don't, I'm not going to throw
Hmm,
that,
interesting.
but yeah,
Well,
what something really weird happened, and I just couldn't believe that all of a sudden this complete change of behavior. And I was like, wow.
Sam. Okay, this is going to be in a kind of uncomfortable conversation because
Oh, always be
I
frank.
don't want to. Look, I don't want to. I mentioned this earlier, but I don't think we really. I don't think we really got into the topic. I think we kind of ended up talking about something else. But
I imagine it's
look,
entirely possible that I come
think
off as
I think if she really did see the planets, she wouldn't be arguing this. So clearly, she wasn't seeing them. And unfortunately, I think there's a lot of people who, and again, I'm not going to point fingers and anything, but I do think that there is a number of people who are in the groups and they don't necessarily see it, but they're just following, like you said, Sam, that interesting, mysterious thing, that next thing that a lot of conspiracy theories get to people, like and I think Montana Skywatch is for a lot of people. It's just another one of those exciting things. And then once they're done with it, they have some of they kind of just disappear. And I think we get a
it
lot of those.
loses the
I
luster.
think there's a lot of those. I think a lot of people who have joined suddenly disappear because yeah, they're in it for a while and they say they see the planets, but I honestly, there's some people that I believe aren't really seeing them yet,
Oh,
and
I imagine there's a whole bunch of people that
usually
don't
it's
see them.
newer, it's some of the newer members, but I do feel that a lot of them are here just because it's the next
It's the next
conspiracy
cool thing,
interesting.
yeah.
It's the next thing on their probably long line of other conspiracy crazy shit that they've been following. And
Yeah,
Montana
yeah.
Skywatchers, it's just the next one, and they're gonna move on to the next one eventually.
Well, after all, guys, we are the legends, remember?
Yes, I know, right?
Come on, smile.
The legends, the experts.
Yeah, we
We've had some
are.
really nice compliments.
Yeah, we are we've got the time. We've done this before the Money Boys. We did
But
this before.
what I'm trying to say is there's very few people that actually stand the test of time, so to speak, right? There's people who come and go, right? We have seen a lot of those. And then there's a lot of people like us who are here to stay, you know. And outside influence isn't going to mean shit because we have actually seen them. And when you actually see them, doesn't doesn't really matter what anybody else is going to say because once you see them, you just cannot go back. Period. You
This
just cannot.
question on the screen from
Yes.
Jay.
Jay.
You've spun your lore a little bit. The green comet is not Apophis. Apophis is the object cluster group. Apophis is wormwood. Apophis is the dragon. Apophis is Quetzalcoatl. All you got to do is type in go raw versus Apophis.
And the latest name we have for that is the Salamander asteroid group.
Yeah, that is the focal center of the main batch, whereas the other objects that we talk about are on the leading outside fringes of which is under the group of Uri and Atu. There's an overall, and we haven't even really documented the smaller stuff following the biggies. But yeah, this is a great example of this is the stuff of onset Uri, where it starts coming in, and that's where there's and we've of course got some ISS captures from the International Space Station that Rebecca and I have and you have talked about for weeks, show after show. I recommend you go back and watch them.
Are you
There's
talking about those the asteroids
the
from
asteroid
ISS?
clouds that we've got from the ISS camera, and that's this.
Yeah, we can do
That
that
is
too.
what this is, but it's viewed from a different angle. It comes in the video. It comes from the right and goes to the left. In reality, it comes from the left and goes to the right.
You want me to play it?
Only if you want to. Only if it's fast, and you don't have to, because that way somebody will actually go back into some of our past shows and look them up.
Yeah, it's
And
quick.
we watched that with the show that Mark was there for a while, so that's a hint on which one of the back shows. But yeah, that's the one. Okay, you played it with. If it was fast and easy, I'm glad you can do it.
Yeah.
And you'll notice, look at all the dots, look at all the micro stuff, look at the direction of all the stuff is traveling. And then when we see the onset, this is literally Uri onset, where we're seeing Uri go over the top of us. And this camera is probably facing due north, through my brain assumption here only. And then the onset comes from the right and heads to the left, because Uri does move from the northern view on the left side of the sun, but it does actually move to the northern sky as it moves in and gets bigger and goes over the top of us. So that would make sense that we're looking north. I don't know the star pattern behind. You could just, maybe somebody, if they're really good, you could match it before at the early parts of this. Maybe you can match the stars we're looking at to find out which direction we're really looking at. So if you really want to do your homework. But generically, this is the onset of the debris fields, microdust, large objects, stones the size of a basketball, plus bigger shit galore. And this is all cloud gaseous ionization coming off of cold bodies in space, mixed in with gases and dust and debris. And you can see the trail and movement patterns in them. And as we get deeper,
I'm surprised they released this video. I'm surprised they let it out.
Probably got away from them. I doubt it was purposely, because this is.
And maybe it was live.
This is very telling.
Possibly live. I don't know. That's just.
Yeah, and that circle right there, that big giant circle right there tells me Tan asteroid. It really does.
That dark blue area.
Yeah, the one right dead center in front of us here, just above the circular lit thing on the bottom middle. Yeah, the big circle right there screams. I mean, it's massive. That is the only large object in all of what we've seen. And then there's smaller ones behind it in that dark in the upper middle, and then, but this thing looks like it's a whole big, huge ass circle. So, and there's, 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 or 20 or 30 majorly dark, smaller circles. You're looking at acids more.
Isn't that weird looking?
And we see this in our skies, and this is what Jesus was just talking about, was focusing in, take that telescope and focus in on one of these things and get some shots. And,
that won't be easy, but it won't be easy. That is a hell of a challenge, not to mention that it's expensive buying a telescope with
I had one. Mine was pretty cheap.
Yeah, but you need one that would attach to your computer or your phone, because you obviously want the evidence. That's. But
they have some of those now that are just unbelievably good.
Yeah.
You don't buy a telescope; you buy a phone. You buy a phone attachment.
Yeah, that's what I want to do, but that'll be probably not anytime soon, because I don't have the financial means to do this.
Right. Yeah.
But it is my next challenge. I don't know how long.
Hell, I'm glad I paid the power bill this month.
It's true. We have our
lights
on.
The bills are always paid first before anything.
Yeah. All right. So let me pull this video up. Someone on TikTok mentioned, I'm not sure if they're still watching or not, but still. This was going across. Oh, where was it? Let me go find it. Like I said, it was kind of a popular video over on TikTok. So give me a second.
I don't think the debris is going to take out the ISS cams. I think that our Earth's magnetosphere keeps the foreign opposite charged materials, because it's an electric universe. We're not talking gravity, and those clouds are all connected to each other.
So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and zoom in so y'all can see what this is.
So upper
There it
right
is, the
hand
face.
corner,
That's definitely a face.
they're
And the
seeing
moon
something,
looks like it's
and it
some
looks like a
stuff that's coming
nose,
off of
sort
the
of like a
moon.
face looking down.
Yeah, well, it's the
There's an
Texas cube.
object.
It's the Texas
There's
cube
the
and
face
ships.
right there. This is not a trick.
Oh wow!
That's the
Like
dots.
that.
The nose thing
Everybody's
is
in the
probably
comments,
something else.
that's
That's probably
okay.
probably
It's
the
not
green
Hollywood
asteroid and
people.
then the lead asteroid. But beside it, those little white dots.
Yeah, so
When you get back up to those little
what
white
you're
dots,
witnessing. Hold on, let me get.
hit pause.
Let's go back.
Right there. You go up a little bit. Just get them up. Right. See those white dots?
I see it.
Okay, come back down. Drop it back down if you can. We
Uh-huh.
need get that square out of the way. Okay, right there. Hold it. Pause right there.
Okay.
Those are star destroyers parked in front of the Texas cube. Can you see the
What?
cube to the upper left of the moon?
I
It's
do.
actually cutting into the light of the moon. Those are star destroyers around the Texas cube. The objects to the upper right that looks like a nose is the green asteroid, followed by the lead asteroid, which is the big round in the center at the top.
That is crazy.
Yeah, but you're seeing the misparked star destroyers in front of the Texas cube. I have the big screen here, remember? And I'm looking at it very, very big right now.
I see them. I'm just amazed. But yeah, there's obviously.
And the Texas cube is in this shot is a little bit green, and it's just above the moon.
Oops.
That works too. It's just a little bit green, and it's very big. And those star destroyers are very small.
So what's behind the nose, like coming in at an angle?
Probably Attu's moon.
Yeah.
Remember, the asteroids orbit underneath Attu's moon, and if this is the green or a smaller object, it looks kind of green. And then we know that the round object is big enough to be the lead asteroid. So these are probably asteroids orbiting vertically downward underneath Attu's moon. And logistically, we know that the Texas cube hides behind them, but if we're looking up underneath them, then look what's right there invisible, the Texas cube and the star destroyers. And if somebody takes a capture of that and blows it way the hell up bigger than I have, and you'll see those are star destroyers. Or
it reminds me of
galactic triangular craft that look very much
look at my backdrop, like you said earlier. It's like very similar.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. That's what you're looking at. And we've got pictures of that going all the way in deep space from Google space when they were first captured in 2008. And I have a picture of that. And it's absolutely undeniable. And these tiny little dots in front of it, and everybody goes, "Oh, those are stars. What are we looking at?" And I go, "No, those are destroyers. Those are, interplanetary, huge, massive ships." And if you look behind them, they're parked around a box, a very large box, and that's the Texas cube. And I keep telling people, and I keep telling you, oh my God, there's, the Federation craft of a larger planetary group. And I'm not saying that, like in any movie, but sort of. And, it's in crop circles. It's in Aztec legend lore. You just got to go back and look this stuff up. It's in the Thunderbird diagram, crop circle. And it shows exact facial representations of many close-ups of the Texas cube that we have. And we have hundreds of them, close-ups of the actual Texas cube, and breaking into the clouds and all sorts of stuff, side illumination, discharges at night off of each other, all sorts of stuff going back. So, and the cutoff, look at the cutoff halo.
Yeah. It's super obvious. There's something, there.
Stuff is cutting it out in front of the light. And
yeah, these people are seeing it. People are seeing it and they just don't know what it is, which is understandable.
And they are ships. They're there. We've seen them. We've seen them. We've seen them. We've seen them. And nobody's going to the bank with this, and it's just amazing. And it's like, the moment you say it, out come the crickets. And we've been trying to warn everybody, and of course this is what we're trying to do, and watch how bad we get flagged for this. I mean, hello. Trying to
I was
imitate
thinking
what
this would be a good video. I got to turn this into a video. Just,
those little dots, they're, and you just think of a bunch of tiny little triangles facing different directions.
I do see.
Be right back. I got to deal with the noise.
Yeah. Now I'm going to be, staring at all the moon videos just to try to see if there's others, just,
Yeah, eventually, and that's how you will see if this is
or anything like that.
that's how you could always
Everybody's
tell,
comments,
because
"Oh,
something
that's
else will
fake.
eventually
Oh,
come
that's
out.
fake." Okay.
Yeah.
Hollywood people.
It's always.
I was curious about the nose
so,
looking thing, if it was
what you're
actually
witnessing,
there, if it was just Photoshop, but
some stuff that's coming off of the
it's
moon.
the light's reflecting off of it. You kind of paused it a while ago in a way where the light was reflecting right off of it, so that kind of tells me it's real. That's crazy.
Even the color and the texture, it just looks real.
And the way it's lit up as well, it's exactly the way it's supposed to be lit up.
Yes.
Darkness on the right, lit up on the left. That's bizarre.
It is.
But it is what caught my eye. Aside from the nose, is the lights by the moon. That was one of the first things that caught my eye, because those are clearly not stars.
Right. And that's something I really didn't pay attention to. I was so busy looking at the face, nose, whatever, because it took me a minute to even
check it out,
understand what we're seeing. But
and there is that shape of the star, the triangular shapes, Star Destroyer shapes.
Yeah, you have to think that it's like a marble next to a giant box. The ships are tiny, the box is huge, and then you'll see it. There's a square directly above the moon. And it's kind of almost greenish.
Yes. That's a good. I'll have to go back and get some screenshots of this, add it to my collection for Star Destroyers.
Yeah, well, I remember I sat there by eye watching them on that April day in 2019 after they came out of hiding. We watched them for years prior to that. They were hiding in front of the sun along with the Empire Orb. Remember, we have shots where we not only do we have a black dot in front of the sun, but we had a square and a black dot. Remember those? Rebecca, do you remember those pictures?
Yeah, I was.
Where we knew
I was
that
trying to picture which picture it was. I remember.
Well, that's when we found out that the Texas cube was actually way bigger than the Empire Orb. And we went, oh my freaking God, that damn cube is monstrously big.
I'm trying to remember what it looked like.
If you can park 100 Star Destroyers on the decks of that space cube, intergalactic space cube, and we know they came through a wormhole because we watched it. That's the reason the Texas cube is called the Texas cube.
We have flower power over on TikTok, and
I'm sorry, I got my screen blown up still. I don't see the comments box. I'll come back down to normal size.
Well, you can't see this yet. They're on TikTok.
I'm sorry. I was just,
I will, for anybody that's been following my journey on getting TikTok added to our show, I did get approved finally for a stream key, which is, a code basically that lets you add them to our show. long story short. I'm just trying now to figure out how to make that happen. But we're one step closer. So maybe by the next show, we'll have the TikTok followers, combined into our comment section.
That
Hello,
should be
Mr. Pinhead.
because TikTok has I don't know if it's their algorithm or what, but it's a bigger community.
It is.
So
It
hopefully,
is, yes.
that'll get things kind of going.
It will kind of, it will help.
So how do you guys feel about doing a show about the most important topic that ever was?
I get it. Like, my stomach is kind of like when you said that.
Hidden from us for so long, and here's all these massive carvings all around the earth that people spent months and years out of their lives trying to carve for us to know that this shit happened. Masked in paintings from the 1400s on, in religious arts, so they weren't burned at the stake. And all these secret societies and sects that know shit that don't want to tell us, from the Masons on through the whole wackadoo. And if you once, God, it's like once you add, and I read the Colburn Bible years ago and then read it again and then, went through it and, didn't read it all of it, but went through this, whatever interested me at this time. And I read a little of this and read a little of that numerous times over. And then my brain just went, wait a minute. Binary solar system. And then the moment I said that to myself, all of a sudden the Colburn Bible and the warnings that it gives in literally 3/4 of the way through made absolute sense. And I just went, duh. It's one of those things where you go, how come I didn't think of this before? And here it is, kicking me in the knee nonstop. And I didn't catch on. And I still have those moments where I'm looking at something and all of a sudden it just, the crossing mind goes off into genius. Ha ha ha. Pardon me for bragging. Or insanity.
It's gotta be a good feeling. Yeah,
it could be insanity,
You're right.
Pardon me while I dump off into my idiom. And the shit crosses my mind, and then I just look at myself and go, man, how come you didn't see this 5 years ago? How stupid can you be? And I love those moments because from the ashes of failure grow the roses of success and all of that. So I have to I still, like you were talking earlier, Jesus, is that we all still learn every day.
Absolutely.
I'm learning. I mean, I'm still waiting. We were talking about the base close past drop tail, what we thought was Isatum and her yellow moon, and we haven't seen any of that. Just that one series of two sets of pictures, and I'm surprised because we were waiting for that. Remember? And
I was just going to ask for Flower Power. They're curious about. I have a question about Saturn. Is Saturn a sphere with rings? With the rings, do you know what
Saturn is a gas? Well, Earth's a brain. I believe, and I'm now all of a sudden you just prompted me because it's been so long since I actually studied Saturn. Saturn has a group of rings, which is debris and asteroid at different levels and sizes, all vast down into their placement. I believe Saturn is a gas giant. I know that, Earth the brain. I can't even pull the name out of my head. Hello. How long have I been talking? 3 hours. Okay.
I know.
Jupiter. There it is. Jupiter. We know that Jupiter is a striped gas giant. I believe Saturn is a gas giant. Neptune is a gas giant. I'm not sure about Uranus. I believe Uranus is a rock type planet. We know Pluto and Ceres and make the other sister planets, because we have many planets that aren't listed as planets. But anyway, in our solar system, there's a higher count than we are even told, where they're even beyond what man understands, and that's my math, and I trust my math. So anyway, gas giants have a electron clustered core where their atomic mass has got so many protons and neutrons or whatever their electrons, electrons that are like so massed together that they pull in space gases at certain pressures and certain type, because there's all kinds of gases out in space, and they pull it all in, and that's what they give this outside atmosphere that we see. and they're layered. In the case of Jupiter, it has layered, and the storm with the eye, and there's all those gases swirling around within its atmospheric basin of gases, and not oxygen, which is see-through, where these other gases are not. And we don't know what the actual inside core looks like on Jupiter, because we're just seeing the outside gases and debris and all this other. We have no clue what's inside, and nor have they ever sent any probe inside Saturn, Jupiter, or Neptune. So we don't know what that is inside there, and I don't believe that man knows what gas giants are. Gas giants are on deck replacement cartridges for the next star. If our star fails or starts to fail, one of these gas giants' pressures will change. And when the electron cluster becomes so immensely tight that it creates a fission fusion scenario where it actually lights into a star, and it continues to hold the atomic structure of all the objects who are positively or negatively charged around it. So it doesn't react unless you have like a supernova scenario, and then of course then all bets are off, and that's a complete degradation of the compound structure, and that's where you have a radioactive discharge and everything goes kablooey, and then we're talking paradox. But generically, solar systems don't go paradoxal unless something really drastically destroys the star. That's why they last for millions and billions of years, and will usually reform another star as needed. And that's why I say gas giants are on deck to replace a dying star.
I find that so interesting.
And generally, man doesn't believe that, and I'm just happen to be.
It makes perfect sense, to me. It makes perfect sense,
Well, the space is not standardly paradoxal. There isn't a breakup of everything. There's an order. There's a rule, and it sure as hell ain't gravity. And that's what Einstein spent his whole life trying to understand. And once he laid out that dinner plate, we orbit, and and there's a gravity well that holds our star, and there's this plane of existence where we're rotating and circulating within and closer to our star from gravity, and yet there's dark matter that holds us back in our place. The moment he said that, he blocked his thought process and did not see the electrical nature of the universe, nor did Newton. And that's directly what the scientists yelled at me for in 1980 in Washington. They frickin' screamed at me. Yeah, I mean, to the point where the guy was nose to nose with me and spit in my face. And he became, later on in life, after I was no longer involved in all of this, he went up to the process where he was #1 spokesman for climatology. And then now he's retired, and I hope he's actually listening and he can kiss my ass. He's gone. He retired. I imagine he's quite rich and wealthy and living in a really cool place, but he's still fucking wrong. Oops. Oh, excuse me.
Uh-oh.
I dropped an F-bomb.
That's the first time I ever heard you say that word, Sam.
Whoops.
No,
sorry, that was.
show too.
Excuse me. Shows
it's
you my
at least
intent.
once a show.
The colorful colloquialism because of intent. I apologize to you,
oh my gosh,
softer listeners. I apologize. Yeah, I don't use the bomb regularly, but if I do swear, it's because
it's reserved for certain a-holes, I guess.
Yeah, that's
I was gonna say. I think we all do it. Yeah,
that would probably be #1 on my list for most of my life, and I don't have a bone in my body that's mad at anyone else, except for when I was discounted by the U.S. government, and then they insulted me and refused to work on my level and wanted me to work on their level. And I'm sorry, I'm an indigo and I can't do that.
I did find out my blood type today.
Yay.
Remember I was telling you I wasn't sure? I am O positive.
Ta-da.
O positive. So
didn't we talk about that now, right?
We did. I don't recall exactly everything.
And that is why you are standing here today talking and doing what you're doing.
Is it? Wow.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, positive. Okay.
Dun,
I've
dun,
been trying.
Interesting.
I've been curious about my own, and I have yet to get an answer. I got a
Yeah.
doctor's appointment
I
next
can
week.
definitely guarantee you that very large portion of people whom listen to us and follow and see are related to O blood type or the offspring thereof.
So what does that mean? I mean, can
The
you,
bloodline.
yeah.
Well, I will tell you that in PM.
Okay. 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 Sure. I'm just curious because
Well,
Jillian told me a
I have
little
to
bit.
tease the listeners a little bit, don't I?
I know. I
I
know.
want
It's hard to
the
find that
answer
information.
now.
Really nobody, not very many people know
Okay,
that sort of thing.
I'll drop a hint bomb.
Uh-huh.
A couple of thousand years ago,
Okay.
there was an upgrade placed in the order of mankind's genome to
Yes.
allow the changes that we are seeing today. And it's called a plan. And that plan is long in the process to us, generations, and a very short time to those who emplaced it.
Mm-hmm.
And we are here, those people who are aware and awake enough for the coming age are here and are listening, and you know who you are automatically, or you don't. Um, and that's part of what's going on. And this is allowing you, because of your blood type, and we've talked about the Sumer bump, look that up, and all of that is connected as to ability to understand things at a higher regimen, at a higher level, at a higher regime, at a higher scientific outlook, a higher understanding, a higher ability, the ease in which you place things together and connect the dots. And then there's those people who aren't part of this, who don't connect the dots, don't take the time, won't look it up, understand what they think, and then they shut themselves down and say, well, shoot, that's beyond my education level. And I'm not trying to be genome unfriendly or racial or separatist in any way, shape, or form, because I believe
Just
anyone
it's
can
how it
learn,
is.
this information, but it has to do with whether or not you're automatically willing and recognize this as something to be true, because the people part of the bloodline are supposed to recognize this. And I was also told that by the Pleiadian,
Really.
which is part of
That's
why I was arguing with them, like, how the hell is all this shit going to happen? And you
No,
can't. Go
because
ahead.
I don't want to. We you talked about this recently, Sam. How you don't want to sort of put us in a box where only certain people can see it and other people's can't. But let's face facts. That's what's happening.
I don't
You
want
know,
to place a dividing line of prejudice. I believe the entire human race has a right to know this.
I agree, but it just seems like there's a certain, I don't know, like some people seem to see it very clearly, and then others, doesn't matter what you do, they just, and I, again, I don't want to sit here and be like, oh well, we're special and you're not. But
Have you heard of
it's
have you
something
heard of
that's always bothered me. That it's always something I've been curious about. Why?
there's a thing called, it's a scientific study that went on from the 50s probably through the 70s. It's called the 100 monkey island syndrome, where they would teach a monkey baby on an island where they had a remote populace and a discernible population that they could attribute. Then they took and they taught a monkey, an early childhood monkey, a specific human based skill that the monkeys did not know. And then they watched, then studied this based group on Island One. And within like 2 generations, all the monkeys were doing it. And then, surprisingly, within about half of the next decade later, somehow on a nearby yet far enough too far for a monkey to swim island, all the monkeys were also behaving this taught attribution of human skill. So there is a connective, and this is, we go back to the metaphysical. We are all connected to each other in ways that we don't even understand. And when people of a lower vibrational harmonic meet people like us of higher, and I'm not trying to brag, a higher vibrational resonance, we can upgrade them. It may not be fully to equality, but we can change everything around us by just believing and knowing that it's manifesting in front of our eyes. And this is part of the 2010 ascension, where all of a sudden the changes started happening, and those people who are tuned into it absolutely know it's occurring. Some people maybe they can't put their finger on as to why. It has to do with chakra levels and chakra development and Om chant and all this stuff that I've studied for many years, childhood. And in them, if you have recognition that this information is true and you just know it, that is a direct connection to all of this. Mankind is growing and learning, and we all are. We've reached a level of repeated it's called rollover knowledge, where it took us 1 million years to do this, and then another 50,000 years to do this, and another 20,000 years to do it, and another 5,000 years to do it. And it's incremental knowledge rollover, where we become smarter and wiser and wiser and wiser as a populace. And a lot of that has to do with connection, even though it's not direct connection.
Hmm.
I wonder. We're electric. We're electric. We are connected, even though we do not realize it. Just like, aspen trees roots growing up and becoming or oceanic Australian grasses that grow underwater, and they grow miles and miles and miles of the clone of the same plant. We're connected. We're a forest of trees that are connected. And the moment you realize that and you outview it, it's like walking into a room. I can feel the electricity of all the people I can see. And I can feel them. And it's weird. And then if you catch them in the eye, then boom, there's that door. And then I can get to look inside. And I don't look usually too deep in people. There's a level where I don't, where it's just, hello, passing in public, and hi, nice to see you. But I recognize people when they have bright eyes and when they have a spiritual power, because you can see it. You can feel it. Same thing. I can feel a cat walking up behind me electrically. I don't even have to hear it, but I feel it. And the more you open up to that, knowing that we are all connected, the more your gifts of ability to judge, weigh, taste, smell, feel, see, and this is part of far seeing. You have to believe that you can. And it works for me. I scored very high. That's why I was approached. So there's a lot to it, and you just have to know in your guts that yes, it's me. And then the moment that you accept that, and then you start listening to your inner self, tell yourself that you're seeing more than you would know normally, listen to what it says. And then if then you get the opportunity to prove yourself correct, then you have an example of, wow, I really can do this. And the more you believe that you can, the more you do. And it's a give and take back and forth. And that's why letting it take over and show you, it will teach you. And understanding the river of life and Om chant and Buddha, and yoga and all this crap is great. You add to it. It has greatly to do with personal comfort, personal acceptance of, hey, I trust me. And then you start to see more. And that's how Montana Skywatcher grew, is I just trusted what we saw. And it showed more. And it kept us and kept us, and it kept showing us more. And here we are.
Right.
And we did this because we knew we could, because here we're all, we're sticking to a regimen, and we're promoting sharing information amongst each other without fights, without arguments. We're sticking to a topic. We're doing it through scientific approach and comparative, and we're not going about off topic when it's not anything that we can prove or disprove. So we have to wait and collect that information till we can prove it. And that's what we've done.
Audrey is asking about the 144,000
And that would be a standard yes, but you add a 0.
So 1,440,000.
Correct.
Is that what you're saying? A
Yeah,
million
1.4.
instead of 100. Okay.
And that, that's a
So a lot.
bloodline, and there are puzzle pieces to that bloodline. And the more of the puzzle pieces that you have in that bloodline, the more your abilities become. You're granted higher stages once you're genetic. It's a culmination tick-tock counting down clock that when you add the genetic, and that was all that why it started so long ago from an original count of individual going to what we have today. And because the system above us that is in place that functions on factory planet Earth is far more controlled than even anyone out there can understand. There is a process here going on, and it is very long. And to us, it's many, 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 many generations. So we don't know exactly what's going on, and they do, and it's all under control. It's all timed. It's all known. I mean, there's variations of if, what's, and when's. But I mean, they're not. It's not the Truman Show or anything like that. It's not a Matrix. It's not a fantasy. It's not
It's all
planets
hologram.
popping in from. Yeah, it's not coming in from another dimension, and we're not in a fishbowl, and we're not on a flat Earth, nor are we in a firmament. No, but there is a large process going on here, and it is far beyond anything that we understand because these people live thousands of years, and they have far more time to work shit out than we can even imagine. And that's why the changes are on purpose, because there was a decree, and that's why the plan exists. There was a decree from other higher races above our creator or creators. There was a higher decree from a higher race that thought that we had or should have the opportunity for some, quote unquote, some of us to evolve up and out. And the last thing I have to say is that we earn this. You have to earn it. Next topic.
Which is perfectly understandable.
I'm just wondering what the bigger picture, how it's.
Well, look, while we are here, I always do that, don't I? Why do we need this, or why are we here? Why are we here? Because if we go back down to the factory planet and the fact that we are bio tools, and a lot of people don't want to hear this topic, we were placed here, and that goes out actually back into the Bible, but a good portion of it was removed, and some of the even all the way down to the Adam and Eve story and the snake. There's information behind that tale, and there's lore, and if you glue it together, it fits perfectly. So why are we here? We are here because there's a system in process in place that they need to provide the commodities for their higher system. And yet some of us are not comfortable in this process, and some of us are waking up, and it's probably by design, because we know there's a dumbing down going. So there's also an equal upgrade going. And the upgrade, of course, is something that those of you who have earned it will have to wait and see what happens. I don't have all those answers. But it may be within our lifetime, maybe within a generation or two of us. There's going to be, I again, I'm talking about the time we even get to the top of the galactic plane. I truly believe there's going to be huge manifestations of new things. And I believe it. I don't know what.
Yeah.
We started at the bottom in the last few years, the last decade or so. I don't know.
It makes me wonder if we're going to get to a place where, there's not the system that we have now, the government, banking, school, all of those systems.
That drastically depends on whether or not on this cycle of the passing of Nibiru that we get sent back to the Stone Age again or not. And then there's whether or not that next generation, if we do get knocked back to the Stone Age from the passing planets, and we have to start over again, what will we make next? Are we going to make a better society next time? Are we going to be more spiritual and less destructive toward each other and less polluting and toxic? And then are we even going to get through all of the idiocy of nuclear power all over the planet currently? So, I mean, there's variables that we can't even account for. Let's hope and pray that some of the effects of the passing planets happen and some of them don't. We do need an awakening. We need a change. We need people to completely rearrange how we exist, because it's wrong and we know it. But everybody goes, well, but what can I do? That's not the attitude. We cannot have. We absolutely cannot have that attitude. Each and every damn one of us is responsible for taking care of this earth. And if we shit on other people and other generations to make money, then we are wrong. May we rot in hell.
Right.
I'm sorry. We used to be clean. Back in the 70s, we cleaned up this planet. What the hell happened? We used to have a level of common sense.
It's not anymore. You know, it's
well,
not
the hippie
something
movement was strong. It was beautiful. It was wonderful. It was a great age. It was phenomenal. And we had the future. And then all of a sudden, then the money age came in. And it's just like, what?
The age of capitalism has really ruined everything. And I hear a lot of people say our standard of living has gotten better. I mean, at what cost? And I mean, I work.
And to what end?
And to what end? Exactly.
And there stands a shiny big ass building.
I don't feel that the standard of living is better now. I mean, yeah, I mean,
we handed it all out in gas prices.
If you compare it to, you know, the Great Depression, maybe not, but we're working more than ever just to barely get by.
We handed our economy to third world nations, Saudi Arabia, in gas. We made their houses gold plated, tax free, perfect. And now look what we can't even afford to replace a goddamn bridge. And where'd all the other money go? Because we know that there's a shitload of money missing from the Pentagon every year. Nothing's done about that. I mean, shitload of money. And we know where that is going. And because I know it, I've been there. I know those are real. And you know, people can ask about that. Tease.
Are you talking about the underground bases?
Yeah, those things that I don't really necessarily want to have uttering out of my mouth. But if you say it's a different story, yeah. Well, no, you can't get in trouble where I can.
I see. Okay.
I think there's a lot of money being spent regarding this topic. You know, whether you want to call it preparation
and how long they've been doing it, because I mean, that was in place. A lot of that shit started and was all the way back in the 80s even. So, I mean, what have they created since in 50 years?
Probably entire cities down there, man. But I mean, it's a constant, like, and you were saying that the other day, what is stop wasting money on the, you know, the sea trails up there? Like, how much could that be costing? I mean, it's not just one city. Like they have to be doing this, and we have.
You have to ask, how hot would it be if they didn't?
Yeah, exactly, Sam. But what I mean is there's a lot of money being spent on things that we have no idea, or most people have.
Oh, right, and it's comfort zone. It has the money to a comfort zone in many ranges.
Now, I'm not saying, you know, it's a double-edged sword, like you say. Mm-hmm. I know on one side it's helping us, on the other side it's screwing us. I get that.
Right. Well,
but I mean, which is the lesser evil? But the point I'm saying is that there's a lot of money being spent on these. These programs. That is not being shared with the public, and I think a vast majority of that has a lot to do with this topic that we're talking about.
I drastically worry that they might see the fact that they say, well, everybody's already sick. You know, we got COVID, we've got lead in our water, we've got pollution, we've got plastic in our oceans, and these people are dying left and right anyway. And so what we're going to do is we're going to do the sky painting. to keep us from frying faster. We'll prolong it as best we can. And then that adds to their personal comfort zone as well, rather than tell the public. I mean, I wonder if they stopped doing it right now, how hot would we really be? Because right now, I'm looking at 39 degrees means past melting. It's above freezing in Montana in frickin' December. And I have never in my life seen it this temperature in Montana on December 5th ever. This is way too warm.
Yeah, yeah. I woke up. It was hot in my room. I had to wake up and turn the fan on. I've barely been outside today. It's my day off, but I know that it was a very warm day because it's really strange to wake up sweating in the middle of the night, in the middle of the morning, in mid-December, in the beginning
Right,
of
right.
December.
Now
Especially
that's about to change.
especially
Yeah.
my climate here in Salt Lake. Like we should be, we should be knee deep in snow already.
Right. I should have at least hip level snow if on a good year.
Yeah.
Usually generically we should have, at least a foot and a half of snow right now, period. We don't. It's snowed twice, but it's both times melted off, and it did that today. It was 50
Yeah,
degrees.
we've had a couple of them too, Sam, and it's not nothing that even sticks.
I mean, 50 degrees today. Holy cow!
Yeah, one of the followers over on TikTok, Denser One, who is also in our Facebook groups, he is in Las Vegas, not too far from you, Jesus, and it was 67 today, and he had the air conditioner on.
Oh Jesus!
So it was pretty nice here, Oklahoma. I mean, I had just a lightweight hoodie and
Well, the
no
sun is
problem.
hot.
I was comfortable, and it's going to be almost 70 Friday.
I can't wait to see Michelle's posts from South Africa because I can't wait to see what's going on with the suns. I mean, it's entirely possible that if they did break apart and separate, that we are getting way more light, especially as we're onsetting into our winter, their summer, which would explain drastically why Australia is already in spring, that they're already above temperature norms. Which would account for a lot. And, just stuff we talk about all the time that nobody understands. There's a level of importance going on here that I think is overlooked regularly.
I gotta deal with something, guys. I'll be back.
Okay, lucky you. He gets to run away. How come I don't? Nobody told me, man.
Oh, that's how you do it. That's how you do it. He's showing.
Yeah, you got to sneak away when you can. Yeah, he's talking. I can run away.
Carol Ann rewarded you for the F-bomb. She's that makes
I
her
should
happy.
swear a lot more then.
I know. See how that works?
Yeah,
we can start a trend here.
Yeehaw! Yeah, okay.
Thank
Aloha
you, Carol
from tropical Montana.
Right. She's been super, super generous with us.
What else do you have on deck for pictures? While we're in the middle of hour 4.
Yeah, I know, right? Let's see.
It seems like 2 to me.
Oh gosh, I know. I still think about our record.
8. Yeah,
which is 8 hours, 8 plus hours.
To talk that long.
It's a marathon. That is. Yeah, I definitely have more pictures.
I'm down to drinking cold coffee.
Yeah. I went and got some hot chocolate, so I'm gonna make it.
God.
Here is some new lightning pictures. I know you like lightning pictures. I do too.
I always like to have those sorts. I like to look what's inside and above the lightning, not the lightning itself.
Yeah,
where it's coming from and what it's illuminating. Oh, that's an easy one.
Yeah,
that's Atu's moon discharge, and then the object cluster group underneath, on the left, coming in at the angle.
I know that round shape.
We see it, and the regular clouds are down at the horizon.
I was gonna say I want to find your drawing for this because it lines up.
Oh, we'll get flagged again.
You think?
I'm almost to the point where I like I cringe, when we post
Because
my
your
drawings.
drawings, you're like they're triggering Facebook for
Yeah,
sure.
they are triggering Facebook, and there you see the bottom of
They're
Atu and
sensitive,
Atu's moon again.
man.
And this is generically Atu's moon, and then Atu is behind it, and over to the right-hand side with the green lightning bolt is the core open cloud of Nepicity behind, all discharging on close pass at night.
Oops.
Yeah,
There's
here's a
a little cartoon,
yeah,
but
but
yeah,
gravity would no slap the electric universe.
yeah.
James actually made this. Yeah, here's a heavy discharge of planet Atu on Earth as it is over the top of us
Dang,
at nighttime, and that's why it's all purple and very, very dark black in the
dark.
upper part. That's all planet Atu, and the width of that uh, discharge we've never seen before 2010. You never see that ever, and that is just a huge, gigantic lightning bolt discharge between planetary objects. And once when we first started seeing that, I just went, "Oh my God, I can't believe what I'm looking at." I
Yeah,
mean,
me neither.
I was in the original 2012, 13, thinking, "Oh shit, things are going to crash into us," and then we watched them that they didn't. And I was still suckered in by some of the science behind all the crap on the internet too, and dealing with gravity in my brain. And then we realized over time that the planets do not crash into each other and they repel electrically. And we've had so many examples of that in over the last 13 and a half years, 13 and 3/4 years now, that it's proven over and over, especially in the early close passes of 2018. And God, we saw nonstop examples of the smaller planets doing it. And you could look above and actually see the smaller planets. And now they're so large, it's just sort of, you just got to take my word for it.
This is very similar in that it goes straight across the
And
top of
notice
the.
two bands. You have Atu and Uri, and this is probably 2020, or is this new?
It's not new. Mm-mm.
Okay. Yeah, because you'd see them stacked. You're looking at there's two planets here, and you can see the band between the two of them. It could be Atu's moon, but I would more predominantly say Atu and Uri.
Wow. Right. Okay.
And
Because it's
purple.
yeah. Because that's like a more of a day, not daytime, but lighter than this.
Yeah,
But it's very
Atu
similar.
has an unbelievable. When we first started, God, after 2015 and 16 and 17, we saw so much of Atu, more than any of the other planets combined. And we had so much fun watching that. Yeah, there's another example of Atu's moon and all that purple.
Yeah.
And the
Purple.
purple lightning. And we've
Yeah,
got
you're
pictures.
right. There was no memory of mine of purple, anything in the sky prior to
Yeah.
this.
And then all started, and then and then we documented that Atu was next to Uri, and we discovered that in about 2013, 14, and then it got bigger and bigger, and then we have pictures of that, and then we found out Atu had a moon. Now this is asteroid discharge. These are asteroids underneath Atu's moon,
Is
and
it?
you can tell
Wow.
because they always come from the same place in groups, and they make little stick men.
Uh-huh. Okay. Wow. Goodness. I'd never noticed that before.
Okay, it's my turn. I got to get some. I
It looks
have
so
to walk.
chaotic.
My
Yeah,
chair is
go
killing
ahead.
me. I've got to take 13 or 14 steps
Do
around the house.
that. You're fine.
Whoa, I've sat in this chair too long.
Well, maybe we're like torturing ourselves here. It's sad. Denser, he was mentioning over on TikTok that he had a close occurrence, him and his wife, with some lightning. And he says, we both fell to the ground. That's scary. I'm glad you're okay. So I've seen videos of, like different girls have their hair, stand up. They say that's a scary, bad sign that you could get struck with lightning when that happens.
Well, that means that your magnetosphere, your electrical body, is connecting to something else, and you're part of the electrical area around you and the static electricity that blows. Like when wind blows up the face of a cliff, That
Yeah.
wind actually gathers a static charge off the grounding of the difference between the moisture in the air, which is a positively charged um, gas, and then it runs up the face of the negatively charged rock, and then you're creating this static charge. And that's why when people stand at the edge of a very long, tall cliff, they get that glowing blue, for lack of better saying, almost fire on their fingertips and on the top of their head. That's because they're gathering, because they're an electrical body, and they gather up that charge too, and you become charged. And then when your hair stands up, that means the sky is about to zap your ass.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
Because you can discharge. You can also take that same charge that you gotten in from Earth, because that's in that 235 volts scenario. And if you save that charge and you were to sit down and ground with it, you could turn your human brain on and enhance your abilities. And each time you add Om chant and grounding together, and you learn new things and wisdoms, and then before you know it, you can attain bodhisattva, which I entice you to go look up the word bodhisattva. It's
Okay.
Indian. It's from India.
Never heard that before.
Steely Dan has a song, Bodhisattva, won't you take me by the hand? It's a good song.
Okay. I'll have to look that up because I don't know what that's about.
Bod, B-O-D dash eat
Uh,
dash Z-A-T zat P-H-A or F-A fa. Bodhisattva.
I ain't never heard of that.
I know. I'm just like,
I remember I have studied Buddhism since I was 9 years old.
yes.
But sometimes even the music that you mentioned, I'm like, it's a little.
Oh, Steely Dan.
I recognize the
Steely
name.
Dan.
I don't recognize the song. But there's a lot of
it's
music
an obscure song
from
of
that
theirs.
era that I like, but I have no idea who it is.
Oh, it's a good tune. We used to play it in one of my bands, and then an offshoot band that I knew played it very well. And my friend Daryl and those guys put out a song. You can, I can't remember what the band name was. It's on YouTube too. Yeah, I have a lot of band buddies back in the music days in the 80s, man. Hair band and all of that. Rock and roll and all that was
That's
really
pretty
fun.
fun.
And
Yeah,
then I
that's
was
pretty
working
cool.
at the nightclub too, so I met Toad the Wet Sprocket. I've met all kinds of bands. And Three Dog Night.
How long did you do that for? How long?
I was at the nightclub for about 5.5 years. I have met Robert Plant. I have met Huey Lewis. Huey Lewis and I are actually acquaintance friends. He recognized, I have run into him in 3 different states, and every time he knew me by my first name, and it just blew me away to this day that, dude,
Yeah.
you remember my name? And he said, oh yeah, I remember you from 1980. You waited on my table in Missoula, Montana when you were working at the Red Lion Hotel. And I went, wow.
That's pretty, yeah, that's pretty good. He could remember that.
When they had their concert here in Missoula, Huey Lewis, I worked at the fanciest restaurant in Missoula at the time. I was waiting tables and captaining, and I would cook tableside in front of people, flambe and all that. Flaming steak Diane or Cherry's Jubilee or Bananas Foster or whatever, open champagne, do, pepper salads, all that crap.
Yeah.
And
how
I
old were you then? Like what?
Well, 1980, age? I would have been 19. Yeah, I was 19. Really,
really young.
Yeah. And then I went up through Red Lion Hotel to management and ended up that's how I ended up in Eugene and then did standards of excellence engineering and all crazy shit. Anyway. And I was in Eugene for about a short period of time, and then I ended up coming back to Montana. There was some shit going on I had to attend to, and I got back here and I never left again. So.
But you were born in Montana.
Yeah, I was born in Missoula, and when I was first born, I was born in Missoula General Hospital, which is no longer. It's now the city library, but they tore it down. And then I originally lived in Arlee, which is on the Indian reservation to the north of here. But then we moved back to Missoula when I was a child.
Right. And then you started your band in the like the
Oh, I
20 your
didn't. I didn't
20s.
start the band. I played in a few different bands, and I was in like 5 different bands over time. And I played many different instruments here, there, and there, and did vocals and stuff. And nothing ever
That's
really
cool.
flew, but we made a little money here, made a little money there. We went on a small tour and came back, and enough to know that
Yeah.
it was really a cool thing to actually have a very large audience and sing between rocks. And we did shows in Idaho, and I think we did one in Utah. And anyway,
Yeah,
um,
that's fun.
that was a long time ago, many
Like a
lives
lifetime
ago.
ago. Yeah.
Many, many
Yeah.
moons ago.
That's how I feel about I feel like I've had multiple lives practically.
Currently, I'm
Just
flunking
different
around
stages.
with the mandolin. I sold my Martin guitar for diaper money years ago, and that was the last guitar I had. And I used to have other guitars, but I ended up selling everything I owned to raise the girls
Right.
because their mother sort of walked out on us and left us with no money. So I had to raise these children by myself. And not
Yeah.
too many dads do
Yeah.
that, but I that's we had a glorious, we're still enjoying ourselves. I mean, God, they were so damn cute when they were little, and I do miss it.
I
Now they're
know. I do
teenagers. Oh
know. I
no!
really do. My oldest son, he'll be 35 tomorrow. And I'm just, trying to take that in. It's hard to believe that 35 years have gone by, since he was
Yeah,
born. It's just
yeah.
hard to believe.
It's like
Yeah,
God, who just
35.
sneezed, and now that time is gone.
It
Like wow, how did
is.
that happen?
I want them back when they were little because I had three boys, right? They were, like the older two were 2 years apart, and then 5 years later is the third one.
Now,
But
I can't believe I've lived here
it
for
was
20
great.
years in the same spot. I've lived here for like 20 years now, or somewhere real close to that.
Yeah, it's what
Like
I'm saying.
wow.
How's this time just fly by like that?
Well,
It
hell,
does.
when we started doing Montana Skywatcher and you guys in the early members, my kids were, really little still, and they've grown up with us all their lives. Why they're bored with it, you know. And here we are.
Right,
Wow.
right, right. They
Well,
are
I can't believe we've gone
not
through the
impressed with
cycles
it.
that we've gone through watching the planets get big, 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 and here we are still seeing the ramifications of it and the really cool sky shit and all that stuff going on. And wow, I'm still in awe every day. I stare out the window and go, holy shit, what are we doing? Oh my God, we're still doing this. On one hand, and this, oh God, I can't wait for, to turn the computer on and see what's out there. You know,
I know. Every day I check, I peek out the window multiple times just to see, if
yeah.
it's a good
Oh,
picture day. Should I go live? Should I,
yeah. You don't want to miss anything.
but
My God, no. And
no, I don't. You could just fill your phone up over and over again.
There's days where I'm like, I'm just not gonna do anything today, and then I just
Uh-huh.
can't help it. I
You
can't
just don't
help
let
it.
it
Something
slide.
happens, and I can't help myself, and I just, I always have my cameras with me in my car, so anytime something happens, I'll just, even if I'm trying to take a day off, it's impossible to. In fact, sometimes it's like I say, I'm gonna take a day off, and that's when it gets most interesting. So,
Yeah.
Jay Red is asking a question.
Yeah. He's wanting to know where the names of the planets come from.
Would you accept the answer if I just said me? Where Tiamat is not, we already explained that earlier in the program. Tiamat is not a factual scenario to discuss its prior existence. Hypothetically, we don't know of Tiamat other than in lore.
Right. So it's a theory, it's an idea, it may not be real. And earlier, Audrey, she asked about the cubes. She just wanted to know what they were doing here. Like, what are they and what are they doing?
The cubes have been here many times before. I'm leaving a long pregnant pause on the answer of where the names came from. The cube have been here many times when the planets were not here, and they are another faction separate of the Anunnaki, and they are here to oversee the changes and to get their share of the commodities, because they are owned by the Federation as well as we are owned by them. So, and the names also came from information that I got off world years ago from direct alien contact. And it also matched a video that I acquired in somewhere 2008, 2009 that matched the information that was actually listed as a Pleiadian message. And I'm not one to immediately jump over and go, oh, the Pleiadians actually posted on YouTube. But the information was so accurate and correct over what we saw coming in the first few years of the sky watching sightings of the planet, that when we got down to the final, literally like the fourth planet, okay, we recognized Nibiru, we recognized Saru, we recognized Yuri, and then all of a sudden we saw Purple at 2. And oh my God, it matched that video. And after that, we just decided, okay, we're done calling it the green planet or the striped planet or the blue planet or the blue-green planet. And we finally stepped into these names are accurate and correct. And then we just kept going with it. And we've never looked back, because time after time it's proved correct.
Well, one of our
and
listeners.
I know a lot of this information. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, over the years, all of this information has proven time after time to be accurate, and we've had no reason to change. And we've also seen all the other names that everybody was throwing out there, like the Harrington Group diagram, and all the orbitation models that anyone ever put out did not include the 7 planets, were not accurate about the 2 stars, and they put all the orbit models.
And regardless, I think these names are cooler. If you want to just, if you want to just put it at that, these names are way cooler than.
Yeah, that's why I said me.
And Tiamat, and these are way cooler names. I mean, Atu and Opacity, Isatum. I mean, those are cool names. Wherever the hell they came from,
not to discount Jay Red's question. He said I must have missed the segment on Tiamat. I don't mean to discount your question. It's just that we talk about it literally every week and have for many years. The asteroid field outside beyond Mars and the breakup rock and all that crap out there, and it is also believed that if the water type planet Tiamat broke up, that Earth is a segment left over. And then the debris is also responsible for tearing off or burning out the upper atmosphere of Mars, etc. Destabilization of its core, or whatever you want to call it. That it's a theoretical proposal. It's not proven, and it goes way back before man could ever have any recorded history thereof. So where the original stories of Tiamat come from, I couldn't actually tell you, but I have known about it for many, many, many years.
Sam, I have a question, and that reminds me of this question. I've been meaning to ask you this.
Always, anytime.
You always so you always refer to planet Earth as a rock planet, right?
Right. It has to do with the size and makeup.
Yeah. You said that we're on the soft metals, area. But I've heard you refer to Nibiru as a water planet.
Right. Right.
But aren't they very similar, Sam?
No, you just go into you can go to YouTube and look up planet type versus size. A water type planet is a much, much larger body.
Okay.
Than
but are they? But I mean, they're both basically. Is it so? It's just a size difference, is what you're saying.
Yeah, water planets are massive compared to this. We're a rock that has water on it.
Okay.
And because of our atmosphere and because of life that grew on it, from the stromatolites and plankton blooms and whatever, over the millions of years, they've created our atmosphere stronger and stronger and stronger. You could almost call it geoformed. And I do believe the cycles of the passing planets do create sort of like space water that continual adding to our actual Earth water levels over millennium upon millennium. And we are a rock type planet because we have and soft metals because we have an iron core, which makes us a positively charged body in atomic chemistry. Remember, electric universe, not gravitational.
Yeah.
And a water type planet is a much, much, much larger generic body. And they've got more land masses, they've got more oceans, they've been there, the planet's been there longer than our, well, actually, I can't say longer than ours because I'm sure that our binary system probably formed at the same time. Although we have had generations of humans that I don't think were original from this planet. I think we were added on two apes, and there's many examples of that, including the quote unquote missing link. And we are the backwater on the other side of the railroad tracks from the people who are living on these bigger, larger water type planets that have far older civilizations than we do. So yeah, rock type is much smaller, and like supposedly, and this is of course internet rumor, and I hate to throw it out there, but supposedly Nibiru is like 7, 8 times larger than Earth, where Ceres is like 5 times or 4 times larger than Earth. They're both huge, which are bigger than, believe it or not, the two gas giants in their solar system.
Ceres must be beautiful, because
It is.
the green waters, because
right,
it's
and it's
not
got more
as,
island patchy. It's a lot more islandy
God,
than
I always
Nibiru.
and I've actually had a couple of dreams of being on Ceres, and it just I just imagine in my dreams it was just
Gee,
like
lucky you.
it was just like kind of like going to Hawaii, not Hawaii, but wherever you see blue green water,
Yeah, we can only imagine. Maybe it is a
yeah,
tropical planet.
it just
Overall, Earth, the average temperature of Earth beyond taking into account any ice ages is 93 degrees all around the planet. Normally, for the majority of the history of planet Earth, we have not had any polar ice, and the entire planet is tropical. So that's also part of why I say aloha from tropical Montana.
mm,
Oh, we've changed, and people talk about the ice age and they think the whole entire planet was completely covered in ice, and that's not the case.
no.
There's the north and the south, most polar, most of the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere were covered in ice. Well, the middle hemispheres were not, and there were existing civilizations and societies during that period of time that is completely not accounted for, and nor is accounted for movement of the tectonic plates and how fast India has moved and how fast Africa is moving and where Madagascar came from and all of this stuff. The planet's changing constantly, and part of each of the passing cycles counts on the breakup of the planet and the changes in the tectonic plates and rock crushing to rock and subducting this and pumping out new volcanic materials and gold and diamonds and gems and sapphires and emeralds and rubies and tourmaline and all the going all the way to the chemistry of crystals and amethyst and you name it. And of course, each passing time, the passing of the cycle reboots factory planet Earth, and that way, the next time that the passing planets come by to collect the commodities, it will be available because its work biotool force will produce it.
Gotcha.
And that's part of that whole big, huge factory cycle.
I feel like we're just like worker ants or something,
Yeah, we are. We basically are. We were placed here to do this, and we are actually programmed genetically to be interested in doing this. And this is why anyone who's ever found gold and goes into gold fever, it will answer volumes to you that you've never understood before, because once you have gold fever, you work your ass off and you don't even feel it. And you don't. You do not feel it. You just do. You just go and dig and dig and dig. Yeah.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, you wake up and it's like 8 o'clock at night. You can't see anymore. And you go, wow, oh, I guess it's dark and time to go home. And then you look behind you and you see you moved a mountain of dirt and you don't remember any of it. And I tell you that from fact because the first time I found my first gold nugget in the pond, I was panning, and there's just this thumbnail sized gold nugget. After that, I moved a ton of dirt,
You're
or excuse me, probably like 5 tons that day with a
right.
shovel. I am not kidding you. And once you find gold, it's a completely weird,
Did
odd
you
thing.
find any more that day?
Oh yeah, but it wasn't mine. I got to keep the nugget.
Yeah,
That was mine, and the
that's
rest of
nice.
we found placer gold and stuff like that mostly, and that all went into the guy whose gold claim it was, but I got to keep my nugget. But anyway,
That's nice. Was
yeah.
how much was it worth? Did you like sell
Oh
it or
God,
what happened?
today it would be worth probably God, it was like 5 grams or bigger. Um, we were somewhere around $10,000.
That's a
You know,
lot. Wow.
yeah, yeah, it would be worth about $10,000 today. But I sold it off long ago.
Right.
Anyway, um, we we exist, and we should be happily existing. The fact that we do exist, which is part of growing mature enough to accept the standards and get rid of some of the self prejudice towards extraterrestrials, because we are frankly very lucky that we exist, and the trick is to understand why we exist and how we can continue to exist.
Like I said on another show, it's like we exist to support a system of mining, basically. Is when you think about what we're doing, because everything we do at some level, I don't know when and where the miners, are, but what would you say, like,
Well, we produce a lot of
not
gold.
Middle Earth, but inside Earth somewhere, right?
Well, the Earth produces it by grinding of plates, tectonic plates, and the electricity discharge between those two rubbing surfaces. It's like a static zap, and gold and sulfides and other metals are formed after an electrical discharge, and it's like a static charge that breaks up right at boundary plates between quartz, and that it infuses and changes the electrical molecular status of the quartz crystals, and this is where these deposits of sulfides blend and turn into gold. um, Coppers and stuff will do that, and other tins and leads and this that, and I mean I can't even quote you all of the names of the rock chemistries that are involved in the process. But electrically, when they're jammed together and they slip and they jump and the fault lines shift in between quartz deposits, which has a great to deal with volcanic steam and water and deposits, and great a million years of water getting soaked in the rock between the plates of the formation of the crystals, and all kinds of underground water pressure and steam, and all of that all forms all of these sulfides and deposits in gold. And it's just an electrical occurrence that creates all these metals to actually zorch themselves into existence from other things, where the combination of chemistry and subatomic chemistry mix, and then boom, you have byproduct of this, that, and the other thing.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's all chemistry, and that's why each passing of the Nibiru system is part of the factory planet scenario, that we reboot the next round of commodities. And this the only way I can foresee it, because there is not a finite amount of gold, and it's being burped up constantly from the inner cores and different levels, and all sorts of processes of pressurization and lava and magma discharge, and underground forces and steam and degradation of
Man,
rock and granite, and all of this, and felspar and crystallization of this, and it's a whole process.
I was gonna say, no wonder it's so expensive. Like
Oh
Audrey
yeah,
was
they're
saying,
tiny
it's a
little
lot of
amount.
work. A lot of
Well,
work.
a good gold mine, if you're rock mining and you get 20 grams of gold out of 5 or 10 tons of rock, then you're doing pretty good. And that's why gold is so valuable. Not only that, it's one of the few and only positively charged metals on the planet, or in anywhere within reach of any near space. Gold is very special. It's positively charged when others are not. And there's a lot to,
So
and
is there
that's why they collect it.
Is there a benefit to wearing it?
Oh, of course there is, and that's why
Yeah.
we want you to watch the movie Dune.
Got it.
Because
Okay, back to Dune
Spice,
now.
Back to
Spice,
homework.
Back to Dune. I got to do my Dune homework.
yeah, slap here. If you'd have done your homework by now, young lady, you wouldn't know what I was
Oh
talking about.
gosh. Yeah. See, I did. I watched like clips on it on TikTok, so I have an idea of what's going on, but I'll watch
Hi,
it.
Joe in Holland.
Yeah. Oh, we have Joe. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Joe.
Good. You're glad you're here. I haven't seen you in a while, so it's
Yeah,
nice,
it's nice
to see you. Yeah.
Yeah. Do
Let's
your homework,
see.
Carol Ann.
Do your homework, right? I know.
Yeah,
I know.
you gotta try and find a copy of the old. I wish I had the actors' names so I could tell you who they are. I have a copy somewhere in the house, I think. And then I have to go and look for it, the damn thing, and then I go, did I have that on VHS? And I don't have it on DVD, and I still do that to this day.
Probably on VHS.
No, I got rid of so
84.
many VHS.
1984, I think.
Yeah, that's what
I
it
got. Oh
was.
God, I had shitloads of VHS movies, and I ended up having it slowly over time. Just keep throwing. They kept failing too. You couldn't even play it anymore.
Oh yeah, VCRs were they were very problematic after a while.
Nova then stuffed a VHS Star Wars 3 into the VHS player backwards, and I don't know how she even got it in there.
No.
And then after that was the last time I even had a VHS player, and it was a Sony. And I tried to take it apart. I still couldn't get it apart to get that thing out of there. So I tossed it, and I never bought another VHS player, and that was literally, about 2010. And I had shelf after shelf of old weather. I used to record the Weather Channel, and I had probably 500, 600 VHSs filled with nothing but Weather Channel. And my friends used to laugh at me for doing that.
You remember what's his name on Radio Wasteland got a crack out of it.
How's that?
You found it hilarious that you
that I used to tape the Weather Channel. Yeah. Well, I'm a weather nut. I'm a scientist. I spent my whole life.
I gotta say, I never recorded it, but I used to watch it. The Weather Channel.
I've studied the jet stream. This is, of course, how I know what's going on. I can look at the weather and tell you exactly what's going to happen.
Yes, Audrey, that's what he's talking about.
I was getting ready to comment back, but yes, that's right.
Watch what happens tomorrow and the next day from Arkansas to Missouri and Illinois and all of that.
Yeah, someone on TikTok mentioned earlier was asking about there being like a solar storm tomorrow. Is that something you've heard about?
That's been going. Well, there's been a solar storm going on off and on for the last week or two, and this is part of what all these auroras are about. There's increased activity in the sun right now, you guys, and we're look at this picture, for example. But anyway, I don't often talk about it because I don't venture off into the second star very often because there are going to be a lot of people out there that go no way, and then we're not having our people listen to us. And there's a lot of stuff going on that we know about that there's some touchy subjects we don't get to broach on, and the cumulative pile is so huge it can be a little stifling and intimidating. So we've learned to tiptoe in between topics sometime, correct?
Yes, that's for sure. I mean, it just depends on what it is, but are you meaning like certain things you don't feel comfortable talking about?
Right. Well, there's certain topics that we don't necessarily broach unless somebody actually asks a question. I'm not going to stand here and start off the conversation. Hi, everybody. We have 2 stars.
I got it. Okay. You're talking about.
And we have 2 sets of planets. We are a binary solar system. We always will be. We always have been. The larger group of planets owns us. And we are little weak things that have to work for them. And we're on this tiny little planet and run for your lives, Ginger. I don't want to go there.
Like you don't talk to the the grocery store clerk about all this. I
Oh, no,
guess.
right, correct, yeah.
Yeah.
And, only the ones that are only interested in, we could say hi to Tom at at the gas station here in town, at Town Pump, all the way at the beginning
Right.
of Lolo, closer to Missoula. I hope he's listening tonight. And yeah,
Who is that?
oh, there's a gas station clerk that knows me and our shows and listens to our podcasts every week.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, and
Well, that's nice.
he actually recognized me from the internet before he recognized me from Lolo.
Okay.
And
Wow.
when,
So
hey,
he's a definite
I've had a
skywatcher.
few people go, aren't you that guy on the internet? I've actually had a few people do that, and they knew me from the internet, not from locally, which was interesting.
Yeah. Well, man, that's when your information is getting around.
Well,
for someone to recognize you.
I started to believe what Chauncey was saying, that I have an impressive following, and I believe in that. I hope there's a lot more people out there that I don't know about. I'd love to hear from you. Hi, I'm trying to get to you as fast as I can. And then there's also the negative, and sometimes all press is good press. So where do you draw the line?
That's
And
true.
if
At
somebody
least
can
they're talking
well, if
about
they
you.
can find fault in my attitude and my words and my behavior towards people and how I communicate, well, then I feel sorry for you, because I'm genuinely only here to help. And
Right.
this is not easy. we do pay a price to do this. So you may think it's a con or whatever, and it does not pay us well enough to do a con. So this is information that we've learned, and we've spent over a decade. I mean, if I had a nickel for every hour that I put into this, well, then maybe. But anyway, and I do trust in a level of fame. And I'm not trying to, polish my knuckles and be all cool about it. I'm just saying that I see that there is, I have attained a level of celebrity, and I thank you all for it. It means at least I'm being listened to. And that's what also keeps me going, is when you guys do send me cards and letters, then it makes it easier to do this. We lost Jesus.
Well,
no, I don't think Avenger Captain. Are you famous in Lolo? Not really, but I'm known. I am a local, so I imagine there are some people. I don't talk to a lot of locals about this. There are a few people that do know about it. That every once in a while you can't help but go, "Oh my God, come out here to look at this freaking planet right here." And the guy that did recognize me from the internet, I did take him out once or twice in the interest of customer service. And I know his manager, so his manager thought, and he used to be a member. I think he's still a member, but I don't think he pays attention to our shows. But he was a member, and then this is an employee of his, and I took him outside and pointed out some stuff to him a couple of times. And he's really into our shows, and I always tell him when we're going to do a new podcast. But no, I'm not really. Lolo's small. And it's also sort of like, the behind the tracks little suburb town, truck stop town, where nobody really wants to admit they're from. I don't know why. I just live over in a corner of it. And I moved out far enough that used to be sort of in the fringes, but then over the years that I've been living here, they moved in around me. So it's changed. But it's still a really small little truck stop town. No services. We have a Pizza Hut and a Subway and 2-3 gas stations and a store that overcharges the shit out of you, and a couple other places. I think in a bad teriyaki restaurant that I've never eaten in, so I can't really call it a bad teriyaki restaurant, but it does not seem like they have a lot of customers. And we have a Dairy Queen and a McDonald's. I can't be remiss, but we don't eat McDonald's.
Yeah.
And that's literally all, and we have a couple of churches in the what used to be the hardware store. There's a church in the hardware store. Figure that one. Anyway.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah, this really looks like a spiral. This looks like a wormhole opening.
I was wondering, was it the Texas Cube or what was happening? Not Texas Cube.
This one.
The
date is
Empire Orb.
The date is not on this picture. I was looking at
but it just shared like a day or two ago.
Okay, well, we've there've been a lot of sightings of wormholes. Remember that the wormhole generating whatever it was last week. So yeah, there's wormholes, and we've watched wormholes form and ships fly through them and come out of them, and including sonic booms and everything from the speed that they fly through. And that's like plus 4,000 miles an hour or something like that, or 6,000. I can't remember exactly what the sound barrier
Right.
is. I should remember that, but I studied that many years ago, and I'd have to relook it up to refresh my brain. Yeah, we've watched a lot of this shit happen, and it's been documented in live videos and stuff, and real, true, actual sightings, and that were debated over many, many, many occasions, and of course, it is occurring.
So I have a comment here
I
where
miss
Jay
Radio
Red.
Wasteland too.
Yeah, I saw that too. But Jay Red, he made the comment about earlier we were talking about, the mining and factory, and
We kind of are insignificant in the grander scheme of things,
does it
but at
get
the same
better? I
time,
mean, is there a time when it's
well,
not?
and that's why the plan of the change and moving on to the sixth age, and us wondering where we're going to go with this. I mean, where do we choose to go with this? Are we just going to be another recycle back to the Stone Age, or are some of us going to actually ascend and grow out and maybe become changed in the proper directions? And I don't have all those answers, but compared to the grand scheme and the alien races that live around us and how long they live, yeah, we're pretty small. We are biotools, half-lived compared to the donor host.
So after you pass away, is it a recycle?
Yeah, we are recycled. We go into a half spirit world and we exist until collected. Oh,
Yeah.
that reminds me. Ha 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 ha. Sorry. I was watching a movie recently, and it was a movie, but it the guy that was kind of knowledgeable. Excuse me, I'm having a cough drop moment again, dry
Yeah,
throat.
do that.
He said the three most important questions to mankind are, in order to have a stable placement and understanding of our place in the world and on this planet. Is there a God? Is number one. Number two is what happens when we die? Number three is, are we alone in the universe? And with that in mind,
Yeah.
I can honestly tell you I know all three answers personally. Is there a God? Yes, there's even a higher prime creator above our demigods who created us. So it's a point of view. If you believe that our maker is a God, well then he's a demigod, and there are gods above them and above them. So that's man's rendition of God. And believe me, there's even a higher power above that holds a whole lot more together than that. And there's even other dimensional beings, etc., and good ones and bad ones, including wars going on in space. What happens when we die? Number two. When we die, we continue to exist. And I have seen that as well because I have studied shamanism and I have done a shamanistic magic rite and happened to witness thousands and thousands and thousands of spirits being collected. Trust me, my friends around me who are close friends have been all shown that information on pictures and information in background conversations that are well documented and proven. And I've seen ghosts all my life as well since childhood, and that too is part of whom I am and some of my gifts. So I know for a fact that ghosts are real. I have heard them all my life, and I have seen them all my life. So yes, and I have watched them be collected. So are we alone in the universe is number three. And I have personally met three separate alien races face to face. Didn't channel, see them in some dark magic or a crystal ball or any of that. In some dream, none of that shit. This was actual face to face. I have seen three separate races. Period. You can disbelieve it. You can believe it. That's as far as I need to go. And I can absolutely tell you we are not alone in the universe. And And because I saw this in that movie, I just I even know what movie it was called now. My brain just clicked on it. It's a movie called UFO,
Hmm.
and it's semi new. It's about out within the probably last 5 or 6 years. Anyway, I didn't check the origin date when I watched it. It was on YouTube. Anyway, just type in UFO the movie.
Okay. Yeah.
It's kind of a cute movie, and I was very enthusiastic about watching it because it's about a young genius, a young physics genius, and he's failing in his classes because he's focusing on stuff that gathers his attention from other occurrences that he's wise enough to see and recognize beyond anything his professor understands. It's quite the good movie, and in sort of a way that is kind of my life in certain manners, because me writing that paper in high school literally did change everything about my life in my high school. And my teachers were not even allowed to talk to me anymore after that. And I ended up, I was graduating early anyway, and I had the credit. I had way more credits than I needed to graduate, and I was still screwed with because of this. So, and I went around them and did it anyway, and got that all that solved within, I think, the first month. They tried to screw with me, and I just went around them. So anyway,
Right.
that's another story entirely. But you just missed all the three major questions that mankind asks. Is
Oh,
there a God?
I heard it. I was
Okay.
just
Yeah.
I caught that because that's
Yeah,
that was
there's
an
no
interesting
longer any
So,
question that we're alone in the universe.
that
There's
was an
no
interesting
longer
topic.
any question that ghosts are real and spirits, and really nasty ones sometimes too. There's good and bad. And then, is there a God? Yeah, there's good and bad. There's many gods, and there's a prime creator above all that connects all the universe and everything and everything and everything. And yes, and I can even tell you that magic is real because you can there is achievable earth magic, and God only knows what else that is out there. And we know that the Buddhist monks can like levitate shit through Om chant and stuff, and that was proven way back in the 40s. And there's documented footage out there, and I watched that as a child.
My father had uh I'm Mexican, so we dabble in a lot of that sorcery and witchcraft and whatnot. So,
Los Muertos.
and I can tell you, there's something to it for sure.
Oh, yeah, especially with especially with the Day of the Dead ceremonies in Hispanic tradition and
Yeah,
Mexican
yeah.
and Cuban and all of this. Yeah, they're all ghosts. I also have seen ghosts since childhood. Okay, thank you, Audrey. Yeah, ghosts are quite real. And as a matter of fact, you'd be amazed how many of them fly past you, everybody, every day and night.
Well, there was a
And
story. There was a story that growing up we used to hear a lot about. My grandma's house. There was a big oak tree in her yard, back in Mexico. And they would say there was stories about. I never got to see it, but there was rumors and stories that went around when I would go visit her out there, that people would see a man in flames at certain times of the day. Um, I later, as I got older, I looked at the history of that house online and everything that I could find, and there was somebody lynched in that tree.
oh, it's
So
entirely possible. Yeah, yeah,
so
of
I'm
course,
I'm
it's an
not
old
sure
tree.
if it was rumors, because folk stories kind of start from a real story, or
And I
if
don't
it was
recommend.
something that
I like ghost hunters, but I don't recommend being a ghost hunter. I have.
I would never dabble in that, but I do find there is a certain level of credibility when it comes
Oh,
to
I have seen enough that I
there's
have learned that you do not mess with an area of that's not your own. You don't go into other people's homes and try to exercise their property. Otherwise, you're going to have little people that come home with you.
yeah,
And there's a lot of, you can check the internet for
yeah
that
they
one,
there's
like
always a
slap
saying of,
ham and that.
they always told us to never open the door for them because they will.
Right. Somebody knocks on your door. Do
Yeah,
not open it.
yeah,
Not
yeah.
until you've done three Our Fathers, four Hail Marys, and a couple of shots of tequila. I'm kidding. Um, Yeah, not
You said don't answer your
turn around
door.
3 times and spit.
No,
What?
what I meant is in general, like if something crazy, you see something crazy, just leave it alone.
Right?
You know,
Don't pay attention to it, because
don't
otherwise it pays
open
attention
the
to you.
door for things to
I
happen.
see. I see.
If
Well,
you see something, just kind of ignore it and just leave it
Right,
alone and
right.
don't.
That's best. And they're flying over the top of us usually all day long. And tonight, when I was cutting the pizzas for Nova, she was going, "Dad, this black thing keeps flying past right here." And I went, "Oh, okay." And she, "Oh, there it goes again." It's like, okay, And Nova is actually now hitting the age where she's actually getting precogs, where she sees stuff ahead of time, because she's gifted, because she's very bright because of her Asperger's. And
yeah.
but she's high functioning. Could be that, and we could call her Asperger's her level of personal genius, because she's non-focusing on other things. And this is what an indigo does: is they're different. And this is Bloodline, and Shiloh is a blissful, wonderful human being. I dearly cherish her every day. Every day, she's my sunshine.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, and they're noticing more. And the funny thing is that, the stuff that I brought them up with, taught them with about, they use with ease, and don't even realize that it's not necessarily a normal thing. And I'm not saying I raised them in witchcraft. I didn't do any of that. I raised them in believing that they would have bloodline enhancements from being my child, and how I was rated higher than most. And I'm not trying to go back to the brag section, but because of whom I am, that they would be. And I knew about them being born years before they ever were. And that was
Right.
part of the stuff that came from the Pleiadian, which is part of why I was going, don't tell me anymore, because I learned way too much. Because he pulled it out. Oh, a huge part of my coming future life, because he looked me up. And he told me about relationships that would be destroying me and all sorts of shit. And I just went, no more. I don't want to know. And
Man.
yeah, too
So,
many personal items about me to argue with. And yet here, this complete 7 foot tall plus stranger, with a weird head, is standing there telling me all this shit. And most of it at that stage was hypothetical. And how would you know this? And how the hell did you look me up? And what the hell am I going to do? And how am I going to do this thing that nobody else can do? And it's like, whoa, this is strange. This is weird. And here, I'm not trying to brag or anything, but this is the lay down of the basic part of the whole damn story. And the rest is, here we are, and here we're doing it.
yeah.
And, I didn't even really understand the focal of the planets. I just thought everybody knew this shit was coming anyway. And so I made a level of assumptions. And then he was just going around the corner saying, well, you're going to be very well noted for how you're going to change things. And I went, what does that mean? And I don't think I put the whole puzzle together, because the guy's handing me, way too much information within one conversation to even understand the first 2 minutes of what he was saying, to actually fathom the rest of the information at any if I had a notebook taking notes, then perhaps, and I wish I had, and I wish I'd listened better rather than argue as much as I did.
How long were you talking with him? Like an hour or two?
At that point, yeah, it was quite a while. And at that point, we didn't have very full competency of mind and passage of time. But I know that we were quite a few hours in the circle of this visitation, shall we say, / abduction. And by the time we got back to what used to be a roaring bonfire from hell, we got back to coals that were glowing on the red ground, little red coals on the ground. So there was easy 3 hour plus or 4 hour plus burn off, because my friend Victor was a kind of a pyro, and he liked to throw a whole hell of a lot of firewood on the fire all the time, make this really big, huge ass fire, which is probably why we had the visitation. And then the moose ran through, and then that moose ran through our camp. And because the moose don't move in the middle of the night, by the way, in the forest, when you have a very huge rack, you don't go running through the forest. And this moose came running through our forest and stumbled through the ditch in front of us, and then right past our campfire, straight through past our tents. Thank God he didn't trash anything. And then the whole forest went quiet, dark, and then all of a sudden we saw the massive, massive, absolutely silent uh, Star Destroyer triangular craft fly over the head, the top of us. And out the bottom came a disc with 2 decks, and then the light shined on us, and the rest is history.
Right. Wow. So you got to tour the
Got the
inside.
tour, got way too much information, and to this day, I've never gotten past 1 inch of it.
I'm really curious what it looked like. Like, was it real futuristic or?
Well, of course it was. It was, on top. You're in in completely white environment. In the first room that we were taken into, there was a whole bunch of carts with wheels on them, containing all kinds of different devices and cloth and this and that and implements and you name it. And then there was another doorway on the in front of you, which went into the surgical tables that they lay you out on. And then there was another door going to the upper craft. And then behind the surgical room, they had the detention area where they put you in cells, especially if you argue with them. The more you argue with ET, the less likely you are going to get along. And all the way up to not ever even returning. So be warned.
Who won't be returning?
Well, if you fight ET really bad,
yeah,
you're taking on well, the problem with the Greys is when the Greys work for the other races, and if you piss off a Grey, he may actually rip you to shreds. And they work like pack animals and like groups of foxes or velociraptors or whatever, and they must be controlled at all times. And if they're not heavily supervised, there's a large possibility you're going to piss somebody off to the point where you just vanish in the forest and no one knows what happened to you.
Because
you weren't cool and they killed your ass.
I mean, who would argue with the alien?
Well, you don't have much choice. You can't really do a lot. You can't really move. You can't when they get you with the tone.
Whose first instinct would be to argue with one? I just
I some of my friends got violent with them, and I was asked to go back and talk to them and calm them down. Because I don't know why they actually spent time speaking to me, but apparently I was of something that a different frame of mind that allowed me to be, of course, I was always the alpha in my group. So they may not see it that way, but I do. But I was asked to go and calm one of the 2 people down, and otherwise he wasn't going to be put back to home, returned to home, was how it was stated. So, and you'll wake up and you won't know that your friend is gone, and you'll just know your friend is gone. And then within the next 15 to 30 minutes, you come back to your calm senses, and then all of a sudden you go, something's weird. What happened? Why am I here? Or wherever you were placed back. And then, the next day you have the worst damn hangover headache you've ever experienced in your life. Of course, we were drinking beer, so perhaps I had a hand in that. But so it's very easy for you to just disappear in the forest and never come back. And they mentioned that, you're just not going to go home.
They mentioned that to you?
Find you, and no one will ever believe that ET landed and took you. And most people don't even remember that it happened. And only when all of a sudden, I had things pop out in little mini memory pops. Right. And over time, I remembered all of this shit, and I went, no shit, that really did happen that way. And part of that was, in 2009 and 10, when I was looking up the Library of Congress information on the Farseeing Project and all of that. And I can mention that now because it's declassified. But and I had to believe that all of this shit was real, and I had to find some level of actual factual truth. So I went looking in a place that got half my house fried because I downloaded that information, and then within like a month, my house got fried, including my computer and all that downloaded information, which taught me a grand lesson that hi out there, guys. I know you're listening. Thank you for go get some coffee and donuts. This part's going to be boring. Um,
Hmm.
and so I learned that I am being watched and listened to, even though I was on non-disclosure and I could start talking as of 2010. I don't think I'm not watched still, and I try to automatically assume that, and sometimes I forget, but most of the time I keep that in mind.
So, Avengers has a question about Christianity and the role it plays in the scheme of things. Otherwise, why would they include it in the Cobran and the Egyptian version of the Exodus?
Because if you go back to the Old Testament, those are carryovers from Abraham. It's called Abrahamian religions, and there are 4 of them, are all based on the current Abraham Old Testament texts. Was taken from the Sumerians, which was also taken from the pre-dynasty Egyptians prior to that, except the names were changed. And that's why all of them match, because they've been going on far longer. And the Egyptians go all the way back to the passing planets, and the Sumerians go back to the passing planets. And that's why at the time period when the one Egyptian pharaoh went to Ra and the single sun religion, that had a great deal to do with the coming and passing of the second larger star, which is around the Nibiru planets, which is where most of their gods come from. And you can cross-reference all of that, and it all fits. And it's just a traded tale, and all those 3 tales from the Egyptians to the Sumerians to Christian religion all match because they're the same story. They're just the names were changed. Dun, da, da, to protect the innocents. I'm joking. It's an old Dragnet's, these names have been changed to protect the innocent. It's from the old Dragnet 60s show. Love that show, even though I hated the cops, man, because I was like a 70s hippie, and we down on the fuzz, man. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, God, the fuzz. I haven't heard that in years. Where the hell did I pull that? What old, dusty box did I pull that term out of? The fuzz. Wow. I am old. Holy shit. Nobody look. No, don't look. Ah.
I never use the word old. I always say older. It takes a little bit of the sting away.
Yeah, no, I'm not old yet. I'm just actually, just 60's the new 40, by God,
Yeah. Oh, no.
Yeah,
A little
I don't feel a day over 40. I really don't.
Yeah.
Until I get out of this chair and try to walk across the room. Yeah, I had to get up earlier and take a walk because my butt was getting so sore from sitting here. I was like, ow.
Yeah, I need to walk. I need to get up and walk around myself. I've been doing laundry as I
I
do
was
this.
supposed to do that. I skipped on that.
I've been doing just one day off out of the week, so I have to kind of multitask. I
Right.
think
Yeah,
last time we did this, I was doing laundry too. So
lucky you that you have a good schedule that prompts you through your chores. Yeah, I thought about it earlier today, and I should have.
I was gonna ignore it, but I was like, yeah, if I don't do it today, I'm not gonna do it for the rest of the week. And
well, it's better.
I have a really busy week, so I was like, yeah, I better just get it over with.
Yeah, it's better to do 2 loads in 1 week than 4 loads or 6 loads the second week.
Exactly.
And then
Exactly what I did. That's exactly what I didn't want to do.
Right.
So
that's why I try to do it every week. I have schedules for things that I do, and when the girls do their
and
chores,
I do too, and I stick with them sometimes, but sometimes life kind of gets in the way, and you gotta just kind of roll with whatever is going on.
That's like my weekly. I mean, I go through it, every week something throws a wrench. That's the understanding of the meaning of the word sabotage. A sabot is the Polish word for shoe, sabot.
Yeah.
And the word comes from throwing a shoe in the millworks to sabotage the mill because workers were dissatisfied with conditions, and so they sabotaged
Yeah.
machinery.
That's funny. But I mean, you had 2 days off. You know, you couldn't. You couldn't really get on or do much. So, did you do anything with those 2 days, or?
God, what did I do last 2 days? I got more sleep. I can tell you that. I watched old movies. Oh God, did I? I watched a 1980 space movie called Space Hunter and Adventures in the Forbidden Zone.
Hmm.
And it's been so long since I saw that in the 80s. I didn't even remember half of 3/4 of it. I didn't remember. And then by the time I got to the end, I thought, oh my God, I sat through this. It was so 80s lame. I can't, you know, and the little, you can see how the ship doesn't fit the background and the gases and the shadowing and
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
know, and their little blast laser eyes, and it was probably a knockoff of Star Wars at the time. And I just somehow sat and watched it just because of the nostalgia of how many years ago. I mean, there's another cult movie out there called Jared Sin and the Forbidden Zone, I believe, but Jared Sin is in the main title, and that's another old cult history space, Star Wars /Ian movie. And God, we used to watch all of that stuff, including Last Starfighter and oh my God, all those 80s movies that literally primed us and got us ready for a lot of what we're, seeing
Yeah.
above us
No,
going on
I
right now.
agree. I agree.
It's kind of funny because I was never a real big sci-fi, you know,
And then Buck Rogers on TV. Oh my God, I look back at those now and I go,
and
oh,
here I am.
puke, you know.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, my
Well,
brother
because
was
you can
always
see
watching
it.
Star Trek.
Well, you can see it with different eyes now.
Yeah, and we were
My
really
problem
lame.
with I love sci-fi, but the thing is that it was rarely a good sci-fi movie. It was always I hate that they always depict the aliens as evil and monsters that are gonna eat you and all this. And I can't, once I see that, I'm done. Like, I just turn it off.
Well, and I love the Alien series and the Alien versus Predator and all of that. I love that
Well,
series.
yeah,
That was
yeah.
very well done.
When you kind of go
That was
into a
very
movie
well done.
that's kind of that, it's gonna be that, like,
Yeah.
fine, right, okay, but you know what to expect. But when you see any other sci-fi movie,
Oh yeah,
you're kind of expecting something,
The
maybe
Blob.
something interesting, something a little bit more intellectual, and it all goes to crap all the time.
Well, we've been led to not believe in aliens, extraterrestrials, and we've
Well,
also been led to believe in a larger space world. And the larger space world is pretty much true, because they have technology that is above and beyond. I mean, we have technologies in the palm of our hand right now, and we're talking across technology now that would have been able to, in 1960, the space module and the landing module and all of that had nothing in comparison to what you guys hold in your hand now. And that technology base is generations ahead of us that we don't even perceive. And because I mean, they showed me time travel, and I don't understand it, but I kind of do. And it because they are where they are, it's just everyday technology to them because they've had thousands and thousands and thousands of years to grow their technology, which is why they're such a superior race that we can't argue with.
But I would imagine that there would have to be some kind of regulation to that, right, Sam?
Well,
Anybody with that
we
kind of
we are
power.
we are a free landing. It's not like there's really a police force that per se that I know of that are protecting Earth, and there's many different factions and rogue people landing on Earth and doing coming and going and stealing commodities and God only knows what. And if you talk about
But I mean, space travel, I would imagine there has to be some kind of something, to kind of regulate,
well, I
you know.
imagine financially somehow you'd have to have a high enough technology to use and continue to repair your ship. So if you weren't technologically advanced, and I know there's lower races compared to the Pleiadians that fly around and land on Earth regularly. And I mean, let's talk about the Skinwalker Ranch example. Um, There are ghouls galore all over Earth all the time. Some live here, some don't. They're just rarely sighted. And when they are sighted, no one ever believes it. And then no one ever talks about it because we've been programmed since the 50s not to talk about ETs to other people. And the ghouls have been, I mean, that's the skinwalkers, and I call them ghouls. And they've got really long arms and really freaky, weird faces, and they're like 7 feet tall, and they run like a son of a bitch through the dark all the time. And they're just at the edge of your forest all the time. And there's sightings of them year round, nonstop, all around the world. And then when, we know the giants were real, and we know that there's other races and stuff inside Earth in these mass cities that we barely even know the existence of. And we know there's a huge possibility that Agartha is real, meaning a civilization inside the Earth that never went through what we went through, like the ice ages. So, I mean, and I don't have proof of it, but I direly believe it's possible. So, there's so much more going on in a larger system than people, and all these people, when they think of other or ET above us, they think, well, one group of guys. Right now, there's probably 3 or 4 factions hanging out all here for the same reason. It's like mountain men meeting in the forest so they can trade gunpowder and knives and flint. And don't forget whiskey. And they're all here many factions are here right now, all meeting up for the great event that we're all going through right now. These planetary connections are putting up huge amounts of transitional power, and the magnetospheres and the electrical this and the electrical that. Who knows what transcendent beginning of the 6th stage as we transverse through the strong wave properties of the galactic magnetosphere, what's going to happen when we emerge on the top, what's going to change. I mean, there's a different, it's like, coming through the clouds and seeing a sunny day with butterflies. Who knows?
Right.
Bilbo Baggins came out of Mirkwood Forest and climbed to the top of the trees while all the dwarfs were stung by the spiders. And he climbed to the top of the trees to get a balance of where he was. And there was the sunlight and all the butterflies. So, I mean, let's see what's going to happen. And it's soon. I have to look out. I have to ask that question. When are we going to rise to the top of the galactic plane on this transition of the 6th stage?
You think?
Do you think it'll happen in our lifetime, Sam?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's going to happen within the next few years. We started the journey here, 2010-ish. And that's what the Mayan calendar is. It's the end of the 5th age. The 4 square boxes around the central harbinger, and the harbinger for this age is the skull, thus the skull asteroid.
Wait, say that one more time. The harbinger for
harbinger
this age.
of the 5th age. The previous harbingers or destroyers or culmination ending.
I see this. Okay.
Baktum ending. And they got the 4 squares around the central circle, and the central circle has a skull in it. And the other 4, and I ask that you blow them up if anyone has the ability out there in computer land. Blow them up and look at the symbols, and then cross-reference those symbols with known Mayan and Incan texts, and you will see that there is definitions of one of them is a flood, and one of them is this and that and the other thing. And we know that 2 cycles ago we had this great flood, and there is one of the harbingers. And prior 3 cycles of the harbingers or whatever, and you just got to look into this, and all this stuff as some level of actually fitting. And when we hit the 2000 Mayan calendar, it stated that we were going to go into a galactic change, and that's why that mighty ass galactic calendar that race of people should never ever have had or figured out or proven or been able to cross-prove. It was direct extraterrestrial information that gave them the Mayan calendar. Otherwise, there's no way they could do it, including many other cultures throughout our planet who have vastly advanced astronomy skills that they could not have, including the Nazca lines and all of that. and the big giant moving stones, and which are known as cyclopean stones, and all of that. And there's so many examples that all of this information and these tools that were used and this technology that was used and mathematics and equations that could not possibly exist unless it was handed down from a higher race, including the genome of wheat. Wheat does not come from Earth, and they have proven.
I remember you saying that before, and that's fascinating.
Wasn't it the same with the marijuana?
That
Was
too
that the
was handed
same?
down by Shiva, correct?
Yeah.
Um,
So they
And many
were
fruits and
well,
vegetables.
heads up, cheers up to Shiva, for
right.
Om Nam Shiva,
Right.
Om
I
Nam
think we'd all
Shiva,
hang out and get along. Yeah.
Om
yeah.
Nam Shiva.
Right.
It's on the one thing that could connect us all.
Well, it's medicine. And they knew that the factory workers would need food and medicine,
Right,
I
and so
guess, preparing.
they changed our genome, placed us in the Garden of Eden, handed us
Uh-huh.
wheat so that we could do our work. Because you cannot, mine and do all of the stuff needed to provide the commodities unless you're feeding your workforce.
Avengers is asking about psychedelic mushrooms. Is that in that mix as well?
Oh, that was probably provided by Mother Earth. I don't have that on a list. I would
Yeah.
have to look that up.
Yeah.
Type in the gifts,
About-
the original gifts of Shiva. It might be on the list.
I know we don't mention this a lot, but 2 months ago somebody gave me about a few mushrooms, and I had
I have been sitting on some mushrooms for a decade, and I never took 5 minutes.
I had the
kids.
wildest. I mean, but it was not just a psych. Like, it was like your mind just comprehends so much. I was looking at some of my videos while I was, because it knocked me on my ass. I could not get up out of bed.
I like the laughing part. It's
But
amazing.
I was going through my videos of things that I was not 100% of what I was seeing, and I don't know, just this level of comprehension. Also, like, it seems like you were just one with everything. It was absolutely amazing what it did for my mental health.
It removes some of the gateways to the connection to source and everything else like that, and that's when the human brain works.
I felt godly, like something godly. I can't even explain it.
Right.
But
the pineal gland and the God spot.
I'll tell you, all my sessions of therapy have not done what those about 4 hours.
They're talking about that finally now in modern medicine, where they're actually actively suggesting people who have emotional issues or are highly depressed to actually have a clinically monitored psychedelic medicated event.
Oh, absolutely! It was like a brain reset. And
if you're in the wrong mood for it, it can be damaging.
Yeah,
but if you're in the proper setting with the proper munchies,
yes,
and you got enough Coca-Cola beside you or beers, and
I went in. I was prepared. I got a gallon of water. I got a bowl of fruit and some Greek yogurt, which was absolutely amazing. Amazing. Here's the pineapple.
Greek yogurt, psychedelic
mushroom,
yum.
It was like I could almost see the flavors in my mouth.
You wake up the next morning and you've smeared it all over your body and half up the walls, and you go, what have I done? No, I'm kidding. I'm joking.
No, but I will say, like, I was coherent. Like, I understood that what was happening externally, and it was never something that
right, because you were
took
prepared.
Control of me. It was never something
you were prepared to do it.
But it is something that I gotta say, even if it's micro dosing, because people do that as well, so they don't have so they only get the effects, the good effects of it without the psychedelic.
Years ago in my drinking days, we occasionally get mushrooms from Oregon, and that was years ago, and I haven't even seen that side of the world of trade in illicit things. I actually wish I could get some, but I'd never get the time. Somebody gave me some, and I've never ever found the time to even do one mushroom, and that's all it was. But anyway, I got some. I got like a quarter ounce of mushrooms, and I walked up to me, and my friend was going to do them with me. And I reached in the bag and I grabbed this nasty little one with a weird little crooked point. It was almost like a thorn.
Oh, they taste
You
like
know, and I
crap.
said to him, I said, "Oh, this one's gonna mess you up really bad." And I gave it to him, and he ate it. And then I ate my one of similar size. And then literally, and there's the funny part, he spent the next 5 hours puking out the window.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
You know, yeah, and
Oh
he had a
no.
horrible time with it. And meanwhile,
Well,
I'm
here's
like
the
I'm off
thing
seeing
is, see,
God.
I did it in high school, 20 years ago.
Yeah, this was in
And I
my
never messed
20s.
with it again. But now, as I've gotten older, I kept hearing that it was really good for people dealing with, depression or
Right,
dealing with,
right.
traumatic, things. And the last 5 years for me have been a lot of life changes. So yeah, I was dealing with a lot. So I was like, okay, yeah,
Yeah,
let's do
when
it.
you go through a breakup, you end up questioning your
Yeah.
values on both sides of the
So
spectrum.
I gotta say, like, for me, it wasn't like I just wanted to get high or something. Like I wasn't that. I wanted
You
the
wanted
mental.
a spiritual event,
Yes, that's exactly what it was, and that's exactly what it was. It was nothing like what it was when I was in high school.
and that's exactly
No,
why you have to be prepared for it and do it as
yeah,
a
yeah.
spiritual event rather than to get high and
Absolutely.
then
It was
throw
it
up or
was it
laugh
was
or
and when I
be
did it in high school, it was to get high because I was in high school and I was a
right,
stupid
right,
teen, just trying to get high. But this time I did it for the spiritual and
right,
enlightenment and
right.
how I wanted to reset my brain.
Yeah,
And it did way more than I ever expected.
I know how to make a life tea that can do that out of natural products in the forest and stuff like that. And yeah,
No,
um,
interesting because it's one of those things that you can't, I don't see myself doing anytime soon, but it is one of those things that I feel like if you ever find yourself in a situation where life seems a little plain and you're not getting that excitement out of your normal
under
day-to-day
controlled
life.
conditions, as long as you don't drive or anything like that or go
Yeah,
to the
yeah, yeah. You
store,
have to
yeah.
you have to
You
be
have
in
to
the
be in
very
a safe
right
environment,
frame.
and you have to be in your little space for the
Yes,
rest of till
yes.
tomorrow.
Yes, exactly. So, yeah. So, for me, it was really helpful, very, very helpful. No amount of medication, no amount of therapy sessions did for me what it did, what that did for me.
Yeah, I found that, there was a period of time that I ended up in a really depressive state, and this was immediately after the abduction. And I did have to go through, I went through a depressive state where I ended up on medication that didn't work, didn't work, didn't work. And then I took one specific, God, I can't even think of the name of the stuff, but was standardly used for a lot of people in antidepressants. And I just took one of them, and the whole ball game changed. And then I've never looked back since then and completely went off all of that antidepressant medication, which because it's horrible what it does to you. And some of that shit
Well,
makes
yeah,
you
yeah.
It
groggy
doesn't
as
really
hell and
help.
sleep like a rocket the moment you take it an hour later. Yeah, take before
Yeah.
bed. No shit.
Well, my doctor had diagnosed me with mild to severe depression, and she wanted to put me on. I'm not sure what the name of the medication is, but I didn't want to. I don't like taking anything that I don't have to take.
Oh, right.
Um,
Absolutely. I don't do any. I mean, I hate taking aspirin, period.
so I said, you know what, just we'll talk. Let me think about it. I told her. So in that month before I saw her again, I did do that. It happened by accident. My brother had a friend who knew a friend, and
Well,
anyway.
remember
But I was
back
like,
in the
maybe I should
70s.
give this a try. And now, so my score went from like an 8, and it went down to now I was at a 6. Just a few months later when she gave me that written test again.
Well, that's going back to also believing in yourself again, because we sometimes second guess ourselves. And
Absolutely.
that is
Absolutely.
opening the door for doubt. And when you get long enough doubt, before you know it, all of a sudden you've changed your own behavior.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely,
And then you
absolutely.
don't have
And
the energy
that
to
is
do the
what
things you know you
basically
need to do and all of that. Yeah.
that is exactly what has happened to me in the
And then you
past
get
5 years
tired of
or so.
dealing with the stuff you don't want to deal with. And then you get even more tired. And then it affects how you outlook at things.
Yeah,
And then
yeah,
before you know it, you're down a pathway of inactivity.
yeah,
And what we need to do is we need to challenge ourselves and follow our drive and our spirits and trust in ourselves,
yeah, yeah.
especially to be active and busy and mentally healthy and not jump to extremes. And, there's all sorts of position heal thyself involved in that statement. And then, of course, avoid the shit they're handing you that says, "Oh, you need this." And if you're uncomfortable with it, don't take it. Find another way. Go back to naturopath. Look up some shit for yourself, because the last doctor I was seeing was just poisoning the crap out of me, and I was trying to deal with after the fact COVID lung, and I still have issues, but nothing compared to what the medicine that was doing to me. So yeah,
This has been my third doctor in the past year, and I like her. Like I
good,
really, really
good.
like her.
If you're comfortable, then that's a good
There
thing.
is, she works with me, and there's some suggestions. She'll make some suggestions, and if I don't like it, she'll suggest something else more. She knows that I like something a little bit more natural, so she could give me suggestions of something more natural. She
Yeah.
works with me, so she's been good, and she's
Audrey's
helped
asking
me
a
a lot.
question again. Audrey, you're getting really personal and you're new. Yes, I did check to see if I was chipped, and yes, I found it, and yes, I cut the sucker out. And that's a whole story that is probably back in one of my Radio Wasteland shows. I don't know if I shared that on Radio Wasteland, but yeah, I found one and removed it. Thank you.
I,
And got
I
in trouble
like
when I
I
talked
like
about it
how
publicly.
I like how engaged she is. That's
Oh
good.
well, she's apparently informed to a level, and
Yeah.
now we've just got to get her to forget about everything that she ever learned about Nibiru prior. And Nibiru is not red, and it's one of 7 planets. Blah blah, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of information, and people just have to take the time to relearn stuff, because what we expect from Hollywood and what we expect from the internet are completely not even on the same page as what we've taken over 13 and a half, almost 14 years to prove.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And had we not had this length of time doing it, we wouldn't be standing here saying this.
You
So,
have to leave everything you think you know at the door, and I know that's hard, but that's what you have to do.
so they're asking Avengers and Michelle, they're asking, where was the chip and how did you find it?
It was behind
How
my
did
ear.
you, behind your ear? How did you know it was there?
I felt it, found it.
Yeah, you just
And
felt
then
around.
I went in with, and it was a completely weird, not, it wasn't, like a carbuncle or boil or anything like this, or blackhead or anything like that. And it moved a little bit when you pushed on it from side to side. And then over time, I was wearing a hard hat, and the inside liner of how it sits on the back of your head would occasionally rub on it. And so I developed a sore spot. And then one day I just thought, I'm going in here. And I grabbed an X-Acto knife and popped it in there. And it wasn't, a major cut or anything. And I just managed to assume the way to get underneath it and brought it out with tweezers. God, I'm actually telling this story. I wasn't gonna. And then I stared at it for quite a while under a magnifying glass. And I was watching it for about 5 or so minutes and looking at it. And it was really cool. And it was rainbow etched, 2 different pieces of colored metal that were twisted together. And then it vaporized in my tweezers as I watched it turn to smoke.
Mm.
And so apparently, when those things are exposed to oxygen, they vanish.
They
And while I was describing that
dissolved.
story
Wow.
to someone many years ago while on computer, that's when I got attacked and face planted into my keyboard and ended up bloody. And I still to this day believe that maybe they were trying to retag me or resample me or whatever. And this is also another one of those stories where I can tell you this absolutely freaking happened and ET is real.
Right. Like, you've
Yeah,
lived it.
I'm to the point I wish I'd have another face-to-face rather than a sneak attack. And that's part of, I think, something like along that person that was mad at me was mentioning something about that part of the story too. And it's just annoying, and it's like you don't even understand. I mean,
Yeah. I know. No.
nobody can fathom having contact with one alien, and I have numerous occasions, and I can't even begin to describe to you the crazy state of where that puts you. They don't use doors, okay? And
Right. They want to come in, they just walk through the wall.
yeah, they just appear in your living room, and there they are.
Mm.
And they're quite real. And if you guys don't get on board with this, you're wasting your time. Holy shit, what's going on over our heads right now is just insane.
Every day. I had somebody today, they sent me a voice message on Messenger about 4:30, just to tell me how great the sky looked over New Orleans. It was clear over Oklahoma today, but apparently over New Orleans, it was just,
Well, in
incredible.
2015, there was a mass sighting of the Texas Cube's arrival.
Yeah.
It was all over the internet. And then it went away. That's why it's named the Texas Cube, because it was sighted over Texas. It came out of a wormhole over Texas,
Right.
and it was captured by numerous people, including us. We watched it live stream after the fact that day that it was posted. And then we were having this big debate. And had I not seen the damn shit by eye, I would have had a level of disbelief. But I did see the damn cube, and then I saw the long box, and we saw that come here in 2017. And I saw the Empire Orb by eye in 2014-ish, 15-ish as well as the Skull asteroid by eye, and all the planets by eye. In 2012, I was watching Nibiru and Nana and Amelsaru concentrically orbit right in front of me in the southwestern sky. Nobody listened. There it is, huge as hell. How the hell can you miss that? Nobody listened. I see clouds. Okay.
Yeah.
It's true, though. I mean,
and here we're a decade later, we're still trying to scream this to everyone who will even remotely try to learn this information. And we're getting 1,000 views. It's like, come on, guys. Share this shit. And because we're not talking out of our noses, and we've documented, and we'll continue to do so. And
I'm not sure what it's going to take, for it to really become more well known.
I don't think people want to know the immensity of what's really happening.
Right. Because it would change their lives too much, probably.
Oh, it absolutely does. And all of us are sitting here talking today are completely changed by this. It's changed our lives in many ways for the better, and then one or two ways for less comfortable. But it also gives you a level of tranquility and peace knowing also. Because you're not swayed by the bullshit.
Yeah, absolutely. But I do feel though, Sam, that not everybody would be able to handle it as well as a lot of us have. I think
true.
a lot of people would really freak out just to see half the shit we've seen up there.
Right. And we have, and I actually hadn't meant to comment on that. We have, over the last decade, become callous to this information. So it's far less shocking to us because it's become every day. And that's why, part of what we do. And it, yeah, we have a numbness to it, and we accept it because we've seen it so long. And all of us go through a really big, huge argument that first moment that you actually see your first passing planet, and you go, "Oh no, yes, no, oh no, yes, oh wow, that's
I still do
real."
that sometimes. I get
Oh yeah, I
excited.
do.
I get so excited. It's that feeling, it has never gone away. It's like this. It's like I'm seeing it for the first time.
Oh, it always is.
It's
Yeah.
exciting, but also just very shocking, and that never really goes away. You know, like
And then,
I'm not doubting it. I don't doubt it anymore. But the shock and the excitement, the rush, is just absolutely unbelievable. Like that
and
rush.
you're arguing with what all the science that we were taught in
Yeah,
our heads,
and
that base
that
understanding.
right there is difficult. You know, that's difficult. And somebody said once that the more you go back to the real world, if you go back to the real world, and then by the time you come back, you start doubting yourself, and that's absolutely true. You know, absolutely true.
Yeah, it happens all the time.
Yeah, yeah. Sometimes I'll be watching the news. I don't watch the news, but occasionally I'll come home and my brother's watching it, and I'll sit there for a while, and then I'm like, "Holy shit, I'm crazy!" You know, and and yeah, we are very very conditioned, unfortunately.
And until you're watching a commercial or something
Exactly,
or a YouTube
exactly.
program, and there's the damn planets in the background that that nobody else sees, and
Uh-huh.
it's like, oh shit. Yeah, I see it all the time now, and I can even tell you when the commercial was filmed or the travel video was filmed by what I'm seeing. I've watched this for so long. When I see a planet pattern, I remember when it was.
Yeah, yeah,
It's like, oh, that was 2019. Oh, that was 2015. No, that was 2007. I see it, and it's just like,
Right.
and the size, and then I've done this for so long, and it's been hammered into my brain. And I remember it. I remember that right to left, and all of that shit. And it's just, wow. And that's when I sit and smile and go, okay, you go ahead and think what you want. I see it, because earlier, what if nobody believes it? Well, I believe it. I know it. I saw it. And it'll be a hell of a book if nobody else accepts it. I'm going to go, okay, the shit you just missed,
I It would be. Gosh.
I don't think they'd come after me after the fact, and I am still pondering about actually sitting down, and I don't really want to say it publicly, but I already started. So, I am sitting and thinking about writing stuff, but not to the point where I would get in trouble for. My kids are far more important than that. But an income would be very nice if I had any. So. And I've tried not to do this for money. I really have.
Right. I mean, it's not like somebody was asking the other day, like, why don't you, sell your drawings, et cetera, or have a raffle.
Well, the
But
originals aren't anything of what is posted because I go in and I do go into paint mode with each drawing, and I put the labels on them through a computer program. So I have the blanks, and there's literally, I think only one person I've ever mailed any of the drawings to, and that's Jesus.
yeah, I
Because now
saw
I
that.
don't have all of them, and the entire collection of the original hand drawings. I don't want to break up, and I have made photocopies of a couple current drawings, and then handwritten in planet placement, using a marker pen, and then sent them to people, and then and that's a sort of a signed copy. But I haven't done a lot of that because to keep it straight and all of that, and cardboard and everything, it's a pretty expensive package. And I've done it in the past on my dime. I've paid for it. It's not like I've charged people for it. But I've thought about that stuff, and I thought about actually sitting down and doing acrylic space paintings. And I might do a series on each planet by hand. I don't know. We'll see. And I need enough donations to come in that I might buy myself a new paint set for Christmas. But I don't even add myself to that list because all I'm trying to do is achieve, the girls the
For the
main present that
kids.
they are asking for this year. And I never hope to think that we'll get more, but it would be really nice if we all managed to get something for Christmas or even further our future if other people want to donate for those said reasons. Because only through donations are we going to be able to go forward, because we are all broke and we're all, spending our time working on this instead of other things. And, and that's funny where the naysayers go, well, why don't you get a job? Well, excuse me, but this is my job. And hopefully we could actually earn a living off of it. It would be very nice. because we do deserve it.
Yeah, that would be like a dream come true, if
Well,
you could
let's hope we
turn
get
it
a million
into
viewers. Let's get a million
right.
viewers together, and let's hope these podcasts take off. And you never know, and it depends on how shadow banned we are or are not. I don't want to throw
But
that
if
out
it
there, but
continues just to grow, it's inevitable. At some point, it's going to be, where we want it.
I sure
think.
wonder how long I'm going to have to talk.
Oh no, I know. How many years?
Yeah, how many?
Okay.
I've already done this for 13. How long more do I have to keep
And
going?
then the question will come up: What about Tiamat? You got to answer that question again.
I'll be 90 years old. And what
Yeah,
about
Tiamat?
You young people, you drive me out of my mind. Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
no,
I can see it.
not
I can just see it.
again.
Because after all, I do
funny.
plan to live forever.
Yeah.
Hopefully, knock on wood and all of that. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, aging is, when you get to be my age, you start thinking like, oh God, I only got so much left. And according to, time schedule compared to my parents and all, wow. Oh. And you start thinking
Right.
differently in different things in different ways. And it's like, wow. And, you treasure your children far more, I assure you. And then you wonder what the hell you're going to do with all your stuff and whether or not they're even going to appreciate any of it.
They really don't want it for most of
don't,
it.
and then I've got all these antiques I spent years collecting, and they go, oh, it's a bunch
Right.
of junk, Dad. And they're like, no.
Right. They don't really want it.
Where
I
did we
found
lose
that out.
Jesus to? Did he excuse himself? Or
Oh,
I don't remember.
I didn't catch that either. Huh.
Yeah, I noticed he was
Here he
gone a
is.
couple minutes ago, but it was just.
Sorry, I just pressed the wrong button. And
That's okay.
Okay, it's your turn to talk.
I figured it'd be a good time to go check on my laundry.
Yeah.
Yeah, your turn to talk. I'll be right back.
You're knocking that out. Okay, Sam.
Gotta run to.
Yeah, I do laundry every day. Well, we've had an agreement. My son, he will do laundry if I do dishes. So it's we've been trying that out at least.
I would rather do dishes than do laundry.
I
hate it.
Funny?
I love nice, clean, crisp clothes, but
yeah, it's the folding part that gets me. The folding. Yeah.
That and my laundry room is like 2 flights of stairs down. So going down and going back up, going down, and it just
like a basement. Yeah.
I just didn't know how to run down and then run back up with my clothes. So.
Oh boy. Yeah. Well, good. At least they're done.
Yeah. I just gotta hang them up, and I'm done. I'm done with all my house chores finally. Everything I get done for the week. I have a busy week, so I had to get it out of the way. So that's good.
Right. I guess has work been more busy with the holidays?
No, well, we're starting to. We're not getting a whole lot of snow, but the resorts are starting to make their snow. So about 3 resorts just opened up, and that brings a lot of people out here to ski, and that is really good for business. So yeah, it's been a little busier.
Good.
Thanksgiving wasn't as busy as I thought it would. Black Friday, nothing. No. I don't think Black Friday happened anywhere. But after that, I got a lot of airport runs and a lot of air traffic. So it's been a good.
Yeah, still waiting for your man on the street reports. Go stand at the airport and go, have you seen Nibiru yet?
Yeah, no kidding.
Can you tell me what you know about the planet Nepesity?
Tell me what you know about Nibiru. I've done that a couple of times with one of my friends, and I'm not sure who else, but they never even heard of it.
Can you remember back when you first heard the name Nibiru? How mysterious and awesome and cool it was, because I do. I
gotta say, like I like knowing, but I remember the beginning stages of discovering all this were very exciting. There was something very mysterious to it. It was very, and I can see how people get caught up in that because it was a very exciting time for me, and it still is. But now it's like I have to wait till something happens in the sky, which a lot of times I don't have to wait long. Sometimes I do. Sometimes days feel like eternity. But those first days, and this was back when YouTube was a lot better too.
Yep.
There
Hi,
was
Jerry from London.
there was so much great stuff on YouTube back then. It sucks now. Like it just completely.
Yeah, there's a lot of garbage out there. There really, well, but I mean, it also depends on what we're seeing. Because I'm sure there's a new algorithm that's pumping this crap at us and that crap at us rather than the stuff we used to see. And a lot, everything keeps changing. I mean, every time we turn around, there's a new change.
Yeah, it's probably gone buried somewhere in the algorithm. Because even TikTok's gotten that
back
way
in
too.
the early days. Back in the early days, there wasn't as many people clouding up the whole freaking world with a topic that they learned 5 minutes ago. And then there's the people like Dan that bite into something, and yet he's playing in his world, and I imagine he has a good level of common knowledge science, that he looks at stars and constellations and comets and asteroids and stuff with his people using the government available information, and then never looking beyond it. And then there's people like Mr. BBB 333 who looks beyond it and takes the reports but doesn't connect the dots any farther.
I don't know, Sam. From what I see, I think Mr. MBB 33 is a little bit more open to this, but he will never say it publicly
that's because
I keep seeing
he's sponsored.
Yes, that's exactly why. And he depends on that paycheck, like we
right.
all.
And he has to be careful what brother.
Yeah.
You
but
buy
what
Campbell's
I've noticed,
soup,
what I've noticed with him, Sam, because I've been following his channel for a long time, is that he keeps. There's little tidbits that it's like he's leaving a cookie crumb trail.
I have actually tried
every video. It almost seems like he's giving a little more, but he doesn't fully go there, right?
I have directly messaged him probably a dozen times.
No, I did that one with him. That was I talked about this in one of the previous shows that I had a conversation with him. I sent him some of my photos, and he agreed that it was. That it looked like a planet. He completely agreed, but publicly he denied the whole thing.
Right.
And then when I showed him the screenshots of our conversation, he deleted all of it. He deleted.
Right, and I went through that with Suspicious Observer, and I went through that with the Money Boys and Planet X News, and they turned out to be really. They were the exact opposite of everything they started out to be and became money boys. And that's why we still refer to that group of 3 people that were joined together that were doing nothing but spreading disinformation. And that at the end of their shows were going, God bless you, Jesus. And they were just getting donations galore off the religious folks. And then they made a whole bunch of money and vanished, and then continued to do other crimes as well. And God, what we ended up struggling through from all the crap that they laid out, and then the flat earthers, and then the what was it called? Oh, the firmament people, and then don't forget the 3 suns people. And can you think of anything I'm missing? Anybody?
I'm sure there's way more than that, but
and we the red Nibiru planet thing, and we got also Planet X.
And see, they're calling it
the Sun Simulator guys.
Oh yeah. Don't forget the Sun Simulator.
The trails. Okay, I don't know if you said the trails.
ARP, and all of that. And while that did used to exist, and your technology is about 25 years too late. And then we can all reach all the way across the street to sundogs and the people who are less informed. But the first thing they learn, they go, "Oh, it's a lens flare, or it's a sundog," or and then they want to down, and then there's the people who get religiously hurt because we're crushing what they believe, and then they go after us for it. And we've had tons of those. Anyway,
Deadeye Customs guy is actually a member.
Yes, Avengers Captain Jeff P.
Is wait, the Deadeye Customs guy? I'm sorry. Yeah. What was that you said? I didn't catch it.
Avengers Captain. He's saying can't leave out Steve and Jeff P. And
Yeah. Those
Planet
were
X
all
News,
the
double agent.
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh no,
well,
he
he's
was
a
talking about the
disinfo.
Deadeye Customs guy. Isn't the Deadeye Customs guy Jason? I don't know his name, but I
I've
think
never heard of him.
he was a member of our of the group. I'm pretty sure that's who it is, the Deadeye Customs guy. Unless I'm mistaken, but I'm pretty sure
I
he
remember
is
Dead
or
Eye. I
was
don't
a
remember
member.
Dead Eye Customs.
Huh. He's a member of our
Now
groups.
we have to say that Planet X Hunter is a friend of ours, and he does wonderful work. And he's now changed his name. And there are a lot of great people out there, but there were a lot of people that turned all of this into something for them, and it was evident. And we watched it happen. And then, of course, then there's the group of naysayer trolls that make it their life's intent to continue to down us and spread negative rumors. And this is, like we were talking about earlier, where somebody in their inner circle has suddenly pointed out, oh, they're asking for money. And this is usually where a lot of trolls come in. Oh, you're asking for money. Well, we're doing a fundraiser, because we don't get monetized by YouTube. Thank you. I mean, spin that how you want, but that's the basic facts. And none of us could be doing what we're doing with this expensive equipment that we've been buying and replacing for 13 years. I'm on my 15th computer, and they're not cheap. And I could never afford day one of internet service to begin with. And yet here I am 13 years later, still managing to pay for it. And do you guys remember Thor News?
I remember that guy.
Yeah.
I should have looked him up. I haven't. I hope Thor's doing great. He did great. I loved how.
I liked listening to his videos.
Oh, he was so awesomely hippie, over the edge, and
yes,
almost flagrantly rude and abrasive in all of the perfect, excellent joke times. It's like having Jack Black in your living room.
Yes, he was a very entertaining guy.
God, I loved the man. I mean, I didn't agree with everything he said, but I loved what he did. And he was always, every month he was trying to raise enough money just to even pay his rent. And then he ended up getting booted out after one apartment after another, and had trouble doing his shows. And then all of a sudden he sort of just faded away. Maybe it was me. Maybe he's still doing his show. I
ran across one of his videos recently, and it led me to look him up again. And I was still subscribed, but he hasn't had any new content in some time. So
I loved what he did. I mean, the man had a persona and a level of jokes, and the sidebar work that he did, that he added to his shows, was just top notch.
Yeah.
And I mean, that man worked. Yeah. And I would look forward to when he came up with his next show.
I was an avid follower for.
I actually mailed a donation or two to him, and I hope he got it. I never heard any confirmation, but yeah.
Hey, but Deadeye Customs is actually, he was a member.
Yeah.
I just don't remember what his name is, because he actually pushes. He's showing her drawings, and he's making comparisons with their drawings. I just looked him up on YouTube.
I had to hear it a few times before I remember.
He's a member. I just can't remember his name. He's on my friends list. I just cannot remember his name, but he does really good work too. He does really good work. He does time lapses, and he does comparisons, and he does really good. I just can't remember for the life of me what his name is, but he's a good member. I think he has a Facebook group. I think it's called what is it called? I post on his Facebook group, but he doesn't have a whole lot of traffic on it. But I can't remember what it's called.
There's so many groups now. I mean,
I get invited to so many of them, and some I accept, some I don't. I accept just for the sake of a bigger audience and just sharing.
I found out I'm admitting far more sites than I even know of. I think somebody stuck me in admin positions in a couple of the sites, because when I got back on Facebook today and had to go through the questionnaire crap and click on this and click on that before they let me back in, I had to go through the condition report of all of the sites I'm involved in, and there was well over 10 of them, and I went, wow, I didn't know I was on all of these, like,
Yeah.
okay, Waste your Indigo page and this and that and the other thing.
Outcast Anomalies is his Facebook group. I'm
Outcast
pretty
Anomalies.
sure that's
name.
who it is. But from what I see, the last 20 posts are mine. So he doesn't have a whole lot of traffic on there. I think he has like 44 members, but he does good work. He really does good work. I like his time.
I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that we haven't even found yet that are hopefully, seeing the same things that we are, and just unfortunately haven't tagged it the same way we have.
Yeah, he uses your drawings a lot.
As long as they're on top of the information with the site drawings, then we're
he
cool.
uses your drawings, and
Great.
he does very good comparatives.
And that's why we share them for free, to get them out there, and of course half of us are being flagged for posting my drawings. I mean, I think that's what I got the 2-day suspension over. So, I don't know.
We don't know.
Yeah, they didn't show me what I was in trouble for. I did not get to view it
I got
because it's
2
against our
notices
community
for
standards.
you. Yeah, I had 2 notices on 2 different groups, that you were in trouble for sharing. It was cyber.
I need to go into each one of the sites individually, because I had to go through the whole checklist of what site was in trouble, and they were all listing that I was not in trouble. So it was like, okay, so I guess it was just me personally.
Yeah, right.
Okay, that doesn't make and yet they didn't even let me see what I had done wrong. So how can I contest it when I don't know what I've done wrong? It seems a little lame. Of course, the system has changed. I've been in Facebook jail before, and it wasn't anything like what I answered today. I've never gone through what they put me through today just to come back online.
Really?
So
yeah.
So Carol's saying that Thor News is still active. Really? I haven't seen him, and I haven't seen anything from him in a while.
Oh, I would love to see. Maybe it was me that stopped watching him, but I was, subscribed, and and maybe he changed to a new.
Even the artwork that he would use was entertaining.
Oh yeah, I loved how he laid it out, and he would jam in a whole bunch of sidebar clips and shit, and follow his. Now, granted, he wasn't always accurate, but he was always really good at what he was doing.
He was definitely always entertaining.
Oh yeah.
No, it seems like he has some stuff that was posted just 2 hours ago that has nothing to do with the sky, but
well, yeah, maybe he's offshooted, which is great, doing his genre. I was always worried and concerned that that his fundraisers didn't keep him running, because he earned it. I mean, his entertainment alone earned it. I mean, he was very well done. I actually look forward to watching him.
Yeah, I haven't watched him in a long time. Honestly, I don't even hardly watch.
He's not even aware that we enjoy him. Just like I'm sure that there are a bunch of people out there that we don't know that enjoy us.
Dude, I'm not subscribed to him. What the hell? I
used to be too, and I don't see his stuff.
Now I am up some. See, that happens to a lot of.
Yeah, I think they do unsubscribe people. I do think they do it.
That's rude. Well, I just subscribed again, so there you go.
Yeah, let me know. Post something when you get it.
That doesn't sound familiar. Red Devil Planet Revisited, but I'm not.
I was going to say, there was a link today that Andy sent me, and it was, the Pastor Paul Begley.
Oh, yeah. I love it. He sends those to me all the time.
Yeah.
That guy is something.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I know.
Are you serious? That guy.
But the whole topic of the show was about there being a binary sun, not a binary solar system, but it was at least, indicating that there was another sun, and it was like a 20-minute video. Anyway, It was interesting. I watched most of it.
He has occasionally there's some videos where I'm like, okay, this is kind of interesting, and I'll watch it, but it's just he always looks at thing in a religious kind of thing,
Bingo.
and it really throws me off, and I think it really clouds a lot of the real science. So there is a lot. There's
Bingo.
sometimes where I've watched him, and in fact, I might even still be subscribed to him. But he's entertaining. I'll say that much. He's entertaining, and
and he is
he has a
highly funded by the
personality.
religious dollar.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
my problem, is that whenever you kind of involve the religious part, you kind of lose me, because I already know what's going to happen, because you get so clouded by that you miss a lot, So, but yeah, I occasionally look at his videos. I haven't seen him in a while, but I followed him for a little bit, and I knew, most of it was him being full of shit, but there was tidbits of truth here and there.
Yeah, and I watched his technology level and his, his microphone and his background and his scene and his setup and his clothing. And the man is making money off this.
Yeah, I
Big
was
time.
gonna say, obviously he's making it. He has, because it seems like he has an entire staff, and
Well, he's got his catchphrase, and he's grabbing the religious dollar, and they're really good about handing that out. And that's what the Olsen and those guys were after, and that's why they did what they did. And because I heard them in the background, and they, of course, did rip other people off big time. I'm not saying that about Ed Beagley, but yeah, and I watched him, and I was all for him, because every once in a while he did, it did reach the right conclusions about some of the right stuff. But then, of course, then he'd slap in the peanut butter on top of the toast that was about religion.
yeah,
Killed the information.
Yeah, that's where it kind of loses me. And to Avengers Captain, I can't find anything. A bunch of weird stuff is coming up with that name, but no YouTube channels. So yeah, no, nothing. I'm not. Maybe if you could share the link to it, I could check it out. But I've never heard of it. Just to answer your question. So wait, Steve Olson is watching. Steve Olson is watching.
Huh?
Avengers Captain says Steve Olson is watching.
Oh, I see. I see that now.
Well,
Interesting.
let's hope he is, and let's hope he grows from the experience and doesn't take advantage of other people anymore.
Mhm. Maybe things have changed since all that happened.
I don't see that happening, but I think that I think he believed his own crap.
I think that was the nicest way I could have put that.
I mean, did he believe that there was a binary solar system, or is it just Planet X?
I don't know what to believe.
This is what annoyed me about Steve Olson. This is why I couldn't stand him after a while. Is that he didn't believe anything. He never really gave. He had more questions than answers. He had absolutely no answers. He had no basis of what he followed. He just basically shared information, and he's like, just we'll leave it up to you. And that kind of gets annoying, like, because he doesn't really stay on topic, and he's just sharing a bunch of other crap, and none of it you can't make heads or tails of it. So anybody that comes across his channel is going to end up with more questions and confusion than anything, because he doesn't really follow anything. He's just a big question mark, and that's why I didn't really, him and Wayne Steiger was another one that I followed for a little bit.
I forgot about him.
He had a very interesting picture of the two suns, and I've been looking for that video, but I cannot find it. But there was a very interesting pictures of the two suns, probably around the time, probably a few years after the backblow CMEs, but it looked real to me. The picture looked very real.
Steve
you can see the two suns very close to each other, and actually kind of some kind of connection happening with the two suns. But it was a very interesting picture. I will keep looking
Avengers
for that.
Captain is going on, and yeah, Steve is being accused of not by me, but other people contacted me, accusing him of some pretty dark deeds, including his wife wondering where the hell he went and why he dumped on their entire farm and their mortgage and everything else. Anyway,
Yeah.
and I,
And
I attempt not to be too. I tried not to
several.
even name him, but and that's why I just call them the Money Boys, because there was a group of 3 guys that went off left field and then just they dove into the scamming aspect of this, and then they added and contributed to a huge pile of disinfo that we spent eons trying to wade through all the time. And
Yeah.
then they publicly downed me, and then they also went after Planet X Hunter.
Yeah, and then what happened, Sam, is that anybody who came across them who actually, saw through their bullshit, was probably jaded from ever
Right.
actually making headway in this topic, and
Probably walked away from the whole yeah.
that's
Yeah.
a huge that's a huge blow to this
Oh, it's a
movement.
disservice from hell. Yeah.
It's a huge disservice to this, like we're it's not helping. It's not helping that it's not helping this topic at all.
Well, and that's part of why we were as careful and as strict on, Montana Skywatcher 1 and Montana Skywatcher 2, and making sure that people followed the rules and, personal submissions. And then, most of the time I would just go down the page and hit like, and I wouldn't absolutely comment on everything until it was an absolute sighting of something that we had time proven. And it was really important not to go into the old, Nibiru, the red planet, or when is the dust field of asteroids behind Nibiru going to affect Earth? And I never let any of that shit stand. And I would always remove or trying to communicate with everybody and correct them. And then when the planets got here in 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, etc., by then we were so in the drive, and I went through periods where I just liked them, and then I would go through a week where I'd comment on everybody's stuff as far as I could type until type my keyboard through the floor here. And then I'd go back to going, oh, I like that, or real cool. And then I'd just answer what the planet was and wouldn't even give an example. And then there's times I give you 10 examples. So it varies through mood and behavior and members. And God, look how many waves of newbies we've gone through. And I don't mean that as an insult. It's just the waves and waves of people that we've gone through in 13 years.
Yeah.
Right.
And
And
yeah,
then all the ones.
I agree with Carol Ann. I never wish bad on anybody. Hope they're doing better. And it was a stepping stone, because I will say, there was a time where it did, I will say that some of it did help me reach this place now, because I learned of his channel early on. All the Money Boys came early on, but it was instrumental in finding Sam and finding Montana Skywatchers, and finding what isn't true, and what makes sense and what doesn't. And I hope he's doing well, so.
Yeah, I don't wish any of them any ill will, other than, what they did was really bad for everybody, and they profited for it on top of it. And I hope that they've ended their pipe dream, and I hope that they've learned from it for the better. And I will just stand here and say that Montana Skywatchers is the #1 website out there for, including Nibiru Followers Anonymous, because we're sister sites, we're all connected. We're #1 information source on the YouTube for the Nibiru system. There's no one else out there that we have found that is anywhere remotely close to this information. And if we find them, we add them to the collective. Resistance is futile. No, anyway, yeah, somebody call a cube. And no, the Borg do not live on the cubes.
Oh
So,
no!
yeah.
How do you call a cube? Do they have telephones? How do you call them?
All you have to do is think to them and
Think about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it depends on how close you want to have an interview, and I don't recommend it. You may be very surprised who's mainly on the cubes.
What do you What do you mean?
Just a little sip of water there.
I'd be
There's
surprised.
there's a race that you don't expect that's operating the cube.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Ask yourself what in your mind's eye do you see when you think of the
I
Anunnaki?
can't.
What do you see in your mind's eye when you think of the Pleiadians or the Arcturians or
Okay.
I mean, we talked about the other day. We talked about the Dracos and we talked about the Greys and we talked, and we talk about ghouls and there's tons more.
Right.
And there's
Right.
there's multiple different these and those. And they're coming and going in small ships and shit all the time. It's just that we don't correlate all the reports that people get because nobody talks about ETs because no one will believe you. And this is that whole culture that we're
Yeah.
absolutely fighting against, and which is why we have to change our entire outlook of how we see us versus space, and the three serious questions and man's serious three questions and all of that. And we have to completely rethink things and go, wait a minute, there's a whole lot of shit going on we aren't seeing, and it is happening over the top of our heads every day. It's like, when was the last time you were fully aware when a dog went through your front yard? Or how many bicyclists rode past your front street in front of your living room window? Or how many cars passed your house today? Or how many
Right.
airplanes flew over your head? We don't have that number in our knowledge, but we accept it as every day. So ask yourself, how many ghosts flew through my living room? How many are sitting here watching me now? How many ETs passed by this week alone? And they're all reality. How many planets went
Right.
overhead today?
Several.
And everything we used to think about is now changed because all of those are part of that same equation. And a lot of people aren't even ready to start, looking out their front window and counting the bicyclist. So,
Mm.
and do you watch what goes on outside your house all the time? No. And when was the last time you actually looked up? And most people do not look up.
Yeah. I do pretty much daily, but
And I always liked, I'm a painter and I like painting landscape. So I've always studied clouds so I could paint them. And that's, where most of my sky watching came from. And I was, always involved with science and Apollo missions and all that from a child. And, I studied the constellations and I watched all the meteor showers when they went by and all the life. And,
right.
the blue moon and okay, it's October and here we're having the harvest moon. And, I paid attention to all that. And I said, I studied astrology as well as religion. So, and then magic and other things. And so you learn that it's all part of this increased topic of connectiveness and, Egyptian religion. And that teaches you about the constellations and Orion, all of that. And there's a lot to that.
Yeah.
Yeah. We barely ever talk about Orion. And there are people on Orion too,
I always thought so. With Orion.
I bet they have
there's a big history. We've always been very fascinated with Orion.
Planet Pleiades part of Orion. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyway, I'd have to, I haven't even looked shit up lately. I mean, of course, we've been talking for 6 hours 25 minutes, so I'm a little semi here or not here. Anyway, I just
you're doing better than me. I'm just like nodding in and out. I think I was up so late last night because of the sky drama, and then up early this morning.
Do you have any more material you want to use for this show before we?
I think I showed everything that I've added. All the new things at least.
Yeah. Once again, we fall into us three talking like we're having phone conversations as normal.
Yeah.
Kind of running on fumes here. I'm not gonna lie.
I know. Me too.
I think it's time to wind down. What do you say, guys?
Oh, I'm ready anytime you guys are.
It's time for you to go play your Star Wars down.
Cool. Yay.
Right. crash.
love
I'm
it.
gonna,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go right to the kitchen. I'm hungry.
Yeah,
Yes.
I didn't. I had most of my one piece of pizza.
I've worked quite an
Yeah.
appetite doing this.
There
So
you go. There you go.
Right.
You
Right.
earned
Right.
it, sir. You
yeah,
earned it. Yeah.
I wind down watching Modern Family. I don't know. It's like background noise for me. it's, I've been
What's that?
watching it. I've been watching it for so long.
What is that?
Modern Family. You know,
Oh,
Oh
okay. I
boy.
you ever
haven't
watch
seen
Modern
that
Family? It's
before.
hilarious. It's so funny. I love
Really?
it.
Binge watching. Binge watching.
Yeah. I think I've run through that entire series like 3 times.
I
I'll have to
started
check it
doing that
out.
with
I
Gordon
do. I
Ramsay
really do.
videos and stuff, where I
Yeah,
watch
and then
kitchen nightmares and that sort
I
of
like
thing.
that too.
Yeah.
That's
no,
funny.
Avenger Captain. I didn't get no link popped up. I just checked on my phone on the conversation and nothing popped up. I did see that you said here's that link, but nothing ever popped up. Um, yeah, no. What can I do? How can we do this? I don't know. Are you on Facebook? If you're on Facebook, just send a link to.
Mhm.
Been watching Gordon Ramsay video.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you're on Facebook, I'm not sure. Do you know who does he just follow us on YouTube, Rebecca, or is he
Who?
Avengers.
Avengers?
Avengers Captain?
What? Yeah. He says that he's going to post on the
Yeah, you
my
should do
page.
that. You should do that, and I will. I'll get that link because I'm curious
Yeah,
now.
you can tag them. Tag
Yeah.
Jesus, tag
Yeah,
Rebecca.
just post it because somebody tagged us with Deadeye Customs just now. I was seeing that. I put a like on that.
Cool.
But
Oh,
I
yeah,
hope
okay.
I hope I don't go to Facebook jail, but
but yeah, tag us
I
on Facebook and then I'll check it out because I like watching new videos and new other stuff that people have that post. So yeah, that'd be
right.
good.
And I agree with Carol Ann that we need our sleep
Yeah,
tonight because
yeah.
both her and I were up. I don't know. I know it was like 4 o'clock my time, which is like 5 a.m. her time. We were
Mhm.
still up all night
I guess maybe
practically.
she got the attention she was seeking.
So we talked about we're the graveyard shift, I guess, for the
Wow,
group.
because I mean, I come on today and I have this flock of,
Yeah,
messages,
draw.
and everybody's sending me screen captures of what she posted down the main page. And then to top it off, you getting booted out of Montana Skywatcher too. Wow.
That was a shocker.
Wow.
I was just
Wow.
like, that is, I mean, above and beyond. Uh-huh.
Wow.
She
Yeah,
really went out of her way, didn't she? Maybe she was having a drunk night at 3 a.m. Just decided to just kind of let it all out.
well, they're in Holland.
Whatever was brewing inside her, I think she might have just
Like,
had a few drinks of alcohol. Maybe said, "Screw it."
Got mad about something I did or said, and
could
the way
be.
she was spinning the tail was um 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 it was like she hit a stage of disbelief and shock in me, and it suddenly started doubting all the things I said in the past, and then spun it into um a negative, like snake oil salesman, etc. So I still wonder what it was that irritated her so, and I don't recall ever being rude to her.
How long was she? A member, Sam?
She's been a member for probably about 6 years, and we've been friends. We talked
Wow.
to each other a lot, and then like a month or two ago, she says, "You barely talk to me anymore," and I wasn't really typing to. I was, back then I was taking a little bit of in between break because I was dealing a lot with the fall and the yard and my lawn and all of that all fall. And so that normally happens where I do less time because I have other things to do. And then she seemed to be irritated by it. And then after that, it just went from there. And I asked her what was wrong. And then I got some story about issues about inheritance and her mother. And it was pretty vague. And then everything didn't translate well because she's usually speaking Dutch. And sometimes she sends me English messages. So after that, I don't know what went wrong because it really went and she got really rude and started insulting me and coming up with all kinds of spinny tales.
Avengers.
saying I was wrong this way, that way, this way, that way. I was like, wow, okay. And remember, I was arrogant and rude and this and that and the other thing. So,
To the question of Avengers Captain, unfortunately, we lost Lucinda a few months back. She passed, so yeah, no, she is no longer.
I was thinking about her last night when all that was going on. I was like, well, if Lucinda was here, this wouldn't be, she'd be handling it somehow or another.
She would have handled that.
yeah, the girls, the other moderators and Matthew have always been really wonderful. And for many months, if not years, these guys have removed stuff before I ever even saw it. So there was a lot of troll activity that I never even got to see. And only when I would go in with my admin screen where I could go in and look at the activity of what's gone on the site from the moderators and everybody down from all member activity. I have a log where I can click on and I can go look in and who did what and who removed this post and who did what, or who booted who out and did this. And I occasionally had to, background research when people would side complain saying, Lucinda threw me out. And we had a handful of complaints about her, but she really worked very hard and was very, very diligent.
Yeah. And again, to Avenger Captain, she got on me too. So, I've been a member for 6 years, and she removed one of my posts not long before she passed. So, and I didn't take it personal because honestly, I did break the rules. It was an old post that I reposted, but
we were trying to.
I wasn't shocked. I wasn't shocked that she removed it. So
she followed the rules better than I do.
Yeah.
And she would even.
Truth is the truth. You know what's right? I did break the rules. It was not recent post, so yeah, whatever.
Yeah, she was an excellent hall monitor, and she spent a lot of time working. Even when you didn't see her, she was there, and it's like that's kind of like Deb. I believe Deb is watching far more than I know she does. I hope she does. I was surprised today that Matthew took care of that. I believe it was Matthew. Thank you if you did that took care of the problem.
It sure was. He fixed it for me.
I'm terribly sorry this event occurred, and I still don't understand it. And it kind of makes me hesitant at applying another moderator at all.
I know.
And, I thought that we sort of kind of, could use an additional person in Europe. And, Andy's a moderator and Matthew's a moderator. And then
right.
Deb is a moderator. And then when Lucinda left, then I added Linda. And whoops, I said her first name. Anyway. So, and I don't mean anything negative by that, and I'm not trying to dock her or anything like that, because that was actually a slip, and I try to avoid, because I still don't understand, and yes, I'm apparently rude and somehow hurt your feelings, and I'm sorry, but anyway.
No, it's not about money. For a moment I was wondering if maybe somebody had hacked her, but you say that you did have a conversation with her prior to it, so.
Well, it was leading up to a behavior change that I was really surprised by.
Right. Caroline is right. We all stick together and we support each other.
Well, and there's no malice going on here, and we don't tolerate anyone fighting or really downing people. That's why I barely wanted to mention the Money Boys by name. And I'm just trying to display negative behavior patterns that we've unfortunately had to go and deal with and work past, and disinformation log jams in the river nonstop over the years. And so he's Avenger Captain says he posted it. That's good. Thank you. So I hate to bring up the gossip and stuff like that, but this is also part of the events that we do go through, and we have to deal with other things besides just trying to post the pictures all the time and compare. We have to deal with people and their emotions and memberships and multiple sites and every daily work program and answering all your questions in PM. And then I think people get mad if we don't talk to everyone, and this may be an example of that. And maybe I didn't get back to her.
I had a similar experience about a year ago with somebody. they were always engaged in my posts, but some of the things that they posted weren't I didn't engage a whole lot in their posts because a lot of what they were posting just wasn't really.
Right, and you have to sometimes let people just stick to their own genre too, and not always
Yeah,
correct
yeah,
them.
and I wasn't gonna like it if I didn't like it. Like I'm not gonna misrepresent myself, as they say.
Oh, every
You know,
day.
like, and he always liked my videos, and then eventually, what he tells me in a personal message that I don't never like. He always likes my videos, but I never like his videos, and I'm like, I'm sorry, but I just don't agree with your point of view,
Right, right.
and
I
that
have
really
people
made
send me
him
stuff
really.
all the time.
He made it really angry. Thank you, Avengers Captain. I just saw that. I'll check it out.
And I give them a thumbs up and I move on. And
Yeah,
or
yeah.
I say
But
thank you. And
I just didn't wanna. I don't like liking things that I don't agree with because the algorithm
oh, right,
works in
yeah,
a way that if you like something, you end up getting more of that. So I don't like engaging in posts because there is a lot of people on my friend list that I don't necessarily agree with. And those posts kind of go to the bottom because I don't engage with them. What I want to see is what I actually do believe in.
right,
Is
right.
Rebecca's post, your post, Sam. Any of her, Patty, Robert, Zane, all those posts are always at the top of my feed. Because I engage with them because that's what
Right,
I'm about. That's
right.
what I believe in. But if it's
And
something that I don't necessarily
we
agree
have
with.
to occasionally go around some people and some of their posts and
Yeah, yeah,
and
and it's not nothing against their personal person. Like the guy was really nice. I liked him, but he just got really angry with me, and I had to block him because
yeah, yeah.
he was getting a little. He was taking it a little to a further level. To
Yeah,
I was
I
like,
don't usually
I
block
can't deal with this,
people.
so I just
I do a lot of ignoring, and there are people that do get mad at me over that, and some of them come after me for it and get personally tissy fit. And I don't know what to tell you other than I do try to actually reach out and be tolerant and patient with as many people as possible. But when you do it for a long period of time, you go through a whole lot of crazy stuff too. And nice, wonderful people, um, middle of the road people, people who are disconnected, people who aren't uh, as connected as they should be, to very highly informed people. So I mean, there's a spectrum of what we go through, and people have to also understand is that we are just people, and even though we do develop a level of celebrity. Um, I saw this recently, and I don't know if any of you guys know who Sniper Wolf is. It's a youth. Uh, what do they call those people that demonstrate stuff, clothes? This lifestyle influencer. That's what they are, influencer. And
yeah.
she started out as a popular gamer, and she did well because she was a girl gamer, and she also did well because she had boobs. But anyway, and then she ran a show for years, and then all of a sudden she got some negative press, and it's all over YouTube right now, where they're completely downing, and there's just like this piranha frenzy pool jumping in after the bandwagon.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Right, and SS Sniper Wolf. And it's a really big controversy, and I even mentioned it to my daughters, and Shiloh came out and went, "Yeah, everybody's after her right now." I completely unfollowed her, and I went,
Well, what
"Wow."
it was is that she was portraying herself as a gamer, but somebody else was doing the playing for her.
Well, I didn't
So
even know that.
she
What
was
she got in
like,
trouble for was she posted the picture of somebody's house who was downing her, and they call it
oh,
doxing. She
okay, then
posted
it might not be who I'm thinking. So who
she
I'm
went and
thinking
she went and
was,
trolled her troll, and then
oh,
publicly posted pictures of his house, and
jeez,
then had this "I'm outside your house" thing right now, and I'm watching you kind of thing.
wow,
And that
that's a
yeah,
little
that blew up
much.
on the
That's a little
internet that
much.
she went across the line and trolled a troll. And then she publicly posted it and then went on and on and on about it. And so that blew up in her face.
What does docs mean?
Well, when you show where people live, or like you give out their email address and you publicly baste them, barbecue them publicly, using all the possible internet. It's like you use your internet which we were accused of using the Skywatcher army to defend me, which was somehow bad or wrong.
Mhm.
That is, but if you use your Skywatcher army against them to
Yeah.
troll them in mass or groups, that's doxing.
Okay.
I guess I could be wrong.
Right.
I'm just trying to stay on top of these new terms all the time.
Yeah, that's new for me too.
Yeah, I've
Well,
never
I
heard
kind of
that
watched
either.
a little bit of it on her because my children watched her when they were early teens, 9, 10, 11, 12, because granted, she did start going far more adult. She started out being a gamer and very almost overly adult, and then she mellowed out and went to um, sort of a softer side, and then started trying to be an influencer with her clothing and her house and the money she was making off of YouTube and all of that. And then she went into getting trolled from a bunch of people, and then she got mad about it and spun it in the wrong way too far, I guess. I don't know. I haven't watched her for a very long time because I only saw it when my daughters were watching it. So, and it was, in my opinion, occasionally a little too adult for them.
Yeah.
So, but
It sounds like it. It's
you don't
kind of
push
like
your
too much
teenagers too
drama.
heavily, but you try to monitor them. And I mean, who am I
Mhm.
to judge for this era? Because these guys live with tablets and they can watch anything they want, without me knowing it. And
Yeah.
I try to maintain that they don't, have any tablets on in bed or at night or anything like that, and all of that. But you can't control everything they watch. Sometimes
I
written as
see.
doxing, you
Okay.
can
Thank you,
actually hurt feelings
Avengers.
of
That
Wow.
it is a little much. That, like, there's some lines
That's
that you just shouldn't cross, and that's one of them.
right. Yeah, and that's exactly what I said.
so.
She
Are you
revealed his
saying
online
that this?
name, home address, his workplace, his
Yeah, yeah.
address, his email address, and then she went on to go and troll the troll, and
Well,
then she
especially
used
when you have such a large following,
right. If you have a few
things could get
million,
really dangerous.
right, if you have a few million
It could
followers, and
be right.
that
You don't
you
know
can
what
actually end
people
up
are
Well,
getting
posting.
sued
I have
over it.
seen on Facebook, on TikTok, how there's been incidents where people do something, nasty, or something just horrible to somebody, and they'll have a mob outside of their house.
Well, remember my troll here a few months back called the mechanic when I had my car fixed, and they went off and told the mechanic not to fix my car because I was a scam artist and all of this shit.
Yeah.
And they were like, I called them that morning because I had heard about it, and I figured I better call them quickly. And they were standing there with their jaws wide open, wondering why the hell this had occurred in the first place. And then I had to explain to them that I'm semi-famous, and
Yeah.
that this is somebody who is coming in off the internet and trolling me and basically doxing me, not to fix my
Mhm.
car because and it's like, can you imagine? And that's our favorite internet troll lady. I think I can't prove it. I know it was a female, and they called from another state and called my mechanic, because when I was raising some money to fix the car, and then the car was needing even more fixing after they supposedly fixed it, but they didn't, and then I had to have it fixed even more because more shit went out, and then so it went back in, and I posted. Unfortunately, I didn't cover up all of the information I should have. I covered up some of the addresses or something, but anyway, next time I will never post that except some sort of
Right.
form of information without that ever again.
Right.
They
Leave that part
called.
out.
They actually called the phone number that was apparently visible on the receipt, and all I was trying to do was show thank you to the people who did donate, and this is exactly where I spent the money, and here's proof. I wanted to
Mhm.
prove that the money that they were kind enough to send me to fix my car, because I walked all summer long, and they sent me enough money to help get my car fixed, and I wanted to prove to them with a photo of this is the receipt. Thank you very much. And then of course she took it to another stage and they called the damn mechanic. So, I mean, wow, people, and
Right.
I don't know what she was attempting to prove by that. And they were standing there, they didn't doubt me, they were doubting her credibility. And they just sat there with their jaws wide open, going, why would someone from another state call us and tell us not to work on your car? when of course we're going to work on your car because you asked us to, that kind of
It's
thing.
right there. Yeah.
And this was right while they were working on my car at the same time too. It was
Yeah.
on the lift in the shop because they had it overnight and all of that, and they had it for a
I
couple
just
of
think,
days actually.
Yeah, she PM'd me a few weeks ago.
oh,
Ah,
really?
I had a conversation with her. Which ended in me
good.
saying, you know what, we disagree. Just let us be. Like what
Yeah.
we do does not affect your life
Yeah,
in any way. Just let us be. And that's basically was the end of the conversation. But
I,
yes,
I don't understand the
I don't
contempt.
see that happening. I
Well,
don't. I
I
don't see
don't
that.
understand why she insists on doing this anyway. She's made up in her mind that we are doing something nefarious, and it is her job, on planet Earth to make sure that we don't do this. And okay, I mean, and
Yeah.
I think she was originally a Skywatcher member, and then she
She
just went
was.
out
She
there
was
and
in my
she was,
group.
and she's a good skywatcher. It's
yeah,
just
she
Yeah.
takes great
unfortunately,
captures. I like her
unfortunately,
work.
she just has a different idea of things. And that's fine. That's what I was trying to explain to her. That
Yeah.
we don't agree, and that's okay. We don't have to be enemies just because we disagree. Like
Right.
just back off was what I was telling her. Like
Yeah, and we
what
even
we
stopped
do,
using her material once we
well,
knew it was hers, and she had an
yeah,
issue with it, and we stopped using her
well,
material.
yeah, but I mean, if you're posting, I mean, I guess, yeah, I get that, but
Well, she, I didn't use
I
it.
don't think that's really what's bothering her. What
No,
bothers?
no, there's more to the story than we know.
It's
And
personal. It's got
yeah,
Yeah,
to
it
be.
yeah,
feels more personal to me, because I mean, she reached out in my other account actually.
yeah, and it keeps going and going and
Um,
going and going. I
She
mean,
reached out
wow.
on my other account, and I because I did block her on one of the accounts because I just didn't want to deal with the negativity, like her downing us, and like I don't
Yeah,
want to argue about this. I'm not here to discuss it. I'm here to
yes,
show
beyond debate.
what I see. Okay, I'm not here to say up for a discussion of how I'm right or wrong. Like this is what I believe in. Period. Like this is
Yeah, and
why,
it's all
and this is
basing
what I was
on
saying.
one, maybe
This is the
one
reason
mistake.
why Facebook groups were created, for like-minded people to come together, not to argue about things. If you want to argue, there's other groups for that. Like if you don't believe in this group, go to another group. It's that simple. Like,
Shit Givers Anonymous.
yeah, yeah.
Well, hi, welcome to Shit Givers Anonymous. How can we help you? Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
no.
here to
But I
harass
but I
you. No, you're
do
not.
I was in your group.
I feel it wasn't a horrible conversation, but I was pretty clear that we
I've
have
repeatedly
different
attempted
opinions
to
about
talk to
this.
her when she's posting all of their complaints, and she likes to spike my personal page. I don't know how she got there in the first place. Um, I just
I don't either because you
yeah, I
can't
think I
see
got
it.
friends only. I'm not sure, and I may have added her. I don't add friends very often. I mean, it's pretty rare that I on my personal page that I add anybody because I
Right.
don't know any of these people. Um, so I just the length of time, then the involvement and time work, and great. She puts together some nice videos and nice work. I wish she put that much effort into doing something other than attempting to down us, which is sort of kind of a waste of time. Uh, any
So,
press is good press,
yeah,
Shakespeare says, if you love me, I'll be in your heart, and if you hate me, I'll be forever on your mind.
yeah,
And okay, I'm well, and we've proven this, and this is not, we're not here soaking the public by any means and robbing little old ladies, nor are we, taking lollipops from babies.
They
And
they get so triggered. There are people that get so triggered when we, you know, try to raise money
yeah,
for
and that's
Sam.
that's when every time we
That's
have a
what brought that
fundraiser,
on last night. It was a post I had shared for your, holiday donations, and that's where it all took
yeah,
place.
yeah, and
Was in that
it happens
post.
literally every time
It's
we have a
like
fundraiser for
they
Christmas or
can't
for
stand it.
emergency. That's when these people
Uh-huh.
feel it's important to come
Come
out of
get
the
it there.
woodwork. They barely even know us or have ever spoken to us.
Right. They don't
You
even
know,
know you.
did you
They
have a
really
problem
don't.
where you
And
could come talk to me before you decide to pull, lay out what 18 paragraphs of bullshit?
anybody that takes the time and listens to you talk for a few hours, you can see that you're easy to get along with. You got a good sense of humor. You're doing this because you care. There's just no reason to turn against you. And then you add all the drawings and the comparisons and how they perfectly match. It's like, what are they not seeing? How can they turn and change their mind from this?
I
I think
think
we're
they
all pretty
sometimes do it so
perplexed.
fast and they don't see anything else beyond that. I don't understand it.
Yeah.
I can't personally. I don't have anybody that I hate that I would have to go after them for something and continue. I don't think I insult people very often. Every once in a while, I'll put in a colorful little twist of something, which is slightly
Mhm.
perhaps insultive, just to play back and to keep the conversation going. Because sometimes I actually look forward to trolls because it keeps me busy for a while. Um, and
Oh
I mean, I've been
man.
trolled for years. I mean, are you
Yeah.
serious? I mean, okay, here comes the
Troll
next
lover.
one. Next, next, next.
Right.
You know,
Well, it's because you're right, and then you can just
right? Yeah, and
doesn't phase you.
I remember years ago it used to bother me when people were really insulting me, and I would get to the point where my body temperature would go up, and I would become enthralled and have to spend time to explain things to people. And it's all I've ever tried
Mm.
to do is try to comment back and talk to them. But if they're spinning stuff and they don't want to hear it, then you're wasting your type and breath.
I did that for a little bit too, Sam. Like, in the beginning, I really thought I saw it so clearly that I really thought people would see it too, but and it really would bother me to be trolled. Like when somebody would come on and say something negative, it would really bother me. And I would sit there and I would have discussions and back and forth, but I got the sense very quickly, Sam, that people weren't really there to have an open discussion. Like people were there just to down you. Period. Like it
Right,
didn't.
and
They
is
weren't even listening to anything you had to say. Like it's
that's
just
like them coming into the movie theater and thinking they can behave as they wish in the movie theater with all the rest of the patrons sitting there being very uncomfortable because of it. Yeah, it's a behavior that I'm gonna make as much trouble and as much
yeah,
waves
yeah,
and
yeah.
discomfort for you as possible. And I don't. That's a premise. I don't. It's not in my vocabulary at all. So I don't understand that behavior at all. And you know, I'm
Yeah,
not even gonna try.
yeah, and personally, I don't anymore. I don't argue. I just like okay, like all right. Clearly, we are on this not on the same page, So okay, bye. I don't. I just don't argue. That's
Right.
it.
Well,
I'm not doing it anymore. I've made up my mind. It doesn't matter what I've seen this enough to know. I don't think this is happening. This is happening. So I'm
I
not
have
here.
this really cool option that I use regularly when I'm reading, and this is usually down my personal page, and it's called delete.
Yeah,
And I reach over and I don't even finish the entire speech that you're wasting your time typing.
oh,
And
I
about
do that
a
a lot.
quarter of the way down, I read that you've insulted me twice already. And it's like, okay, delete, you
Hmm.
know. And then I move on, go back to work.
Yeah.
And if they want to do that, I mean, after it was like 4 or 5 sites devoted to downing me, and that was year 5 or 6 and 7 and 8 and 9 and 10 and 11. And we are year 13 there, and there's all these sites and the poop hat pictures and the chainsaw dildos and all the other shit that they posted, blacked out teeth pictures and stories about drug abuse and all this other shit. And I didn't even know what they were talking about. Actually, I had to look it up. Anyway, so I've gotten to the point where I'm a little bit thicker skinned and I just sort of chuckle at them
Right.
and go, okay, Skippy. And that's for Jillian. She always likes it when I say, okay, Skippy. You
No,
know,
and also, I think when you actually see see what we see. I don't think
Yeah,
it's really up for.
it's beyond debate.
I don't think it really matters what other people say. Like it doesn't matter.
Right.
Like
You learn that, we've seen this so long. There is no arguing with it. There just isn't.
yeah.
Now, if we were year 2, year 3, I'd go, oh, maybe we're still full of shit, And like we waited 3 years before we even easy tagged the names. It was like around 2015, 14, 15 when Purple Atu got here, and all the cross info matched. It was like, oh shit, this is real, and here's the names, And we knew about it, and I didn't share a lot of it, and I discussed it with some of the people. But back then, with the early years, we had, 40, 50, 60, 80, 100, 300, 500 members. And then we moved up to literally 80,000. And I think the highest was 93,000 on Montana Skywatchers. And then we went to add 2. And then all of a sudden the numbers dropped. And then I think everybody moved over to 2. And then a lot of people couldn't get in because I can't keep adding a whole bunch of people. And it used to tell me who was a former member of this and who was a former member of that. And I do cross-reference that. And I add a lot of your members, Rebecca. And usually if I see that they are members of Nibiru Followers Anonymous, then I'll add them sooner. And so that's how we're doing.
It's the same way for me.
Yeah, we don't add a lot of people at all because it's chaos. And then you spend half your day removing bad posts and bad people.
It takes time to get people to adjust to what we're actually talking about. We're not talking about Planet X, it's for starters. So it takes time to get people.
Well, it is Planet X. It just happens to be Planet X's.
Okay, yeah.
And then there was a bunch of people that went, and then they went. There was a couple of people that went offshoot, and they're still probably out there. And they went to the 7 planet system, and they grabbed these pieces that they identify with, and then they quit learning from us and go off on their own. And we've seen handfuls of that. And
absolutely.
Then we got people still coming in and pirating our information, not contributing, and yet using our information, which on one hand is okay, which is not on the other hand if they're making money off of it. Because, we don't try to profit off of members' material. We try to have donations, etc. There's a difference. We're not selling pictures that we gather, not intentionally at this time anyway.
I still think a good book would be nice.
Have a coffee table book. It happens to be 3 feet thick,
picture book. We have some of the best pictures.
Table,
yeah.
I need to really get in here and save all of the stuff I've collected for the last 2 years because I need to, put a save copy of this stuff again.
Mm-hmm.
And it takes days to load that many pictures. It really does.
Yeah, it's a slow process.
Oh yeah, in order to load all of my pictures off my picture file, it will take probably 2 thumb drives because I have so many pictures, and so and I need to do it again too. Actually, I should just pay the tech next door to come over and do it for me. He'll do it in 5 minutes, where it would take me hours to even just figure out how to do it again. Because I don't do it that often, and I keep forgetting how to do it and all that crap.
Right.
That's old people in technology, But if for him, he does that shit every other day, and he's like, walk in here, do it in 5 minutes, and then it's got to run for 2 days. And that's what happened last time, because he walked in here and he knows his shit, and he just does stuff so fast I can't even keep up with him. And I'm going, wow, how did it was just awesome. And he's of course gone to training and computer school and all this other shit, and he does it for a living. I don't even know what he does, but he works on computers all day long. And we do our crazy thing, and we've teched down away from science to citizen science, where it's understandable for everyone, and we don't come up with a lot of mathematically trigonometry, geometry, or any of that stuff. I remember how many times people said, "Well, can you give me the coordinates of the planets?" And I was like, by the time I would get that laid out, they would move. And they don't realize that they're so much closer And I can't just point to, well, it's way out there in the sky. See that little thing, you know? I mean, that was so long ago, it's not even funny. And
Yeah.
and Nibiru's been, you know, I got the Beekman's World picture I use all the time. Like, duh, Nibiru's been here for 10 years, 11 years, 12 years. I need to upgrade it. You know, I think it's set right now at like past a decade or something like that. I forgot. But I actually changed it once, and back then it was like 8 years, and then I went to 10 years. Anyway,
Yeah, I
so
remember that one.
got to change that one again, you know, and re-Photoshop my own pictures that I use over and over again. And you know, it's the old saying, how many years does it? And I saw that you used that, Jesus. How many years does it take for you to see the passing planets?
Yeah, that's
How
one of
long
my
does
favorites.
it take? Because
How
they've been
long will
here
it
and
take
here
you
and
to
here.
see them?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. One of those trolls was on this last one that I posted. And he said, "See what?" I'm like, and if you can't see that, I don't know how more obvious I can make it, man. I'm sorry, but you know, that's something on you, man, because it was a very clear photo.
Yeah. I often wonder how long people actually look at what we're pointing out.
Yeah.
Is it, you know, is it 0.25 seconds? Or is it 3 seconds? Is it 5 seconds? Do you actually consider that maybe I know what the hell I'm pointing out to you for a reason? You know, it just amazes me. And, you know, we know this material so well because we've collected it for so many years. And that's why we know what we're talking about.
Carol Ann was, let's see, what was it? Jesus, must I pay for you for the F-bomb too? I haven't heard.
I thought I stopped myself, but I guess.
Did you? I didn't even catch it. If you did, I was like,
I stopped myself, but
ah.
I
Oh,
thought
boy.
I'd gotten away with that one.
Yeah, sometimes it slips. I know.
Expressed for
Gosh.
intent.
I'm
Yeah.
running on fumes. Remember, I think we're at a
Look
we're
at
hitting,
us.
we just hit 7 hours, so
Yeah,
I
it's crazy.
think we're all getting a little
Loopy.
I think I might be
Yeah.
getting a little hangry right now, a
Yeah,
little loopy. Yeah, I need to go get some protein.
Hi, and
Yeah.
welcome to Jerry's Kids and our fundraiser drive for muscular dystrophy.
It was close. It was. I did
Yeah.
catch myself though. Yeah, but yeah, I'm gonna.
Marathon.
I think it's time to sign out, guys. I am.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that. I noticed like
Okay.
twice that we just kept talking. I was
Yeah,
stuck.
I know.
I wasn't going to
went
say
another
anything. I
hour.
just kept
Talking in
going.
circles.
Star Wars, gotta play Star Wars.
Right. Snack time and Star Wars. So
There you go.
But thank you all for being here.
Yes.
Thank you for hanging out and sticking to Carol. You've been the entire time here with us. That's
she's
great.
been kind of a moderator for me tonight, I've noticed. Because I don't really have any mods.
Yeah.
Thank you for my avenue to ramble on.
That a lot, Carol Ann. So
As I
we
talk
love
and
you,
talk and talk,
and thank you again for your
Thank you
donation.
again, Carol Ann.
That was
awesome.
very helpful
Wonderful,
for Sam.
wonderful.
So
This brings hope back to the equation.
Yeah.
Same to you, Carol Ann.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. And we'll be back.
Yeah.
Sam and I will be back Saturday.
Yeah, let's hope we can pull Leandra out of the hat or something. Or I wonder who our next guest will be.
Right.
The answer lies in the next episode of.
I know. Saturday, 2:00 Central. So that's the plan.
So that means 1:00 for me. Okay, I got to set that in my brain.
Right. Get straight.
Okay. All right. Good night.
Okay,
I'll
guys.
be
Thank you so much.
Good night, everybody.
Have a good night, guys.
Bye. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Sam.
Guys.
Bye.
Bye.